What good timing. Oh man. Was it supposed to happen? Or did it? Anyway, all right. That's solved. Um, Anywho, let me whatchamacallit, switch on over and I must greet someone. Ah, Icarus. It's good to see you too, man. All right, I'll put that prop over there. So, yesterday I should have predicted it, but I did a 9 hour long stream. I usually don't do long streams. My streams, for the most part, they're usually like around 4, 5 hours. It depends on what I'm playing. Let's see. Here's a visual gag of the final boss of Craig's lair in Metroid 1. All I see is Shaft. I don't get the context. But hello, Suki Zero? Oh, yeah, that. Mm, I get it, but now that I know the context now, eh, oh well. Anywho, well, let's get to it. Yeah, I know. I know that shaft. We all know that shaft all too well. What a weird one, too, with the disappearing blocks. Or excuse me, the blocks that reform. Yeah, but, you know, when one knows the intricacies of NES Metroid, it's not that bad. I like, I still love, you know, Metroid, NES. All right, then. That reminds me. I'm due to eventually replay Zero Mission. I have yet to stream Zero Mission. It's also been a good number of centuries since I last played Zero Mission. As a matter of fact, I think the last time I played Zero Mission was when it first came out. Let me see. Let me double check something. Yeah, I kid you not. Yeah, 2004. That's the last time I played it when it came out. I remember going to Circuit City back when it, was still alive, and I got it for a good price, stranger, on the day of release. It was like a few dollars cheaper than the suggested retail price, and that was a nice remake. At least I think it was a nice remake. I know some people, there's always going to be somebody, eh, there's a certain part you don't like. Meh, meh. Shush. Anywho, so today I'm gonna be doing more Phoenix Wright, Ace 30, Trials and Tribulations. Case 3, Recipe for Turnabout. What type of stream, Chuckman? I didn't even see your I didn't even see you there. But anyway, um so anywho, yeah, so I'm gonna be replaying this case. Also, everybody, I know I'm gonna be hunting down a silly achievement. I know it's like if I'm going to be what's up? Metroid Planets. Is that that one game that I saw last time? Oh, isn't that like a full-on remake or whatever? Well, not a remake, but like a fan-made. Like I forgot the existence of this one. Yeah, I'll check it out sometime eventually. But for the time being, yeah, I'll just make a note of that. There's just so many things that I am ambitious with. Hey, that's good. Hello again, Icarus, and thanks for stopping by. Um, oh boy, randomizers. Hmm. All right. Well, okay, so now as I was saying, as I play this case, I'm gonna go for a really dumb achievement. Really, really dumb achievement. And I want to get it. It's called Jean's Foreign Language Course. So there's a character by the name of Jean Armstrong, and he speaks French. I have to make sure I get all the French words. And it's going to involve getting a penalty for when I psych lock him. What fun! But anywho, we're just gonna get on with the show. Let me see. Such a dumb, dumb achievement that I'm gonna look for. Metabots versus clone. I heard of Metabots. Oh, Survivors. Metabots Survivors. That's cute. So many Survivor games, so little time. One thing's for certain though. I know it's not it's a spin-off, but I'm looking forward to Vampire Crawlers. Vampire Crawlers will be on the 23rd, or hold up. Vampire Crawlers demo release. I gotta double check that. Okay, February 23rd, Vampire Crawlers drops next week on Monday. And that's what I'm gonna be doing. Can't wait for that. Looking forward to that. Okay, here goes. T- Buckle up, everybody. I'm gonna be doing another long stream. I did a 9-hour stream, so we're gonna be doing this. And I wouldn't have it any other way. All right. Behold, recipe for turnabout. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. The evidence and testimony we have seen and heard are conclusive. The victim was alone at his table when he drank from that poisoned cup of coffee. No, you're wrong. I know what I saw. I saw. I saw someone else there. A man. He's the real killer. Why won't anyone believe me? Why won't anyone believe me? Oh no. Well, I'd say that pretty much wraps this case up, wouldn't you? Mr. Wright? This court finds the defendant guilty. This court is adjourned. Oh no. Look at that. Look at that. We just witnessed Phoenix Wright losing a case to freaking Winston Payne. This has gotta be there's gotta be something up. January 6th, 10:03 a.m., Wright and Co. Law Offices. The start of the new year always makes me feel like I can take on the whole world. I bet it does, Maya. Yeah, painful mistake. So, I've decided that our resolution should be Zavari, take on the world. No more Zavari. What do you think? Sure, whatever, Maya. But I think maybe you've had more than enough mistletoe cake. Never! You gotta eat a lot of cake during New Year's. It's practically a tradition. Like watching the fireworks on TV or playing a board game. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe. Happy New Year, Detective! Likewise. Now listen up, right? Here's to another fruitful year of lawyer-police cooperation. Yeah, me too. All right, pal. You got some explaining to. Have you got a holiday present for me, Detective? A what? Well, here, have this. It's really not much, but... Yay, thanks! Look, pal, we need to have a talk. Take a seat. Hey, what about Pearlie? You haven't forgotten her present, have you? No. I mean, yes. I mean, no. Are you doing this on purpose? Guess I'm busted. How'd you like my first practical joke of the year? Very funny, pal. Now let's see how funny you think it is when I show you this. What is it? A magazine? Hey, I want to see. Deadly poisoning brings guilty verdict. Defense attorney Wright trounced. Oh no, it's this track. Trounced? Let me see that. The defense attorney gave an almost childishly amateur performance yesterday. What the heck is this? It's a report, pal, about you. Listen to this. Mr. Wright must take full responsibility for the ruling in this case. Well, and don't tell me you don't remember anything about it. But I don't remember anything about it. When was that issue from? When was that issue from anyway? December of last year, which I guess makes it last month. Which makes it old news, you mean? But I wasn't involved in a poisoning case in December. So what do you think this is all about, Nick? If it wasn't you, pal, then that leaves only one possibility. No way! You don't mean... A phony Nick? This must be Gumshoe's idea of a joke. Guess he's starting off the year with one, too. Magazine clipping. An article from December 5th says I was trounced and my client was found guilty. So, what are you gonna do about it, pal? What do you mean, what am I gonna do about it? Well, it's your fault that the judge found the defendant guilty in this case. My fault? How do you figure that? Because the Phoenix Wright is super famous now. Well, maybe only sort of. Yeah, see what happens when you hotshots start getting too full of yourselves? But I didn't do anything wrong. At least, not that I can remember. You better make this right, pal. Now. And that means taking the case back to court. Got it? Sounds like we got our first case of the new year. Let's tackle it with gusto. I don't know. The judge already issued a guilty verdict once in this case. It's not going to be easy to get it overturned. Ellipsis. I guess that New Year's resolution is going to have to wait until next year. So you're taking the case, right? Good. I'm going to head over to the courthouse then. After that, I'll go back to the precinct. Drop by if you need something, okay, pal? I guess people are starting to know the name Phoenix Wright. If a client entrusted a case to me based on my reputation, I guess I am kind of responsible. But why would someone want to impersonate me? What sort of a guy would do that? You'd be surprised. Oh, one moment, everybody. I just want to make sure. I don't remember if I'm just making sure I sent out enough of my notifications. All right, I did. Oh, wait, one more place. And another self promo channel. Yeah, those self promo channels. All right, we're good. Okay, sorry for the small delay. All right, here we go. Let's examine stuff. We gotta check on Charlie. Charlie, a quite decorative plant. He's sort of a keepsake, something to remember Mia by. Sure, the office is a mess, but I never forget to water this little fella. All right. Oh, let me make sure. Let me go put myself offline. All right, good. There's a giant building just outside the window. It's the Gatewater Hotel, a high-class luxury hotel. The chain is getting so rich that they brought a whole chunk of the next town over and started building a huge theme park. It's going to be called Gatewaterland. I wonder if that bellboy is going to send me a greeting card this year, too. An old movie poster. Apparently, this was the first movie that made Mia cry when she saw it, a long time ago. Maya watched it recently and said she cried all night, too, which I guess is why it's back up on the wall. I'll have to check it out one of these days. Difficult-looking legal books stand on a formidable row. They mock me. Actually, I've neglected them for so long that they're covered in a layer of dust. I guess I should at least pretend to read them once in a while. It's my desk. I don't get to use it much, so it's still super neat and tidy from when Pearls cleaned it. Alright, let's talk to Maya. What to do? That bellboy should have reappeared more. Yeah, I liked his design, and he had a pretty quirky personality. And he got that nice kiss from April May. And then he was thinking about how to expand the hotel, that wacky idea of like, a murder took place here. So what's our first move? I guess we go down to the detention center and talk. Wait a sec, Nick. This person's behind bars because of you. Whoever it is isn't going to be jumping at the chance to meet you, right? Hey, let's get one thing straight. It wasn't me. It was a fake me that did this. I wonder if he looks exactly like you. You're phony. Zid Eo. I mean... Zid Eo. Zid Eo. Phoenix backwards. I was waiting to see that text line again. I hope not. And what kind of name for an evil double is Zin Eof anyway? I mean, Zin looks like an alright name that's like evil. And I'm sure that's not the sound of nobody's nobody from, that wacky organization 13. Ogensi? Ogishi? Ah, Nick, I got it. If you're going to ask whether I've got a twin brother, the answer is no. Spoil sport. Any ideas? Did you notice Gumshoe was acting weirder than usual? Or was it just me? The hollow side of Ichigo from Bleach. Oh, who's a negative version of him? Oh, yeah. I think I know who you're talking about. I fell off the Bleach train a long time ago. But I think I know who you're referring to. Did you notice Gumshoe was acting weirder than usual? Or was it just me? What do you mean? I mean, he was really worked up. Like a guy who just found out he's going to be a dad or something. Yeah, I guess he was acting kind of strange. Maybe he realized he's got strong feelings for you, Nick. Considering how we interact, I seriously doubt that, Maya. Well, if he wasn't nervous because of you, then maybe it's because of our new guilty client? Oh, one moment, everybody. I just gotta check one more little notification. I gotta make sure I... Okay, I did. Okay. We're good. Alright, let's present. So you've still got that badge, I see. Huh? Well, I'm a lawyer, aren't I? Yeah, but I guess I just didn't think you'd keep on being one for this long. You have to admit, you've had some close brushes of death because of your job. I fail to see how being a lawyer is more dangerous than channeling dead people. Do you know anything about this, Maya? Even someone as worldly wise as me doesn't know everything about everything, Nick. So I, the great Maya, am sad to say, I can't tell you much about this object. A simple yes or no, Maya. It's not as if you had to give me a dissertation. Magazine clipping. I can't believe you got an impersonator. I can't either. Oh. Ah, but look at the bright side. Only famous stars have people impersonating them. This isn't funny, Maya. It's not just an impersonation. This guy stole my identity. And someone may have been wrongly convicted as a result. Guess you should have gone into showbiz, huh, Nick? Huh. I will never understand how your mind works, Maya. So, how's your spirit medium training going? Well, I stand under the rushing waters of the shower head every day. That's called taking a shower. What happened to the rushing waters of a waterfall? Well, I'm kind of taking a break. I'm having a bit of trouble right now, you know? Last year's incident must still be on her mind. I haven't seen Maya train at all since that time. I think Mia said that it's because Maya's kind of torn these days. Yeah, she did mention that. Mia helped me out in court again last time. It's so cool that you get to meet my sis like that. Yeah. We mediums lose consciousness when we're channeling, so I don't get to see my sis. I never really thought about it that way. Hey, if you want to meet Mia, why don't we just have Pearls call her? No, I couldn't do that. I'd be too worried about her. I guess Maya's got all sorts of things to think about too, despite her immaturity saying otherwise. Well, in Justice for All, Pearl did get to channel Mia, and then Maya and Mia, Pearl channeling Mia. That was a nice little moment when they hugged. Godot. So you still can't remember anything about Godot, huh? I already told you. I have no idea who he is, let alone why he dislikes me so much. Well, he sure seems to have a problem with you for some reason. You'd better watch your back, Nick. Coffee lovers can be quite bitter. You're just making that up, Maya. Digging up an old case that's already been ruled on. That's not like Gumshoe, is it? No, he barely manages to stay on top of the cases in front of him. Yeah, he's always busy and gets dirt pay. I mean, look at that dusty old coat he wears. Did you mean he gets paid dirt? Or do you really think they pay him in gravel? Poor guy. Alright, we should go to the detention center. January 6th. This is so nerve-wracking. Waiting to meet our new client. I wonder just what kind of person you tricked and got found guilty. Keep it down, Maya. That kind of talk could ruin me. Could you, Mr. Wright? How could you do this to me? Look, everybody, it's Maggie Bird from the second game, Justice for All, and from the first case. They put me in solitary. I haven't been able to stop crying. Aren't you? Yes, I am. I am totally and utterly let down. Are you? Don't pretend you don't know me. It's me, Maggie, remember? Maggie Bird. Maggie Bird. Ah. Maggie Bird. She's a policewoman I defended that one time. She was accused of murdering her lover. He was a cop, too. What are you doing in here? Didn't I get you acquitted? Oh, sure. Very funny. After that fifth-rate defense job, you come in here and start making jokes? You better hurry up and tell her what happened, Nick. Oh, boy. Oh, I see. So that's where we stand right now. I'm sorry you've been caught up in another murder. My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. I vaguely remember her saying the exact same thing last time. But I don't mind. What's one more disaster in my life? At least now the real Mr. Wright is here with me. I won't let the world keep me down, sir. Man. Mayo, you're on candid camera. This guard monitors the visitor's room. I bet they don't get too many waitresses in here. He looks like he's getting a bit restless. Alright, let's talk to old Maggie. Maggie Bird. So how come you're dressed like that, Maggie? Last year you looked so sharp in that police uniform. I was fired after that incident last year. Oh. I remember in the Justice for All, in the ending, Maggie said that she quit the force and she was going to go on to become a waitress. Sucks. Oh well. Yeah, because I did specifically remember she said that in the Justice for All ending. I was fired after that incident last year. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. I don't mind one bit. I enjoyed being in the force, but I think it was time for me to move on. So what do you do now? In the second act of The Life of Maggie Bird, I'm playing the role of a waitress. A waitress? Yes, in a French restaurant. It's a small place, but it's quite fashionable. My charming smile and shapely figure came through for me. And the owner, Mr. Armstrong, hired me straight away, sir. Oh, one moment, everybody. Just opening a spare tab. I like to make sure I farm for channel points and keep my streak. I hope that's not a crime. Well, it's not like I would, tell them, hey, I'm gonna be, you know, have a tab open for you while I'm streaming. That would be rude and bad. Not good etiquette. But like if it's like a friend or something that you like sort of know, eh, whatever. And the owner, Mr. Armstrong, hired me straight away, sir. And then you got into this mess straight away, right? Yeah, you could put it that way. What happened? This whole mess started on the 3rd of last month, and it happened at Tres Bien. Tres Bien? Yeah, that's how you pronounce it, Maya. Yes, it's a restaurant where good service and a friendly smile are always included. Oh, oh, that's where two men at the table, both drinking coffee. And then one of the men slipped some poison into the victim's cup. The victim took just one sip and was gasping for air. I was so shocked, I passed out. Hey, hold on there, Maggie. What? You keep calling the guy the victim. Didn't you know the guy who was killed? Not at all. I never even seen the guy before. Oh, so she wouldn't have had a motive to kill him then, I guess. Well, no. And the other man, the killer, you saw him, right? Of course. A good waitress must be attentive to the cliente. How ironic she's still getting framed, even when she's not a cop. Yeah, hey there. My name is Celestial Ludenberg. Well, she did said that she, is a penchant for a magnet for bad luck. So, you saw the killer, but you were found guilty of the crime anyway. How come? You tell me, Mr. Wright. Ah, guess the answer to my question is my phony. Anyway, she saw the killer. Better see if I can get a description of the guy. Hang on, I'm gonna present stuff. That badge, is it real? Of course it's real. That's what they all say. But I've been duped before. Give it to me for a sec. Ah! He bit into it. And I left a few teeth marks too. I can see that. I just wish I could remember if that means if it's real or fake. Huh. I said it was real. I know you used to be in the police force, sir, but I'm incarcerated now, so I can't use my connections to help you. That case in the second game was so boring. All I can help you out with now is the menu at Tres Bien, sir. Aw, don't let it get you down, Maggie. Oh yeah, I need to ask you about this. Hey, this article's about my case. Can you tell me anything about the guy who was pretending to be me? Yes, sir. It was the morning after I'd been arrested. I met you in the visitor's room here. You were wearing one of your super sharp suits. Me? Yes, you, Mr. Wright. Err. Hey, Maggie. Was my evil double, I am here too? Maya backwards. I am I am. I am. No, I don't remember a phony you, Maya. Oh, it would have been so cool. Then you got really worked up and passionate. I'm gonna get you cleared of this crime, you said. Okay, I get the picture, but you've met me in person before. So how come you didn't realize that guy wasn't the real me? Ellipsis. I guess, looking back now, it was a little strange. Only a little? Well, okay, so you were a bit taller than normal, and you looked a bit shady. And your voice was a bit weird. Oh, and you had this kind of funny accent, and so the guy was nothing like me then? But he had your spiky hair and blue suit. Is that all it takes for someone to imitate me? Yes. How about everyone else in the courtroom, like the judge and the observers? Yes. I'm gonna do my best with that voice. Didn't they realize he was an imposter? Everyone had these big question marks on their faces. But it seemed that no one wanted to say anything, sir. This case just keeps getting weirder and weirder. Thanks for your help last year. It was nothing. I'm glad we got you off the hook. I hope you can help me out this year, too. Yeah, me too. It'd be sweet if we could get that verdict overturned. I know he's... Okay. Yeah, of course you wouldn't know about... Let's see. Oh, Detective Gumshoe. He really looked out for me when I was on the force. Have you seen him recently? No, he's never been to the restaurant. Guess he's not a fan of French cuisine, huh? He's an instant noodle type of guy, after all. Yeah, he prefers the simple things in life. Or he's just simply too poor to afford anything else. Yeah, poor guy. A waitress at Tribulations was found guilty of murder thanks to the phony me. No matter what happens, I never let things get me down. You're always so positive, aren't you, Maggie? Macho Maggie Bird, they say. The early bird catches the worm. A bird in the hand. Wow, all those phrases are named after you? And I never turn my back on anything. You're always so strong, aren't you, Maggie? Macho Maggie Bird, they say. I'm a tough old bird. Tough old bird, Nick. Do you get it? Yeah, I get it. Alright. Guilty verdict. So, if you saw the murderer, why were you still convicted? Because no one else saw. Saw what? The other man. The one who put the poison in the victim's coffee. Everyone testified that way. Mr. Armstrong, the customer, everyone. The victim was sitting alone at his table the whole time. But how's that possible? I don't know. But nobody, not one person, will believe me, sir. Even Phoenix Wright, my one last hope for a fair trial, failed me. What a pathetic defense. My granny could have done a better job. Look, that wasn't me, okay? And then they found something a bit incriminating in my apron pocket. What? A small bottle of poison. What? Poison? It was in your pocket? Well, I passed out when the victim collapsed. The killer must have slipped the poison into my pocket when I was unconscious. And no one else saw this other guy? No, sir. That's what everyone said. Well, I don't see how they could have missed him. The other guy. I was the one who took the coffee to the two men. Oh? And what was your impression of them? Well, when I first saw them, I kind of thought they might be in the music industry. In music? How come? Well, one of them had some sort of earpiece and an emo musician's look about him. And there was a sample CD on the table, sir. An earpiece and a sample CD, huh? Did you get a look at the CD at all? It had a band's name written on it. I think it was MC something. They must have been preparing for their debut, I guess. So it was a band CD. Maybe a promo disc? Maybe it was MC Screwdriver. Get serious, Maya. Would you buy a CD of a group named that? What was the name of that group again? MC Hacksaw? No. MC. And what about the killer? What did he look like? Well, I don't really remember. Only that he was a young man, well built like the victim, really. Mr. Wright, do you think it's possible to get a retrial? Probably. The court ruled in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. So we should be able to get a retrial. Mr. Wright? Do you think we'll win next time, sir? Ellipsis. My life has been a full course meal of bad luck, complete with defeat for dessert. Since I was 6 months old, when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building, I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster. I even landed a phony lawyer when I had the misfortune of being accused of murder. But I will survive because Maggie Bird always lives to fight another day. And one day I'll find it. Just you wait and see, sir. I'll find that one single moment of good luck. Zin Eof is really gonna pay for this. Zin Eof. What are you staring at me like that for? But Maya's right. Whoever it is that thought it was a good idea to use my name and get an innocent girl convicted of murder had better watch out. We'll find him. Don't you worry. We'll get Zin Eel for you. Thank you. Oh, I'll tell you where Tribulations is then. Right. The restaurant where the murder took place. Yes, sir. When you go, please tell Mr. Armstrong I said hi. Sure, all right, Nick. Let's go check out this restaurant and its food. All right. We're off to Tribulations, everybody. Oh, boy. January 6th, Tribulations. This music. Wow, look at this place. Look? More like smell. What is with the suffocating scent of flowers in here? Then again, girls like that kind of thing, right? Actually, I'm not all that into it. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. No one's coming to see us. Maybe there's no one here. Don't be silly, Maya. This is a restaurant, and it's open for business. Hello? Anyone here? Ellipsis. I don't believe it. There really isn't anyone here. Perfect. Let's get intrusive. If there's no one here, we can take anything we want. Yeah, I suppose we can. Everything's all colorful in here. It's a rack full of fashion magazines, and they're all in French. Why don't you try wearing something a bit more chic sometime, huh, Maya? Yeah, I guess I could. I'm always in my acolyte clothes, aren't I? It'd be fun to wear normal clothes every now and then. There's something stuffed in behind the rack. Looks like a sports paper to me. Hey, and look at this. Someone scribbled a little doodle on one of the pages. MC Bomber. And one, two, three, four, five zeros. And blocking the text box is Mask the Mask. Ah ha 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 ha. 100,000, 500,000. MC Bomber. I'd listen to that. MC Hammer. $100,000? Maybe? I wonder what MC Bomber is supposed to be. This paper. It's from December 3rd. This paper's from the day of the poisoning. What? Sports paper added to the court record. Dates from December 3rd, the day of the incident. Found at Tribulations. A paper from the day of the murder. This has got to be a clue. I should see if I can find out some more about this paper. Yeah, let's check out the paper, everybody. MC Bomber. And a cute little doodle of Mask to Mask. Oh, God. It's a rack full of fashion magazines. They're all in French. Why don't you try wearing something a bit more chic sometime, huh, Mayo? Yeah, I'd look stunning in some of those Parisian frocks, huh? We found that sports paper behind this magazine rack earlier. I better try to find out everything I can about it. Alright. It's the restaurant's front entrance. There's a sign hanging on the door written in French. It probably says open or closed. It must be one or the other, but I don't know which since I don't know Jacques. Oh, excuse me. It must be one or the other, but I don't know which since I don't know Jacques about French. Jacques. Look at all the little trinkets tucked away in here. I bet Mr. Armstrong collected all these personally. Let's see. A bouquet of flowers, some potpourri, and look. Fine bone china cups. Ellipsis. I never knew you were so cultured. Come on, Maya. This is common knowledge. Any Joe Schmo knows this much. Look, it's one of those magical boxes that spits out money. You know, you're the only person who would ever describe a cash register in that way. Oh my god, that was funny. Alright. This table's set nicely. It just needs a customer. What do you think this flower is, Nick? Let's see. Well, it doesn't look like a tulip, and it's not a sunflower, I don't think. Duh, even I could have told you that. Well, those are the only kinds of flowers I know. Dag nabbit. I'm a lawyer, not a botanist. Kind of like that one line from Star Trek. Alright. This restaurant has partitions. What is it, Maverick? What are you objecting to? Speak now, or forever hold your peace. Damn it, Bones. He's a gamer, not a lawyer or a botanist. uh, hey there. This restaurant has partitions that separate the tables. When you're seated at a table, you can only see the tables to your right or left. Okay. How goes the investigation? We're just getting started. Um, we just found out that there was an imposter, Phoenix Wright, Zin Eof, according to Maya, and we're defending Maggie Bird. She got wrongfully accused of poisoning someone, and she didn't even recognize, Phoenix Wright. Winston Payne got a win over the fake Phoenix Wright, it seems. I know, poor Maggie. She deserves better. This must be the table where the murder occurred. Yeah, after we talked to her, she told us the location of Tribulations, and now we're checking it out for the first time. Yeah, although, I'll bring it up later if when I get further. This must be the table where the murder occurred. I guess so. With all this police tape all around it. And that stain must be from the poisoned coffee. Don't go licking the tablecloth, okay, Maya? Why would I lick it? I'm not a cat, you know. Then why can I picture you doing just that? Alright. So, we found the sports paper. MC Bomber. And his cute little doodle of Master Mask. I love this doodle. It's so cute. That case was awesome yesterday. Oh boy, it was a robbery, and then LOL, a murder. Wow, it's a beautiful winter wonderland out there. Really? Cool. I love snow. Let me see. Huh? It's not white. It's not even snowy. Got you. I was only kidding, Maya. Nick, there are lies that are okay to tell, and lies that definitely aren't. All I did was tell an itty-bitty white lie about non-existent white snow. Still bad, Phoenix. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we checked the coffee stain. We got the sports paper. We checked everything else. No clues here. Okay. We must go back to the detention center. Da-da-da. Hey, Maggie. We found this. Oh, a sports paper. Let's see. Did Guts and Braun manage to defend his heavyweight title? Guts and Braun. Guts and Braun. Sorry, Maggie. That paper is actually a month old. It's from the day of the murder. And Gutson got knocked out yesterday, I'm afraid. Oh no. I found this paper in the magazine rack at Tribulations. Really? That's strange. Tribulations doesn't get newspapers. Mr. Armstrong says he's not really fond of them. Then maybe one of the customers left it behind? Anyway, what I want you to take a look at is this scribble here. Aha, that's it, sir. MC Bomber. That was a name that was written on the CD. Just as I thought. I guess it wasn't MC Screwdriver after all, huh? So that $100,000 must be a down payment for a record deal, right? If someone gave me $100,000, I'd sing for sure. The Master of Quran, or the Spirit Song, or even Maya's theme. Okay, Maya. So the sample CD was on the victim's table. That means this newspaper may have belonged to the victim. You're right. So the victim left this behind on the day of the murder, huh? I think we better step up the investigation. Don't you, Nick? All right. Okay. We got a little bit more info. Let's go back to Tribulations, everybody. Oh no. Oh no. Ooh la la! Bonjour! Welcome to La Tribulations! Oh, hello. What happened to Maya? She's frozen stiff. Bienvenue! Welcome to my petite restaurant. Huh? B Avenue? Bienvenue. Oh, okay, it's a... Oh no, my petite tulip. Huh, me? Look at his face. Like a kitten rejected by its own mother. You're fatigued, no? Alors, you need this. An aromatic bath oil melange of La Naroy and La Rose. My personal recommendation. Do you think I need what? Wait. Just add a couple of drops of this mixture to la bathwater, and voila! It will soothe your body and your mind. It's simply fantastic. Really? And for la monsieur. Who, me? Look at that face. Like la puppy rejected by life itself. You're fatigued, no? For you, monsieur, I recommend this. Yes, Suki, he does. It's part of his gimmick on the side for his restaurant. For you, monsieur, I recommend this. Oil of bergamot, and maybe a hint of oui. I will add the peppermint and the Clarice sage for a fragrance exceptional. Such an invigorating recipe will bring out your delicious beauty, monsieur. My beauty? Alors, if you'll be seated, I will bring you the special menu of the day. Actually, we're not here to eat. We're lawyers. What, monsieur? I know this already, monsieur. You are La Phoenix Wright, no? Yes. You know me. See, oui. I'll never forget the man who flirts with me, especially in court. I guess he was cross-examined by our mysterious Zen Eof. It looks like everyone to do with this case knows who I am already. I wonder what sort of impression Zen Eof's been leaving on people, don't you? Allow me to introduce myself to you again. I am Jean Armstrong. Enchante! Hang on, everybody. I gotta make sure I do everything right. Right. Alright. One moment. I gotta make sure I do this right. Because I want to make sure that, that I'm doing that silly achievement to get all the French words. All right. Okay. This guy, man. Let's talk to. Okay, let's talk about Trebian. So, what does Trebian mean? I know tres. That means three, right? No, no, no. Trebian is Francois. In English, you would say, very good. Oh, very good. Oui, exactement. La atmosphere is très bien. And la cuisine is très bien. If the food's so good, why aren't there any customers in here? My cuisine is not for all. Some people, they do not appreciate la hot cuisine. Hot day look. I thought everyone liked hot cuisine. Since I've lost, since I have lost Maggie, I do not have enough ends. So you're running into this. So you're running this place on your own now. Oui, for the moment. No one has answered my advertisement. Oh, pour moi. Please don't eyeball me while you say that. I am the chef. I am the manager. I am also a trained aromatherapist. A roaming what? A practitioner the aromatherapy. La art of soothing la soul with the delicate floral aromas. Delicate? The smell coming from that bottle earlier was anything but. Also, my apologies to everyone out there. Not that good with French. And if there's anybody, from France and that's watching me, my apologies. I do not mean to, try to butcher your language. What happened? So, could you tell me what you know about the incident? Bien. It makes me sad to remember it. Yet I remembered it so well. More than a month has passed since it happened. Yeah, I guess it's been about a month since Maggie's sentencing. So it was the 3rd of last month, just after 1 in the afternoon. A man who was in here for a coffee suddenly became ill. Because of the poison in his coffee? That is the truth, as I know it. It was Maggie who took its drink to him. I was in the kitchen. I heard the sound of someone collapsing. When I came out to see what it was, he was already slumped in his chair. He was dead? Mon Dieu! Oui, he was dead. Maggie had passed out also. And this man who died, was he alone? Oui, monsieur. Alone. I know that Maggie said there was someone else, but... I see. La police, they asked me many times. Are you sure there is no one else at the table? They asked. But I am not the only one. The old man said the same thing. Old man? What old man? Alright. Let's talk about the old man. So who is this old man that you mentioned? At the time of the murder, there was another customer in here. What? Someone else saw it? Mas oui. As usual, he came alone that day. At the time of the murder, he was here. He saw it too. But he said the same thing, that there was no one else at the victim's table. But Maggie swears there were 2 people. Mademoiselle, Lawyer, he could not prove this, no? About the lawyer. That was me, I suppose. Moi bien sûr. Wow, he's the first person who said it wasn't me. Don't kid yourself, Nick. Now, who's the one making stuff up? All right. Let's see. Now, before I present Maggie's profile, I have to do the following. I gotta show him the evidence. Attorney's badge, as usual. Wow, something seems to be missing, chat. Oh well, I'm imagining things. Please, monsieur, there is no need to show me that. You are Mon Phoenix Wright, the worst defense attorney in town. I think I can imagine how he formed this completely wrong impression of me. The last time we met, did I show you this badge? Oui, you flashed it to everyone in the restaurant. Looks like Zen Eof is a bigger fan of flashing stuff than you are, Nick. I am not a lawyer myself. I do not wish to speak out of turn. But your defense in court that day was a little, how you say, lacking, perhaps? Even a Frenchman who cannot speak any English could have done a better job. You were very cool, though. Oh, oui, so handsome. Wow, I wonder just how bad the defense could have been. Every time you opened your mouth, the old courthouse stirred. Oh man, that is something I don't want to imagine. We found this sports paper in the magazine rack here. One of my customers must have left it behind. Do you have any idea which customer it was? The only ideas I have, mademoiselle, I see from my kitchen. Okay. Alright. Huh? One moment. Oh, okay. Alright, everybody. Just continuing. Let's see. Maya, Mia, Godo. Ooh la la! You have such a pretty smile, my petite tulip. Who, me? Oui, la smile is the most important thing for us girls. N'est-ce pas? Sure? If you want a job here, it is yours, precious. Mon Dieu! What beauty! That's my sister. Ah, oui, another delight. But you have a certain je ne sais quoi that I do. Not sense from your sister. I do? So draw your head eye. Thrust out your feminine features. Do not lose heart, Mathea. You are a woman extraordinaire. Do I look like I need cheering up or something? No. About this. Felicitations, Marquess, guesses? Je no comprend. Nick, don't just make something up. Alright. Godot. Dick. About this. Okay. Okay, hold on. I gotta make sure I'm doing this right, everybody. We're getting all the French words. John Armstrong, Tribulations owner and chef, a witness in the case who is also into aromatherapy. It is hard to imagine, I know, but I was an apprentice for 5 years in La Gay Paris. Wow, in Paris? It was something La Chef there said to me that made me decide to open my own restaurant. What was it? That awful man said to me, "You must train for another 10 years." Oh, it was such a shock. So unexpected. But you would have to be a fool to do this, no? I mean, well, if the head chef said that you needed a few more years to cook properly, then I'd listen to maybe your superiors. Because if you think your food tastes good and nobody else likes your food, then I don't know what to tell you, bud. All right, we need to present Maggie's profile now. Maggie was a policewoman once. N'est-ce pas? Yes, but she had to quit for um reasons beyond her control. Oui, oui. She was la suspect in the murder investigation. No? Oh, you know about that? That is why I gave to her la perfume for la happiness. Happiness perfume? Oui, blended from bergamot, like I've given to you before. But she's been arrested again and found guilty this time. This is true. Her natural aroma of unhappiness must have been very strong. Just admit it. Your perfume doesn't work. I am not surprised she was la prime suspect. After something like that took place before my very eyes. Something like what? What's this guy talking about? Does this mean Maggie did have a motive? We've got to ask this guy for more info. Stat. Alright. Okay, we can talk about Maggie's motive, but one moment. Let me make sure I do this again. Alright. Okay, we're gonna talk about the motive momentarily. Just bear with me, everybody. I just gotta make sure. Alright. Now we're gonna talk to him about Maggie's motive. When Maggie took the coffee over to the victim, did anything happen? Oui, oui. I suppose you could say so. So what happened? None. It was nothing. Look, Maggie says she didn't even know the guy, but she's still been indicted for murder. The prosecution must have come up with some kind of motive. Oui, it is true. If there was if there was anything at all between Maggie and the victim, it could be relevant. So please, tell us anything you know. He knows something. Cyclops? No way. What are we going to do, Nick? We'll just have to remove. What the? What's wrong? The Magatama. It's gone. Huh? I had it in my pocket, but it's vanished in thin air. What? But I could see the Cyclops. Maybe that means the Magatama's nearby? Mr. Armstrong? Could I just confirm something with you again? The table where the victim was sitting. Was anyone else sitting there? Ellipsis. That is a question you will have to ask him yourselves. Huh? Him? The old man spends all of his time down the park. The park? Oh, a park. What park's that? Behind the restaurant, it is called Vitamin Squared. Vitamin Square. Thank you. Je vous en prie, my dear. Let's go check out this Vitamin Square right now, Dick. All right. Let's make sure. Maggie wouldn't just have put the poison in the coffee of some guy she didn't even know. If she's really guilty, there must have been something between her and the victim. No, no, it was nothing, I am sure. Que sera, sera. Perhaps Maggie had another reason. What's Maggie's motive got to do with this chef? Why is he hiding things from me? And another thing. Where did I drop the Magatama? The fact that I can see the lock must mean it's nearby. I only loaded to you, you know. So you better find it, Nick, okay? And here I thought it was mine to keep. Alright. Now, let me make sure. Alright. Okay, everybody. I gotta do this procedure one more time. I basically studied a good video last night on how to obtain this silly achievement. It's called Jean's foreign exchange course. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, Jean's foreign language course. You gotta learn all of Armstrong's fancy foreign words. And I'm making sure that I'm doing that. Alright. And then talk to you one more time, I think. Alright. We're gonna go to Vitamin Square now. Okay, so long, Jean. Vitamin Square. Da 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 da. Oh, look. Nice park. January 6th. Vitamin Square. So this is Vitamin Square. Yeah, I see where they get the name from now. The fruits scream vitamins at you. Hey, Nick, that's the guy, right? Isn't that the old man Mr. Armstrong was talking about? That grouchy looking grandpa? He's throwing seeds out for the pigeons. Maya, he's not throwing seeds for them. He's throwing seeds at them. Oh boy. Ellipses. Ugh. My grumpiness threat level has just been raised to red. yeah, it's pretty good. And I like the trivia behind his name, both his English and Japanese name, which I'll touch up later. What you saw. Excuse me. Would you mind if I had a word with you? Yes. I just want to ask you a couple of questions. What's the matter with you? Can't you see I'm busy? So you don't like my seeds, eh, pigeons? He's really chucking those seeds at them. That's gotta hurt. Go on, eat this. Huh. Excuse me, sir. Can I ask you about Maggie Bird? I don't know any Maggie Bird. Yes, you do. Maggie, the waitress at Tribulations. Gah! It's a disgrace, I tell you. Another disgrace. A disgrace? An innocent young girl revealing herself like that? Revealing? You mean her uniform? The youth of today, they don't have any shame. No shame, I tell you. Not 1 ounce. Whatever happened to the old Bushido values of Japan, like honor and modesty? What about me? I'm not wearing anything revealing. You! Your problem is you lack any sense of grace. Talk about hitting a girl where it hurts. Très bien. Do you go to Très bien a lot? Poof! That miserable excuse for a restaurant. That garbage they serve in there's not food. Where's the sushi? The tempura? The rice? Très bien is a French restaurant, sir. Where do you think we are, boy? In Paris? I want real food, not those snooty snacks. And what about those shameless girls? You mean the waitresses? You can see all the way up to their... Yes, the waitresses. They're practically naked. It's a disgrace, isn't it? Well, isn't it? Listen, it's not my restaurant. Ah! It's a miserable excuse for a restaurant. That place! Miserable! He certainly knows the place. He must be a regular. But if he hates it so much, why does he keep going? Alright. Excuse me, sir. Could I just ask you about this? Sir? Here you go, boy! How's some pigeon feed sound to you? This wasn't exactly what I was hoping to get out of this guy. Alright, he wouldn't know about that. Alright. Okay. Yeah, he wouldn't know anything about this yet. Alright, we'll talk about Ray being regular. Are you a regular at that restaurant, sir? Ellipsis. It's just, if you dislike it so much, why would you keep it going there? Why would you keep going there? Ellipsis. Sir? There you are, you filthy pigeons! You want food? Take that! He must be hiding something, right? If he is, I should be able to see a psych lock or two. Oh, wait. I don't exactly have the Magatama right now, huh? Remember, Nick, that Magatama is only on loan. You better find it, or else... If Pearls ever gets wind of this, I'm going to be in a world of pain. Alright. This place is so fruity. That's not a bad thing. Besides, I love apples. They're among my favorites. Then that apple slide is perfect for you. And what is so perfect about it? Oh, come on, don't be a stick in the mud. Slide down it a few times. Go on, woo! No way. I'd get covered in sand if I slid down that side. That slide. Anyone can see that. Yeah, you're right. Otherwise, I'd give it a try too. This is where I go to recess, everybody. You know, court recess. I used to love sandboxes like you wouldn't believe. Really? You? Sure, finding iron fillings in the sand with a magnet was my favorite thing to do. Iron fillings? Oh, iron filings? Fillings? Wow, that's too exciting for words. It was my ambition to collect every single shred of iron in the sandbox. I was such a kid back then. So did you manage to get all the iron? No, I never did. I think I came close though. Come to think of it, I still have all the iron fillings I found way back when. You want them? No. Hey, look! Pigeons! Yeah, and heaps of them too. Did you know that pigeons are a symbol of peace? That's a dove, not a pigeon. Ellipsis. Poor things. So they can't be symbols of peace and harmony just because they're gray? Is that it? You're overthinking this one by just a smidge, Maya. And no, they, fly and might crap on you and on your car. Well, look at what we have here. Oh, there's a magazine here. It's a magazine full of job listings. You disgusting rogue, picking up something someone else threw away. Threw away? Did you throw this away? Are you looking for a job? Gah! That's none of your business! Sorry, I guess I'll just take the magazine with me then. I don't want anyone else having it. Give it back! Too bad. Now that you want it so bad, I don't want to give it up. Job listings. Picked up from a bench in Vitamin Square. Thrown away by the old man. Hey, that's mine! Well, too bad. Looking at this orange reminds me of what? That you're supposed to eat a lot of them to ward off colds in the winter. You can't have fun during the holidays if you're sick in bed, you know. You don't have to tell me twice. Job listings. Okay, well, this is all we can do for now. Now we're gonna go back to Tribulations. Hello there, Jean. Alright. We will now present the job listings to Jean Armstrong. Mademoiselle! Yes? Are you looking for a job? What? No, I was just... Let me see. Your style is few different, but you have a good face. Different? Felicitations! You have passed. I will hire you. Bien, come with me. I will teach you everything I know. Nick! Help! Oh no. I don't know whether to laugh or feel bad for Maya. Maybe I should do both? Yes. Oh wow. Unique dialogue. It's a rack full of fashion magazines and they're all in French. Ugh. All the clothes in these are absolutely atrocious. Some of them have been circled in red. I really hope Mr. Armstrong is not thinking of buying those. It's real tight behind the cash register counter. Can Mr. Armstrong even get in there? And if he got in, could he get out again? It's the restaurant's front entrance. There's a sign hanging on the door written in French. It probably says open or close. It must be one or the other, but I don't know which since I don't know jack about French. This must be the table where the poisoning occurred. The stain tells the story well. The whole area is still cordoned off with police tape. I guess it must still be under investigation. Mr. Armstrong must be a pretty big neat freak. He already has his table ready to go. Now, if only the food in this place was edible. This restaurant has partitions that separate the tables. When you're seated at a table, you can only see the tables to your right or left. Okay. Alright. And now we go back to the detention center. I believe. Well, not really. I think. Looks like they have Maggie in questioning. I guess I've asked her pretty much everything. I'll come back if there's anything else I need to ask her later. Well, we mainly come here so that we can go from here to the Criminal Affairs Department. Yeah. Ta-da! January 6th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Criminal Affairs Department. Well, pal, have you found the evidence yet? The one that's gonna find her innocent? No, not yet. We've only just started our investigation. Well, whatever you need to know, I'll give you the dirt on it. I'm putting off all my other cases for now, pal. Gumshoe's really fired up about this. Oh yeah, one more thing. The retrial's been approved. Court sitting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And Godot's gonna be the prosecutor. Oh, him. Now listen up, pal. If Maggie's found guilty again, yes, I'll make sure you get locked up good for it. Got it? The heck, Gumshoe? Alright. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Hitting the gas is like hitting the fast forward button on your life. No, that's too obscure. You don't really get the you'll die before your time idea. I need something more direct. Something a bit more lighthearted. Something like hitting the gas in your passport to paradise. Ellipsis. He must be coming up with slogans for a safety campaign, I guess. This must be the chief of the detectives here. He's glued to his computer screen. What? Poison coffee waitress gets a retrial? I knew it! I knew there was something funny about the taste of this coffee. Okay, who brought me this coffee today? Hands up! Yeesh, have a little faith in your subordinates. Quit surfing the net, chief. Sorry, I was just, Things feel pretty tense in here. A poster of a female police officer. Wait, no. Oh, hold up. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. My bad. No matter what, whenever I come here, that mascot's there to greet me. You got that right. That's the Blue Badger. It was my idea. I made it. And now it's the national symbol of the police force. So what's with the pink one? It's new, right? Yup, meet the Pink Badger. So one's called Blue and the other's called Pink, but they're both called Badger. You got it. They're married. So should I expect to see Baby Badger next time I'm here? Sure, why not? These are the detective's discs. There are computers and files in each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I expected. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. Alright. We're gonna talk to old Gummy. Maggie Bird. So the guilty party was Maggie Bird, huh? Yeah. Back when she was on the police force. You were her mentor when she was a rookie, right? Yeah, I kept a close eye on her. I mean, not too close, you know? Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Hey, what's with the funny looks, pal? I was just her. It wasn't anything like. Look, sure, I was her boss when she was doing her training. But that was it. Nothing happened. Gumshoe sure is sweating up a storm over nothing. Ah, so that's it. Our big old Gumshoe has a little old crush on Maggie. I don't like her or anything. I was, Note to self. Gossip with Maya about this later. Look, pal, don't tell anyone, okay? You gotta keep it a secret, got it? Sure. And would you mind not guessing what I'm thinking all the time? Hey, tell your face. Pal, not me. You have to be blind not to see what's on your mind. The victim. So I was wondering, could you fill me in on the victim? Glenn Elg. He was a computer programmer. Oh, and by the way, everybody, Glenn Elg, his name is a palindrome. Oh, and also, his name is a little bit more than a palindrome. So Glen Elk is also a place named in various parts of the world, with the name itself usually coming from either Charles Grant, 1st Baron Glen Elg, or the Scottish village with the same name. I actually didn't know that. Like, I was like touching up on my, history of like, the name puns and stuff, the name meanings, and that was new to me. For the longest time, I always saw Glen Elg as a palindrome. Glen Elg, he was a computer programmer. I see. A programmer. He was just a regular Joe working for a small-time computer firm. Maggie never had any contact with the guy before that day. And all she did was take him his coffee on the day of the murder, pal. Yeah, Maggie also claimed to have never seen the guy before. Did the victim go to the restaurant often? Not according to the chef. Said it was the first time he'd seen the guy. A programmer, and a first-time customer at that. What possible reason could Maggie have had to kill a guy like that? That's what I thought. But a motive was still somehow established in her trial. You're kidding! What was her supposed motive? Sorry, pal. I'm real busy. I haven't even got enough time to sift through these papers. Look into it yourself, okay? What could this motive have been? The investigation. This isn't really a proper investigation. I'm kind of working on it by myself. Oh, that's right. The judge already ruled on the case and all the evidence is in already. The only problem is with Maggie's testimony. Yeah, doesn't sound very good for us, huh? Look, pal, I've got a mountain of papers on this case to look over before tomorrow. So I'm just gonna say this. Maggie Bird's no liar. She's... Okay, so she's a bit out there, and a bit off base sometimes. But she was a good cop. That's not exactly complimentary, you know. So what do you think really happened? And just how contradictory is her testimony? Contradictions. The biggest problem with Maggie's testimony is the number of people at the table. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Maggie still insists there was another guy sitting with the victim. Right, but get this. Everyone else in the place says the guy was alone, even the chef. And then there's that CD. CD? Oh yeah, she did mention something about a CD. And there was a sample CD on the table, sir. But our guys turned that place upside down. There was no CD. What? Not on the table, not anywhere in the whole restaurant, pal. But didn't Maggie say the victim was wearing an earpiece too? Yeah, but that was for the portable radio in the front pocket of his hoodie. A radio? He didn't have a CD player? You got it. Your phony never explained that contradiction at all. Come to think of it, the owner of Tribulations didn't mention that CD either. I don't know why, but I get the feeling Mr. Armstrong's got something to hide. Okay, now we're going to present the evidence. Is that thing real, pal? Why does everyone keep asking me that? I wonder what this phony of yours is like. He had Maggie found guilty of murder. Doesn't that tell you? I've got to track this creep down. I wasn't at the trial myself, but I asked this one detective I know how your defense was. And what did he say? He started off by saying, I'm at a complete loss for words. But he must have found some quick because he went on about how bad you were for an hour. But he said you sucked so much, it seemed like you were trying to get Maggie found guilty. Damn. Damn. It looked like I was trying to get Maggie found guilty? What do you make of this? Sorry, pal. All I can think about is Maggie at the moment. No, I didn't mean it like that. I meant... You don't have to explain, really. Glenn Elg, the victim, was a programmer. Maggie had apparently never even seen him before. Hey, so how come she's not with you today? She's working down at the restaurant right now. Working, huh? Yeah, it's tough being broke. I would know. Okay? Next time I see her, I'll show her how to make the world's best instant noodles. We low earners have to stick together. It's the only way. Why is he shaking my hand with such enthusiasm? She cross-examined me once, you know. Oh. What? Mia did? Yeah, that was us. The big guns locking horns. Witness versus lawyer. It was a battle of cunning tactics and tricks. But the witness isn't supposed to play any tricks. I can't believe she's gone. That's the guy who's gonna be the prosecutor in Maggie's retrial tomorrow. Oh, really? He was working on a bunch of more important cases at the moment. But he canceled them all just so he could take you on, pal. Why is that guy so determined to see me fail? You sure attract a lot of attention, huh? Too bad it's all the wrong kind. I'm such a loser. I had high hopes for Maggie. I was gonna make her the best detective there ever was. But then all of a sudden, she was charged with murder and arrested. I never saw it coming. I never imagined they'd find her guilty. I hate myself for not being able to do anything. It's okay, Detective Gumshoe. We still have a chance to make this right. Ellipsis. You know what? You're not such a bad guy after all, pal. Have you gone to see Maggie? Of course I have, but I wasn't much good at consoling her. I'm not very good with words. Oh, yeah, I guess I must have looked a bit down. Maggie was really supportive of me. It was great to have someone to talk to. Did he go for her or for himself? The chef of Très Bien, huh? You know what that chef said to me? Ooh la la, your body is full of the toxins. And then he gave me this bottle. What's in it? I don't know. The label says juniper. I'm under orders to put a few drops of it in my bath every day. Under orders? Yeah, you know, there's something about that lady. I mean, guy. Huh? You can't stop thinking about him? Not like that, pal. Give me a break. He's not my type. I mean, I can't stop thinking that he's involved in this case somehow. Sounds like he knows a little something more about our charming chef. All right. Let's show Gumshoe the sports paper. What's that? A sports paper? Yeah, I found it in the magazine rack at Très Bien. It's dated the same day as the murder. You may be onto something here. And take a look at this. See this writing here? MC Bomber. Hey, what is it? I've heard that name somewhere before. Yeah, MC Bomber. Wow, he actually seems to be thinking for once. It's no good. I can't remember. And he goes back to being the gumshoe we all know and love. Hey, pal, I'm gonna borrow this paper for a bit, okay? I want to get a handwriting analysis done on this scribble. Handwriting, huh? It'd be good to know more about that in any case. Thanks, pal. I bet this'll turn out to be an interesting clue. Sports paper given to Detective Gumshoe. Okay, now let's talk to Gumshoe about the charming chef. So what exactly is it that caught your attention about the chef at Très Bien? It's, kind of hard to say. The guy's probably not even connected with the case anyway. Hey, come on, detective. Didn't you say you'd give me the dirt on anything? Well, this sort of stuff is kinda unimportant. Gossipy stuff. You know, pal? Look, how about this? You go to Très Bien and investigate the place yourself. And if you find out anything suspicious about the guy, you report back to me, okay? Don't suppose I got a choice in this, huh? Guess I better find out more about the chef and Très Bien, then report back to Gumshoe. Okay. Alright, everybody. We're gonna go back to Très Bien. Poor Maya. It looks like Mr. Armstrong's really taken a shine to her. I suppose I'll just have to let her work at the restaurant for a while. I'll go pick her up from Très Bien once things have cooled off. Well, we're gonna go there right now. January 6th. The scent of flowers sure is strong. It's almost making me dizzy. Everybody, I like this character. I like her a lot. Oh, hello. And she dipped. Who was that just now? A customer? She had sort of a dark aura about her. Ah, welcome. Bienvenue. Wow, what a cute voice. Welcome, B Avenue. Oh, it's just you, Nick. Maya? Well, how do I look? Ellipsis. Maybe you should quit being a spirit medium. Maybe, but it's kind of boring being a waitress. I mean, you're my first ever customer. Then who was that woman I just saw? Oh, since you're here, you might as well have something to eat. I am kind of hungry, actually. Okay, let's talk to Maya, waitress. So, how do you like your new job, Maya? I never knew there was so much for a waitress to do. Take people's orders, bring them their food, make coffee, work the cash register. Of course, we need a customer before I can do any of that. Yeah, it's a nice looking restaurant. It's a shame more people don't come. Don't forget about the ultra cute waitress. Check out my gimme a tip smile. Lunch special. Hey Nick, why don't you order something? The chef's preparing a tasty lunch set at the moment, or so he says. How much is it? It's the twin tea set, so it's $20 of course. The twin tea set. I believe I'll be taking a pass on that. It's kind of expensive. What? Well, you can't. Come on, Nick. It's not every day I get to be a waitress. I want to try carrying plates and working the cash register. How about cleaning the toilets? That should keep you busy. Yeah, right. Maybe later. About the lunch. Oh, a fine choice, sir. No, Kitchen! A lunch special, please! With all the extras. Drink salad, dessert, and gift. I don't need any of that. Just a moment, please, sir. Just a moment, please, sir. Maya's really getting into this. So how much is this set lunch then? $20, huh? But with the drink, side salad, and dessert, it's $45? Hey, wait a sec, Maya! Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Here you are, our deluxe Fortify lunch set. Whoa! A dish inspired by lobster and abalone fricassee with a balsamic vinaigrette. Bon appetit! Thanks. Come on, Nick. Hurry up and try it already. Lobster, huh? Alright, down the hatch it goes. Well? Are you hungry, Maya? I'm starving. Here, it's yours. Really? Erp. Remember, Maya, my wallet doesn't print money, so you better polish off that plate. Ellipse. I just remembered. I've got to clean the toilets. Hey, you can't be in that much of a hurry to clean the toilets. Trey Bien lunch special added to the court record. Lunch special. Trey Bien lunch special. Costs $20 despite how unbelievably bad it tastes. How does that guy manage to make such... How does that guy manage to make good food taste so bad? Hey, Nick, you want to take a peek at the kitchen? The kitchen, huh? Not a bad idea. Alright. Before we go to the kitchen... Sorry, Nick. I'm a waitress now. I got a pile of work waiting for little old me. How about this? Alright. Alright. Let's see. Talk. Examine. Alright. Let's talk to Maya about the kitchen. Now, what was it that Maggie said again? In the kitchen, you'll get to see all the chef's greatest secrets. In the kitchen? That sounds tasty. Hey, wait up, Maya. What is it? I'm pretty busy right now. Weren't you going to show me around? Tsk, tisk. There goes my plan to find some cool clue and show it off in your face. I better conduct the search in the kitchen myself. Okay, everybody, we're gonna move into the kitchen. Da-da-da. January 6th, Today BN Kitchen. And here it is, the famous Trey BN Kitchen. It's my first time in here too, actually. There is a weird atmosphere in here, that's for sure. Mr. Armstrong will be back soon, so we better search quickly. Chop chop. Alright. Now this is one large mirror. I bet this is where he makes himself look pretty. There's a book on the dresser. Clarice Armstrong's Bedtime Literature. Not exactly Pulitzer, Pulitzer, Pulitzer Prize material, is it? It looks like a collection of poems he's written. Poems? Cool. Read one out. And say it in your best French accent with intensity, okay? Okay, here's one. Ahem. It's called Printemps. The two of them, like actors, from a film. The coffee, still undrunk. Sweet nothings, over too soon. On that sad Sunday morning. The foolish cocktail, so delicious. Take the last sip of your tea, and I know what I will do. I must lie to you. I must. Huh? That's it? Yup, that's a poem for you. What are these lace curtains for? I don't know, but they give the place a real homey feel, don't they? Lace curtains. You know, if I was a cooking pot, I'd be perfectly happy to sit on a shelf under those. How do you respond to something like that? That smells good. Something's bubbling away nicely in that pot. It must be the lobster and abalone fricassee with a balsamic vinaigrette. Isn't that what I just ate for lunch? Maybe. What you ate is the only French dish I know the name of. No clues here. Now I know I'm in a French restaurant. I never heard of most of these seasonings. Hey Nick, this container has oyster sauce? What's that? Isn't that used in Chinese food? Ack, look, right there on the counter. My Magatama, what's it doing there? What indeed? My Magatama, what's it doing there? What indeed? Magatama on loan from Maya, recovered in the kitchen of Très Bien. Magatama was put into the pocket. Cool. It was there. It's gone now. Now I know I'm in a French restaurant, and I heard most of these seasonings. Okay. And look at these knives. They look really sharp. I like to see how one of those slices through a cheesecake. A cheesecake? You don't exactly need a sharp knife for one of those, Nick. What's this? It looks like a treasure chest or something. Wow! Look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're aromatherapy pot oils. He's got so many, they're overflowing onto the floor. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 98, 99, 100. They're all the same too. Hey, wait a minute. What is it? There's one bottle that's different from all the others. Well, what do you know? And it doesn't have a label either. And it doesn't smell. So what's that liquid inside then, I wonder? Hey, Nick, we should borrow this. I mean, look how many bottles he's got. He won't miss one, will he? Small bottle. Found in the kitchen. Shape is different from the other bottles. Contents unknown. Okay. All right. Okay. This is Snake. We're done here. We're gonna go back to Vitamin Square. Oh, look at that. January 6th, Vitamin Square. The old guy's not here anymore. Drat, I still have some unanswered questions for him. Well, only thing left to do is check that scooter, right? This is where I found that job listings magazines before. A guy like me carrying around a magazine like that kind of gives the wrong impression. I guess I better give it back to that old man once this investigation's over. The pigeons are so busy pecking at the seeds they don't notice anything else. Seeing those birds eat with such intense focus reminds me of Maya when she's scarfing down a burger. You don't see many parks like this anymore. What a great place for kids to play. But that old man's the only one here, chucking his seeds at the pigeons. When I think back to when I was young, I wonder what I found so great about playing in the sandbox. Maybe I'll come back here in the middle of the night one of these days to relive it. Ellipses. On second thought, being arrested by Gumshoe would be too embarrassing to bear. Alright, let's check the scooter. A scooter, huh? Who'd leave it right in the middle of a park like this? The wheel guard and the light are busted. I guess it must have been an accident. It's totally wrecked. Hey, what you think you's doing with my bike? No, I was just... You's been messing with my new ride. Is that what you's been doing? New ride? Isn't that kind of an... Hold up. New ride, isn't that the kind of an old model? You're gonna pay for this! Oh boy. It wasn't me! I was just messing by... Hey, then who's the one tat covered my saddle in crap, huh? Gwar! You's gonna pay. You catch my drift? No, wait a sec. I'm not a pigeon. So I... So I couldn't have done it. A wise guy, eh? Man, I beat you so hard, it'll feel like yous were smooching the express train. Uh-oh. Yous better watch your back. This ain't over. I'm gonna round up a group of lawyers, and then yous gonna pay. Actually, I'm a lawyer myself. What you say? What do you say? I'm Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. Look, everybody, it's Zen Eolf. Phoenix Wright? You say you? Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I am. So you a wise guy too, huh? Cause I'm Phoenix Wright, the one and only. What? Out of my way. I got a cruise. He's gone. He's gone. Surely that guy wasn't my phony, was he? No, it wasn't Phoenix. It was not at all. Of course it was. It was. He wasn't anything like me. I mean, he had your same hairstyle and some of your features, maybe. Guess I better make a note of the scooter. Scooter added to the court record. Scooter, ridden by my phony. The wheel guard is all smashed up. Oh, pathetic. Oh, it's you. A few threats from a little brat like that. And you look like a pigeon that's got seeds in its eyes. Have you been here the whole time then? I was in that strawberry. I had some thinking to do. More like you had some cowering to do. Alright. Trabian regular. Are you a regular at that restaurant, sir? Ellipsis. It's just that if you dislike it so much, why would you keep going there? Ellipsis. Sir? There you are, you filthy pigeons. You want food? Haha, take that. Huh? The old man is hiding something. I knew it. This old guy has got something to hide, but what could it be? Unfortunately, we do not have the evidence to break those locks. So we're going to go back to the Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, you're just in time. What is it, Detective Gumshoe? The lab got back to me about that newspaper you gave me. He must mean the sports paper with the memo scribbled on it. So, what did they say? Did the analysis turn up anything? They said the doodle was written by the victim, Glenn L. No doubt about it. I expected as much. The victim took the paper with him to the restaurant on the day of the murder. That's our best interpretation of the facts at the moment. Sports paper refiled into the court record. Left by victim. Doodle is in victim's handwriting. Sports paper. MC Bomber. I get the feeling I've heard that name somewhere before. Oh well, I guess it'll come back to me. Don't forget to report back to me with whatever you find in the restaurant. Okay, pal? Since when did I start taking orders from Gumshoe? Although, I get the feeling that there's something I need to show him. Why, we have this small bottle, Mr. Wright. You got one of those aroma bottles too, huh? Only this one doesn't smell. Huh? I don't get you. This was mixed in with all the other aromatherapy bottles, but it's not the same. It doesn't even look the same. Wouldn't you agree? A cologne bottle that doesn't smell, huh? It smells like a skunk to me, pal. Mind letting me borrow that bottle for a while? I want to send it to the lab for analysis. The victim was poisoned, so the contents of this bottle are pretty important. Small bottle was given to Detective Gumshoe. I had a hunch there was something funny about that, chef. You suspect Jean Armstrong? Excuse me. You suspect Jean Armstrong? I've got that guy's number. I know what his secret is. That must be the same secret Gumshoe was talking about before. I guess I better fill you in on the details. About this Armstrong guy's secret, I mean. Uh-oh. And there's that music again. I associate this with the culprit from, Case 4 from the second game. For those keeping score, you all know who I'm referring to. I just like to still keep it ambiguous, for anybody that's passing by. Unless, it's whatever. Armstrong's secret. So what's Mr. Armstrong's secret? You ever had lunch at Tribulations, pal? Yes. So how was it? To put it nicely, it was inevitable. Hey, don't worry about being nice around me, pal. You and I both know the reason that place is so empty is because of the food. I mean, the place is clean, and he's got a girl like Maggie as a waitress. So, yeah, I guess it's probably the food. The real scoop of the guy is he's up to his ears in debt. Really? How much does he owe? This is a copy of his loan contract. He's about $500,000 in the red. $500,000? Are we talking dollars? Yeah. Hey, if it was sterling, he would really be in trouble. Sorry, that figure just took me by surprise. Yeah, this case is full of surprises. And I'd be willing to bet that chef's got something to do with most of them. That's my hunch. Jean's loan contract. Jean's debt is $500,000. The owner of the loan is tender lender. Alright. It's for $500,000, pal. That's $500,000 bills. What was the in there for? Is there really that much money tied up to this in this case? I can't give you an answer on that, pal. Not without the case file in front of me. But I'll tell you this. That Armstrong guy would have done anything for cash. He was desperate, you know? No, I don't. But I think I sort of get the picture. Alright. Okay, let's go back to what's-his-face. We're gonna go back to Vitamin Square. Alright. And here we go. Okay, old man. Time for you to talk. Gotta present first. Yeah. Gonna have to break those psych blocks. I just can't figure out what he's hiding. I mean, I'm only asking him why he goes to a particular restaurant. Okay. It's Magatama time. Très bien regular. It's time you told me the truth. Why are you a regular at a restaurant that you dislike so much? Isn't it obvious? People only have one reason to go to restaurants: to eat. To eat? Is that the whole truth? What do you mean? I don't think you go to that restaurant for the food at all. You insolent brat! How dare you accuse me? What proof have you got? I can tell that not you, nor anyone else in the world would go to that place for its food. Yeah, because nobody would go to the restaurant for the food. Because first of all, that price tag is outrageous. And second of all, why would you pay for food that tastes bad? The proof is in the pudding, or in this case, the lunch menu. That's the twin tea set. The food at Tres Bien is terrible and expensive. You're wrong. It's cheap. Huh? I'm rich. I inherited money when I was a boy. Yes, I'm stinking rich. I haven't done a lot of work since I was born, other than feeding the pigeons. What a load of crock. The taste's another story, but the price, it's nothing to me. So you're saying that you go there because you've got money to burn? Exactly. I have so much cash, I go for a swim in my money vault every day. DuckTales reference. That's what Scrooge McDuck does. Meanwhile, Peter Griffin tried doing that and broke every single bone in his body on Family Guy. Unfortunately, that's a lie. What? You don't have money to burn. You're flat broke. Yeah, cause job listings. This is yours, right? My magazine. Why would a rich retiree be looking for a job? I was. So what? So I was looking for a job. I'm buying a lot at the moment. I need spending money. Oh, I don't go to that restaurant for food. I just go for the Javachino. Yeah, I think you mean a cappuccino. Anyway, how much does a cappuccino cost there? $8. Whoa, those had better be some golden beans. What's your problem? Do you think a poor man would be better off drinking dishwater? Do you? Is that it? No, I wasn't thinking that. I was wondering if the coffee there is really that great. Clown? Clown? Nah, he just has a red nose. I was wondering if the coffee there is really that great. No, it's not. But anyway, yes, that place has free newspapers to read every day. Newspapers? Exactly. They don't want me hanging around at home, so I go there. I'm sorry, sir, but there are no free papers to read at Tres Bien. So does Kakarot. We're going to present the sports paper, because it was hidden. Take a look at this. What is it? It's a newspaper I found behind the magazine rack at Tres Bien. So, what of it? This was the only paper there, and it's dated more than 1 month ago. What? Do you see what I'm getting at here? That restaurant doesn't get newspapers. This is just one that a customer happened to leave behind. Ah, er. Tell me, why are you so determined to hide the truth? I'm not hiding anything. I'm gonna have to put this guy out of his misery. Listen, the real reason why he goes so much to Tres Bien is the pretty waitress. What are you asking me about that girl for? She was the waitress at Tres Bien. Ah, therefore, the answer to the mystery of why an old man would drink expensive coffee at a terrible restaurant is the waitress. Oh, but I don't recognize that face. And you are probably telling the truth here because you weren't looking at the girl's face, but at her outfit. Gulp. That's the truth, isn't it? You became a regular at the restaurant because the waitress's uniform. That uniform is all you can think about, isn't it? Uh, uh, I can't take it. To you, that waitress was your. Enough, please! No more! Stop saying that word! Stop saying waitress! Stop it, stop it, stop it! Shameful. Shame, shame, shame. Trey BN regular. Sir. Yes, it's true. I was there for the young girl. Fine. So I'm a dirty, wicked, sinful old devil. Yeah. No, no. I didn't mean it like that. I even got one of those lousy cups of Javachino every time. For $8. All because of the serving girl. Punish me. Lock me up. Really, that's not what I'm here for. You'll be the same. Another 20 years, and you'll understand what it's like. You'll know how painful it is to be an old man like me. No, really. Listen, sir. Stop calling me that. I have a name, you know, boy. So show some respect, huh? I'm Victor Kudo. Sorry, Mr. Kudo. You young ones think you know it all, don't you? Well, I'm not saying another word. I won't tell you anything more. This guy was in the restaurant at the time of the incident, which means I have to hear his testimony, one way or another. Humph! I don't believe this. I even broke his psych locks and everything. I guess I'll have to try to get him when he's in a better mood. Bonk. Let's see. Alright. Okay, everybody. We need to go back to... Oh, one moment. Let me check my profile. Yep, we got his profile. Victor Kudo, age 68, was in Tribulations at the time of the incident. Has a thing for waitresses. Alright. So now, we gotta go back to Tribulations. We need to present Victor Kudo to Maya. Oh, it's that old man. Is he still feeding the pigeons? Yeah, he fed me as well. I got a bunch of those seeds in my eyes. Uh, no, Chuck, it's just the chef. Chef Armstrong, Jean Armstrong, he's quite the character. But the rest of the case is actually fine. Yeah, he fed me as well. I got a bunch of those seeds in my eyes. Oh, ouch! Hey, Maya, would you mind coming with me for a while? Huh? Me? Why? There's something I really want to ask that old man. Sure, okay. I'll just get changed. No, hang on. Can you go like that? I guess? Oh, man. Sir. Humph, you again? Lipsis. Well, well. I see. Nick, his eyes are burning into me. It's okay. I think it's going pretty well. Yeah. Huh? You're still just a little child. Run along and play on the slide, alright? Play on the slide? We were so close. Just a little more and he would have spilled. Pigeon, gah. How can we crack this guy? Excuse me, please, sir.
Quiet! Can't you see I'm feeding the... Eh? Ch-
Mia?
Well,
If you don't mind, sir, I really love to talk with you.
yes, yes, yes! Of course! Certainly! I'm Victor. Victor Kudo.
Even from beyond the grave. Wow. Mia's coming through. She's a pretty older lady, which is what Victor is into. At least he knows his priorities. I think. Actually, no. Forget what I said. He likes older women. What you saw. About the incident.
You mean the man who died after drinking the Javachino?
It's like he's a different person.
It was quite a shock, even for me. He was a strange-looking boy. The girl took the Javachino over to him, you see.
And was the customer alone?
Definitely, he was the only person at the table. Then he took one sip of his Javachino
And
and he said something like, "Rah!" and then collapsed, dead.
oh, how terrifying.
You're so good at listening, aren't you? I'll tell you anything, whatever you want to know.
He certainly seems to be telling the truth now. But it looks like Mr. Kudo didn't see this other man either. Très bien. Do you like the food at Très bien?
Well, of course. I'm really quite a sophisticated man. I was a young businessman once, you know. I set up a casino in London.
Really? How interesting.
Eating the food at that restaurant really takes me back to my days in France.
What a lovely story. London's in England, not France.
Oh yes, France is wonderful. I'd love to show you around the city sometime. It's too much. I can't take it. I want France.
I can't believe Mia's laughing at the guy. Très bien, regular. That's right. You visit Très bien a lot, don't you?
Of course. I mean, yes. I like to come and see you there.
Really? Oh, you flatter me so. The owner will be delighted to welcome you, I'm sure.
Be careful of that chef, my dear.
The chef? You mean Mr. Armstrong?
That's right. The man's an ex-con.
Oh, snap. He's an ex-con? Armstrong's record. Whatever did Mr. Armstrong do?
Oh no, those eyes. I can't take this.
Mia's really got this guy eating out of her hand.
He steals things from his customers.
From his customers?
Gloves, handkerchiefs, little things mainly. He's a pilferer, so you be careful around him, my dear.
Are you sure about this?
Of course, he was arrested for it once. I was there when it happened, having my Javachino.
He really is a regular.
Let me write you a little haiku about it.
A haiku?
A Japanese poem. It'll explain all you need to know about that chef.
Victor's note added to the court record. Convicted before a wicked man or woman, repeat offender. Victor Kudo.
Convicted before a wicked man or woman, repeated offender.
Wow.
If he takes anything again, you let me know. If it's not too expensive, I'll buy you a replacement.
Poor guy. He couldn't do enough for Mia. Okay, Phoenix. That's about as much as I can do to help. Thanks, Mia. We got some really important information thanks to you. Honestly, I can't believe Maya called me for something like this. I mean, hey, again, like the old man, he knows better. I mean, like I said, he wouldn't know better. Because like Maya's 19 right now, and yeah, yeah, yeah. Anyway, moving on. Okay, okay, everybody. I gotta do something really important coming up at Tribulations. I guess it's about time to wrap up today's investigation. Had enough of being a waitress? Yeah, plus no one came to the restaurant. Oh la la, Mademoiselle Maya, non? How can you leave me like this? I'm sorry? That reminds me. Mr. Armstrong had a psych lock or three, didn't he? I'm gonna have to break those. Mr. Armstrong, I hope you don't mind, but I'd like to have another word with you. Volunteers? Of course! Yes, he is Chuck. Um, Now, if you'll excuse me, everybody, I'm going to leave you here with Jean Armstrong for a moment. This was not planned. I have to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Gaze into his eyes. Or don't. Look away. Okay, I returned, everybody. I've used hang on. Oh dear. Of course I did. I was getting to that. Hold on. I used the restroom and I always wash my hands. Should I been like check this out. So Chuck man, he's Polaris and I'm me as the Flash in Lex Luthor's body. Did you wash your hands? No, cause I'm evil. I love that scene. Nah, but I did wash my hands, of course. That scene is the best. One of the best. Justice League Unlimited. But yeah, but in all seriousness, Lex Luthor should have watched this. But no, I know he was messing with Polaris. He didn't want to blow his cover. Okay, now everybody, um, hang on. Let me make sure I. Okay. Now I'm gonna do something really important here, everybody. I'm still on course with getting all the French words needed for this silly achievement I'm going for. Okay. Wait, what did that say? Ooh la la, you're looking for a job also? No. Oui, oui, your looks are unusual, shall we say, but of your style. I look unusual? It will suit you perfectly. La uniform of la waitress. I just knew it. Okay. Ooh la la, so you have eaten my lunch, oui? Tell me, monsieur, did you enjoy la lunch I prepared for you? It was a unique and wild mixture of flavors. That was the first time I ever had lobster, you know? Lobster? There was no lobster in my lunch. Huh? But it said lobster right on the menu. Mademoiselle Maya, please, you must read the menu more carefully. It says a dish inspired by lobster and abalone fricassee with a balsamic vinaigrette. Oh, it's only inspired, is it? Inspired by these ingredients, but not perhaps made by them ne pas. Well, guess that's the way the cookie crumbles, Nick. The way the lunch tasted, it's probably 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. So in other words, it was fake! Alright. Okay. Jean's loan contract. Jean's debt is $500,000. The owner of the loan is tender lender. Pardon. Without my reading glasses, I cannot see this. I do not read English well. He's not even looking at it. We better find a way to make him look then. He's dodging that. And he's dodging this too. Mademoiselle Maya, how are you finding my restaurant? I think I've got the hang of it now. But I think it's time for me to... Ooh la la, no, you are quitting already? It'll be a new record for the shortest period of enjoyment ever. I mean... She was kind of forced to work here after we showed the job listings to him earlier. Okay, I already showed him. Mia. I'm just making sure I'm on track, everybody, as I'm doing this attempt for a silly achievement. Ah, the dead man. He was la first in my restaurant. No way. You mean the first customer you ever had? No, no, no. It was the first time I've had a dead man in my restaurant. Such a shame to lose a customer after only his first meal here. Ah, this old man. He is a regular here. My specialty of cappuccino in cold water is one of his favorites. Was he here at the time of the incident? Oui, he was here, I am sure of it. When the incident happened, the old man was here. Okay. Okay, we talked about him before on that. And then Maggie. Oh, wait. Maggie was a policewoman once. N'est-ce pas? C'est pas? Yes, but she had to quit for reasons beyond her control. Oui, oui. She was the suspect in la murder investigation. No? Oh, you know about that? That is why I gave her to her la perfume for la happiness. Happiness perfume? Oui, blended from bergamot, like I have given to you before. But she's been arrested again and found guilty this time. This is true. Her natural aroma of unhappiness must have been very strong. Just admit it, your perfume doesn't work. Alright. Okay, everybody. Now. Now, I'm going to be purposely getting wrong answers for each of the questions that I'm going to be doing for Jean Armstrong, because it's part of getting all the French words. It's silly, I know. But on the bright side, we get to see more text. That means more content. Alright. We're going to break these psych locks. Okay. I think I have to present the Magatama first. And then I have to back out. And then I can get on with the nonsense. Maggie's motive. Okay, I'll get to this in a moment. I'm just gonna back out. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues before I try again. Okay. We have all the evidence. I just gotta make sure I'm gonna do this correctly. Alright. Maggie's motive. Well, what is happening? I do not like this horrible feeling. Oh, stop. I have to know the truth. What happened that day? Ellipsis. Alors, I will confess everything. Just don't hurt me. Huh? Well, that was a new world record. It was a lottery ticket. A lottery ticket? The man who died here had a lottery ticket for $500,000. $500,000? Oui, but after the incident, this ticket, it disappeared. The ticket disappeared? This was the motive that the prosecution gave for Maggie. They said that she poisoned the man to get the $500,000 lottery ticket. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? My alors. You've been trying to hide this information about the lottery ticket from me, and I want to know the reason why. No, monsieur. You doubt me? But I have confessed to you everything I know. Mr. Armstrong, the $500,000 lottery ticket, I think I know who took it. I think the winning ticket was stolen by this person. Okay, so one moment, everybody. Okay, so when talking to him and after presenting Maggie's profile, choose Maggie's motive, and then after it got psych locked, basically select it for the first time to create a psych lock and immediately select it for a second time afterwards. Okay. Okay, I have to select the wrong well, how about it? Kava. Excuse me? It means, how are you? Oh, I'm fine, thanks. Bien, I am happy to hear it. Doesn't sound like I'm doing so fine with his psych locks, though. Alright. Poor Maggie, she was tempted by la evil, no? No! If it was really Maggie, then you have no reason to hide the facts from me. Mr. Armstrong, the $500,000 lottery ticket. I think I know who took it. Okay, hang on. Let me go to evidence real quick. Does it say the same thing if I use an evidence here? Well, how about it? Okay. Okay, everybody. One moment. I just want to make sure I'm doing this right. Alright, I got this. Carrie saved before all that. Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure I don't miss this silly achievement. Okay, so I could purposely... Okay, first of all, we're gonna purposely get this wrong. Because I know who did... I know how to do this. It's just... I'm only doing this for the sake of a silly achievement. Okay. So... I think the winning ticket was stolen by this person. Why, it was none other than you, Jean Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong, I believe there is a very high probability that it was you. Wow, that is one piercing scream, even for a man like him. Why? Pourquoi? Why? Why? You have no evidence. I am not Master Mask. I'm not the kind of person who steals the property of others. Sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Armstrong, but I have evidence to the contrary. I present to you proof that you have stolen from others in the past. Okay, so... How convenient. That's what I'm going to select next, but I'm going to get this wrong purposely. Oui, perhaps duck would be nice. A terrine, maybe? Sorry? I was just thinking about my lunch menu. Terrine de canard. What do you think? That sounds lovely. Alors, au revoir, monsieur. I must go to buy the ingredients. I guess my evidence is a bit of a lame duck. I am not Musty Mask. I am not the kind of person who steals the property of others. Sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Armstrong, but I have evidence to the contrary. I present to you proof that you have stolen from others in the past. You've stolen my Magatama that Maya loaned me. Because when we first met Jean, and when we were like presenting evidence, I immediately noticed that the Magatama was missing, and we found it in the kitchen. Oh wait, my bad. No, that was dumb. No. It was this one. My bad. I had my wires crossed, everybody. It was actually Victor's note. Oh no, I don't think I have enough HP. Hang on. Apologies, everybody. I don't mean to hold this up. Okay, I'm gonna speed this up again real quick. Okay, first we'll get this wrong on purpose. And then it was actually Jean that stole it. And then okay. Yeah, my bad. It was actually Victor's note. It was his little testimony. Victor's note. I present to you proof that you have stolen from others in the past. Convicted before, a wicked man or woman, repeat offender. Victor Kudo. Yeah. What is this? A poem? Oh, monsieur, you know me so well. I adore poems. Please read it and put some feeling into it. Convicted before, a wicked man or woman, repeat offender. I'm sorry to have to bring it up, Mr. Armstrong, but you have been arrested for stealing from your customers before, haven't you? Mon Dieu! Le mon mensonge. You're the liar. You deny it? Do not make the false accusations, s'il vous plaît. So, do you have any proof? I want to see la incontestable proof that I have ever stolen from one of my customers. Why, it's your loan contract, but for the sake of, contact and going for a silly achievement, I'm going to present the wrong evidence. Imbecile! Imbecile! You are an imbecile! What are you singing? Just one of my favorite chansons. It is called Imbecile. It is French. Come, monsieur, sing together with me. Imbecile, imbecile, you're an imbecile. Armstrong's definitely stolen from his customers before. I just need to find the right evidence to prove it. So do you have any proof? Yeah. For making me look dumb. Now I'm just gonna destroy you now. Jean's loan contract. This is the reason why you have been stealing. Oh. What? Oh, that wasn't it? Oh, wait, my bad. It was the Magatama. Yeah. I had my wires crossed again. I want to see the incontestable proof that I have ever stolen from one of my customers. Yeah, you stole the Magatama from me, punk. Yeah. It seems old habits die hard, Mr. Armstrong. What is that? This is my Magatama, and I found it in your kitchen. Wow, that screen just about broke some windows. Oui. I have a weakness for la little trinkets and la figurines. My and it just slips out. I cannot stop it. You stolen handkerchiefs, gloves, and other things from your customers, right? Oui, it is the truth. I am just a timid little girl inside, monsieur. A timid little girl. He's identifying as a little girl, everybody. Besides, this is time. It was not la small trinket, oui? It was $500,000. Mais non. Why would I steal it? I have no need for such money. Really now? Oh, monsieur, what is it? Isn't it true that you're in some pretty serious trouble? And that you are in desperate need of a large amount of cash? Uh-oh. Hang on. Well, Mr. Armstrong? Mas, monsieur, it is not I who is in trouble, it is you, non? Huh? Un petit question. What? It means a little question. Together now, with me. Un petit question. Un petit question. Bravo, monsieur! Oh, you are a dream excellent. Mr. Nick, if you push yourself anymore, your soul will shatter. Please calm down, collect your thoughts, and try again. I've made too many mistakes. Okay, that was on me. I'm still on track, everybody. I think I'm still on track. Alright. I'm gonna get my health back after you know, I'm gonna get half of my health back anyway. Yeah, I messed up on one of the stuff. I do apologize for botching this part. You could blame me for being a silly achievement hunter sometimes. Alright. Now I'm gonna destroy this man. And that, you are in desperate need of a large amount of cash. The contract. This restaurant is deep in the red, isn't it? You have a loan to the tune of $500,000. That lottery ticket would have wiped out your debts. Yeah. Well, Mr. Armstrong, what do you have to say for yourself now? Alright. Psych lock broken. Oh, and you get half your health back in case you're wondering. Or any health that you may have, did not, like be lost to me. Alright. Okay. Now let me, save real quick. And then I have to make sure I do this now. I gotta present all of my stuff to him again. Mm-hmm. All right. I also like this track from the first game, Searching Core or something like that. I hope I didn't turn off any viewers or anything like that. Okay, now I can talk to him about Maggie's motive. Mr. Armstrong, you said that the victim had a winning lottery ticket for $500,000. How did you know he had something like that in the first place? The man, he was listening to La Radio with his earpiece. Hmm, Maggie said something about that too. The winning number was announced on the news, I think. All of a sudden, he's exploded. Yes, $500,000, he shouted. And the ticket? Oui, he had all of its tickets spread out on the table. I was so desperately in need of money, so I put the poison in his coffee. No, 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 no. Oh no, you naughty man. I simply helped myself to one of its tickets. What? The victim collapsed, and Maggie passed out. I thought to myself, pourquoi pas? He had so many of them. Yeah, but only one of them was the winning ticket, right? How can you do that, Mr. Armstrong? Maggie was arrested because of you. No, this is not true. Winning ticket. I did not take it. Not ticket for $500,000, I mean. But you just told us you did. You said you took a ticket. No, it's not. My friend. It was not. That's enough. Huh? Ah! Mr. Godot! Ah, yes. What the heck are you doing here? Ugh. This is without a doubt the worst coffee I've ever tasted, Mr. Armstrong. He came in here for coffee? Does his craving for coffee know no bounds? No, it doesn't. Perhaps Mr. Armstrong stole one of the victim's tickets on the day in question. I am La Ed. No, just a pretty little girl who everyone is laughing at. But in that case, Maggie shouldn't be the only one under suspicion. He had the wrong ticket. What? Mr. Armstrong made off with the winning ticket's pretty neighbor. So, the ticket he took was worthless? Not quite. He did win something. $1. You see? I am just a pretty face. Without my looks, I have nothing. So, what happened to the winning ticket then? The one he meant to steal? Indeed. What did happen to it? I don't like spoiling myself by watching trailers. So, we'll just wait and see how the movie turns out tomorrow, won't we? Wise words from Godot. Because, like, you know, I'm just gonna touch this up again. I probably did long ago. Like, trailers nowadays just give away too much sometimes, it seems. Especially if they provide like a little bit too much context. Sometimes it's usually best to go in blind, like especially with movies. Like if you're gonna watch movies, the same could be said for like trailers as well. I mean, excuse me, for video games. That's what I meant to say. I mean, it's okay if they show like little snippets. But yeah. Okay. Yeah. Ah, you too. Time to laugh at that pretty little ad. Looks like I won't be needing this note anymore. Victor's note thrown into the trash. Looks like we got a new mystery now. Namely, where did the winning ticket go? I got a bad feeling about this. Well, anyway, we can't let Maggie suffer any longer for this, and certainly not again. Alright. This is an okay jingle. Still not the best, like the first game. It's trial time, everybody! January 7th, 9:48 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby, number 1. Okay, here goes. Oh, I see. I guess I should have expected this. Alright. Nobody saw the other guy, huh? Well, he was there when I took the coffee over, sir. Scout's honor. Maggie. Heck, Detective Gumshoe. Are you doing all right? How you feeling? As if you need to ask either question, sir. Don't let him get him. Don't let him get you down, Maggie. And don't forget to eat well, okay? Roger. And you. Yes? You better square this case away. Got it, pal? Maggie's innocent, you hear? If he screw up, then I'll be doing some squaring away myself. Scoring away from some paperwork for your arrest. I think he's serious. Hey, detective, you're on our side for once, right? Yup. So you'll be able to help Maggie out, right? Really? Can you, sir? Of course. I got the situation under control. I'm gonna be the first witness on the stand today. If something I say doesn't mesh with the facts, make sure you point it out, alright? Sure. Okay, we're forming a united front today, pal. You get me? I can't tell you how grateful I am, sir. I've always admired you so much, detective. I know I can count on you. Looks like it should all go pretty smoothly today, huh? I can only wish. January 7th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 4. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Ah, bitter. Mr. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
Ah,
What's wrong?
nothing. It's just whenever I addressed you in the previous trial, your response was, you was talking to me. It was a little, well, intimidating.
No, that wasn't me. That was the phony Phoenix.
I see. So our trusty Phoenix Wright is back with us now, is he?
Our trusty?
So, Mr. Godot, your opening statement, please. Mr. Trite.
Mr. Trite, whether you're a fake or the real deal, we will find out soon enough through this trial today. But I can already tell you, I'm the real Phoenix Wright. I wasn't questioning whether you are Phoenix Wright or not. I was questioning whether you had studied law or not. That's what I intend to find out. There's no denying it. Behind that mask is a man who really hates me for some reason or another.
As everyone is aware, the court has already given its verdict on this case once. Therefore, I won't stand for irrelevant testimony during this retrial. Nor will I stand for a simple repetition of the evidence presented in the last trial.
I'm not planning on repeating anything that phony me said. Trust me.
Now then, Mr. Godot, please summon your first witness.
Let's start with the formalities, shall we? Name and occupation.
Witness, state your name for the court.
Huh? Oh, sorry, sir. The name's Police Department Detective. Occupation, Dick Gumshoe. Other way around, detective. Huh? Oh, sorry. Anyway, I'm the officer in charge of this case since yesterday, sir.
Since yesterday.
Yeah, the guy who was on the initial investigation's tied up with another case now. I hope Gumshoe's really got everything under control for everyone's sake.
I see. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you outline for the court the basic facts of the case?
Yes, sir. The victim's name was Glenn Elg. He was a professional programmer. He was on the payroll of Blue Screens Incorporated, a local company, Blue Screens Inc. This is the victim's autopsy report.
The court accepts this into evidence.
Glenn's autopsy report died of potassium cyanide poisoning. Time of death was between 1:30 and 2:30 p.m. And here are the floor plans of the restaurant. When the incident took place, the victim was sitting right here. The poisoned coffee was brought over to him by the waitress.
The waitress being the accused?
Yeah. The victim died from poisoning almost immediately after he took a sip of the coffee. At the time of the incident, there were two other people in the restaurant. Mr. Jean Armstrong, the owner and chef, and a regular by the name of Mr. Victor Kudo.
It still seems to be a very straightforward case to me.
Très bien, four plans. Blueprints of the crime scene. X equals victim seat. Detective. Take up this hammer and nail the defendant's coffin shut with your own two hands.
Now then, Detective Gumshoe, let's have your testimony.
Yes, sir. The incident.
Mm, when the incident took place, the victim was alone on his table, sir. We understand that the guy, Glenn Elg, was listening to the radio at the time. Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup, and what we found was potassium cyanide. That stuff really packs a punch. And it looks like Mr. Bird might have had, well, some kind of a motive. Hmm. Using the dark aromatic depths of coffee to conceal the poison. Classy lady. The facts of this case seem to be ironclad. Mr. Wright, I will ask you to begin your cross-examination, but... Yes? Please, no intimidation tricks this time around. Is that understood? I already told you that wasn't me. The incident. When the incident took place, the victim was alone at his table, sir. Can I stop you for just a minute? Huh? What is it? Did I say something that contradicts the evidence? He's so desperate for that to be true, he's practically crying. Your testimony just now doesn't match the testimony given by Miss Bird. She claims that there was another man at the victim's table. Yeah, that's what she said. And what killer wouldn't say that when faced with a homicide conviction? Hey, sadly, her testimony isn't supported by the owner or the other customer. Isn't that right, Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, it's true. Their two testimonies that tie up on that. They both said there was no other guy at the table. Hmm. What should I do? Should I press on this point a little harder or not? Leave it. No, I should leave it alone. I've got a bad feeling about where this is going. If you've got a bad feeling about this, then maybe you should leave it alone. I once had a bad feeling that I was about to have a bad feeling. It was really bad. Maybe I should move on to another part of his testimony. We understand that the guy, Glenn Elk, was listening to the radio at the time. He was listening to his radio, you say? Yeah, he had a portable radio in his chest pocket. Maggie told us that too, didn't she? Something about how one of them had some sort of earpiece. What should I do? Leave it alone? No, I should leave it alone. Okay. Traces of poison was found in his coffee cup. So, traces of the poison were found in the coffee cup and nowhere else? Not sure I get you, pal. Was the poison a liquid or was it a powder? If I had to put it in layman's terms, I'd say it was a powdery substance. So the poison could have been in anything that was on the table. Sugar, salt, pepper? Objection. Ha. Do you put salt and pepper in your coffee? Trite. The victim took his coffee black with no sugar. It seems that the poison could only have been in the coffee. Leave it. Okay. One moment, everybody. All right.
And what we found was potassium cyanide. That stuff really packs a punch. Potassium cyanide? I've heard of that chemical before. Exactly how strong is this poison, Detective Gumshoe? It's, well, that stuff's lethal. Eat too much, your history. How much is too much? A lethal dose is 0.2 grams. That's about enough to finish anyone off. 0.2 grams? How much is that? You know, when you swab your ears for earwax? Yeah, about that much. Earwax, huh? Sounds like something Gumshoe's got an abundance of. Such a small quantity of poison could have been concealed anywhere. And, it looks like Miss Bird might have had, well, some kind of motive. Some kind of, motive? Yeah, but if you ask me, it's been blown away out of proportion.
Objection!
You know what my golden rule is, Detective? Chuck out a bad cup of coffee. You can always get another. Huh? I don't get it. I'm saying we can always get another witness in the stand if we have to chuck you out. Gulp. So stick to the facts, Detective. Now then, what was Miss Bird's motive? Come on, Gumshoe. They said she wanted to steal a lottery ticket. I knew it. That's what we heard yesterday, too. It disappeared from the scene of the crime. And it wasn't just any lottery ticket. It was a winning ticket for $500,000. Mr. Armstrong knew about the ticket, too, didn't he? But he stole the wrong one. Then, is it possible Maggie stole the winning one? What should I do? Should I press on this point a little harder or not? Leave it. No, I should. Okay. Okay, hang on. You really think there are any contradictions in this testimony? To be honest, I don't know. But Gumshoe told us out in the lobby. He said we'd be forming a united front, right? How will we win the case if he doesn't throw us a line? I don't have a whole lot of options right now. The best I can do is gather the facts together, I guess. Alright, so we actually have to press harder on the first statement. Oh, press. When the incident took place, the victim was alone at his table, sir. Hmm.
Objection!
Press harder. Well, maybe the other witnesses just missed him. Perhaps their view of the victim's table was obscured in some way. Ha! That argument is as weak as the coffee at Tribulations. Trite. Ellipsis. I have here in my possession a ticket. A ticket? Looks more like a photo to me. Yes, a one-way ticket to Guiltyville. Population, the defendant. This is a photograph taken from near the entrance to the kitchen. This is the scene as witnessed by the chef, moments after the poisoning took place, correct? I think the court will agree that with such a clear view of the scene of the crime. Wow, Mr. Trite, could anyone have overlooked a second person at the table?
It certainly seems to show the victim's table extremely clearly. Crime photo added. It's a photo of the scene taken from near the kitchen. Let's take a look at it. Um, Hang on. All right. And now we need to check out the third statement here about the cup of coffee. Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup.
Objection!
We will press harder on this. Are you absolutely certain that the victim even drank any of his coffee? Huh? What do you mean? According to this file, the poison was found in the victim's coffee cup. But what proof is there that the victim ever drank any of it? Oh, hey, you're right. That's... Oh, hey, you're right. That's what I was thinking. In case you were wondering, that last objection was for the detective there. Huh? For me? Oh, hey, you're right. You may be fooling the court, but I'm not falling for it. If you have the time to waste, you have the time to present that piece of evidence. That piece, sir? Yes, that piece. Ellipsis. Um, what piece was it again? Miss! Ow. Should I be grateful this coffee's only hot enough to give me first-degree burns? Yes. Oh, now I remember. Um, this is the victim's coffee cup. Thanks, Maverick. Yes, the victim's cup. Take a good look at the rim. Oh, yes, it's unmistakable. There is clearly a coffee stain on it. Conclusive proof that the victim did drink the poisoned coffee that was in this cup. The victim gulped down the bitter death that the waitress brought to him. Like this! For the record, the only prints on the cup were the victim's and the defendant's. Coffee cup. The coffee contained potassium cyanide, covered in the victim, and Maggie's fingerprints. Upon further investigation of this cup, we found a certain chemical substance. Okay, we need to go to the fifth statement now. And we need to press harder on it.
Objection!
Carrie went through this text. It's just I wasn't sure at the time. I had to, like, remember the facts. Press harder. Wait a minute. The mere fact that the lottery ticket disappeared in no way implicates my client. Ha. I have here in my hand the very ticket in question. That's the $500,000 lottery ticket? One of the female police officers found it when she was conducting a search of the defendant. What? Oh no. Order, order! Ha. She's quite a lucky bird, our little waitress. You will submit that ticket as evidence to the court Immediately!
I better keep an eye on that ticket. The way the judge's voice is quivering. Victim's lottery ticket. A winning ticket for $500,000. Found during a body search of Maggie. Oh no.
This ticket was presented to the court in the previous trial, too. But it feels heavier now, somehow. $500,000, you say?
It's just a scrap of paper. What matters is where it was found, Your Honor. And that's on Maggie's person, unfortunately.
That's enough. The facts of this case seem overwhelmingly clear to me. The defendant had ample opportunity to commit the crime of which she is charged. Furthermore, it seems beyond reasonable doubt that she did indeed commit this crime.
I like an old man who knows the score.
There is also the matter of the $500,000 lottery ticket. That alone provides a very credible motive. I mean, for that sum of money, even I might be tempted to bend the rules.
I don't mind an old man who is weak to the siren call of money. Not good, Nick. The evidence against Maggie is starting to pile up fast. Yeah, that's because the court has ruled guilty once already. I'd say it's about time to wrap up this repeat performance. With one final decisive piece of evidence. He's got more evidence against Maggie? Oh no. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. Wow, that's not the cleanest apron I've seen. That stain looks like... It can't be. Blood, can it? Ha! It seems the star of our play was a little flustered. And somehow spilled coffee on herself. The coffee? That's not exactly the first thing that caught my eye. Of course, the coffee stain isn't the most interesting thing about this apron. No, there's something else that stands out even more.
Something else? I presume you mean...
Of course, I'm referring to the pocket. The pocket? A search carried out right after the incidents uncovered this. Potassium cyanide, the very poison used by the killer, was in her apron pocket. A bottle of poison in Maggie's pocket? Yeah, Maggie's prints were the only ones on it. What?
Order, order, order! The court will accept these items into evidence.
Apron, worn by Maggie at the time of the incident, has a small pocket but big stains. Potassium cyanide, a deadly powdery poison, bears Maggie's fingerprints found in her apron pocket.
There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron.
That's ridiculous! No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You don't need to be told. Just look at it. Well, detective, could this stain really be blood? No way, sir. It's just ketchup, sir. Ketchup? She must have gotten some on her apron while taking someone their breakfast that day.
You could have spoken up a little sooner, Detective Gumshoe.
Pull a stunt like that again, and I'll have you drink 17 cups of ketchup. Witness. I thought everyone knew what it was already.
Hmm. I haven't seen anything yet to make me doubt the last ruling I made on this case.
Ellipses.
The motive, the opportunity, and the supporting evidence. They have all been clearly established.
Well, Trite, it seems you really are a phony after all. Ah, you really know how to drive a man nuts.
Witness, please continue with your testimony. Describe for the court the crime scene and the findings of your investigation there.
Oh no.
Poor Gumshoe.
The investigation. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kind of a scary old man, sir. Poor Maggie had passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her. The victim didn't have any identification on him, but we figured out who he was pretty quick, and then the investigation went smoothly. When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and the bottle of poison. And that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene.
Hmm. You identified the victim and secured your prime suspect. Very good.
Last chance to convince the court you're a real lawyer. Trite. Don't count on any more cross-examinations after this one. So let the fun begin. The investigation. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man, sir. Scary old man? Detective Gumshoe? There's an old man who's a regular at the restaurant where the incident happened. Ah, we're obviously talking about the same old man. Officers were dispatched right after the report came in, but the old guy still made a fuss. What took you so long? Then he hurled abuse at them, and seeds.
Seeds.
Ha! It was nothing. I caught each one with my teeth. I guess not even the mighty Godot can avoid being attacked by that guy. That's a mental image. The old man was the only other customer in the place at the time. He took his time finding a payphone apparently, so he was late reporting the crime. Poor Maggie had passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her. How long was the defendant unconscious for? The officers got to the crime scene at around 2:40. Maggie was still out cold in the kitchen at that time. It took another 10 minutes or so before she came to. I would have liked to have been on the scene myself. I bet you would have liked to have carried out the search too. I would have loved to see Maggie asleep like that, all pretty and peaceful. You're a professional, Detective Gumshoe, not a professional bird watcher. Save the romantics for your own time, Detective. All we need to know about is the investigation. Oops, I guess I'm pretty red right now, aren't I? The victim didn't have any identification on him. He didn't have any? Are you saying that it was stolen then? No, I don't think so. The victim didn't have a driver's license or even a credit card on him, pal. All he had was 58 cents in his wallet. 58 cents? Yeah, I can't believe I found someone with less than their wallet to be, pal.
The victim sounds like he was a thoroughly miserable young man.
Or some kind of outlaw. Why not give him a bit of an edge? I think I'm onto something here. But we figured out who he was pretty quick, and then the investigation went smoothly.
Wait a sec. Huh? Did I say something dumb again? Let me paraphrase what you just testified to this court. The victim didn't have any form of ID on him. That's basically what you said, yes? Yeah, basically. In that case, how are you able to identify the victim so quickly? Oh, that. He's so let down. He's got the whole sagging shoulders and puppy eyes thing going. There was a prescription bag on the victim's table along with the lottery ticket. It seems Mr. Glenn Elg visited his doctor before he went to Tribulations. We got the victim's name from the medical records of the doc who prescribed the meds. That's a reliable enough source for the courts. What should I do? Should I leave this alone or ask to hear more? Why, let's ask about the prescription bag. So what sort of medicine was in the bag? Well, actually, the bag we found was empty. Huh? Yeah, completely empty. It was completely empty? Victim's prescription bag. The victim got this from the doctor before going to Tribulations. The bag is empty. Ha. You're entering an empty paper bag as evidence? Desperate are you, Wright? Ellipsis. Now, what happened with the investigation after that, detective? When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and the bottle of poison. But the defendant had been passed out for a while, correct? In that case, isn't it possible someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket? Hey, yeah, you nailed it, pal. It happens to me all the time. We had a department party the other day, and when I got home, I was wearing the boss's shoes.
Objection!
Keep up this crazy testimony, detective, and those shoes will end up down your throat. Sorry. So trite. Someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket. That's a pretty bold statement. Care to back it up with some evidence? Well, I'd love to, if I had any. It appears you have no evidence to support your theory, Mr. Wright. Continue with your testimony, witness. And that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. Gumshoe, buddy? If I don't find a hole in this testimony, the judge is going to hand down his verdict. Gumshoe isn't giving us anything to work with. And we can't find any contradictions if he doesn't give us something. Yeah, it's true. But Maggie and Gumshoe are like Dumb and Dumber. Our only hope is that they were so dumb, they missed something obvious. Come on, Gumshoe, be the dumbest you've ever been. He already did, just I wanted to press the, this. So the $500,000 lottery ticket and the bottle of poison were accounted for. Yeah. Interesting. It's true that those two items are accounted for. But wasn't there another lottery ticket that was stolen that day? Oh yeah, the one the restaurant owner took. He won a whole dollar with it. What a lucky guy, huh? And you're just going to let him get away with it? It was just $1, detective. I guess no one cares when it's that little, except for Gumshoe. If I don't find a hole in the testimony, just okay. Okay, so this statement right here, and that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. Silly gumshoe. This was missing from the crime scene. The victim's prescription bag.
Objection!
Detective Gumshoe, I think I should point something out to you. There is just one small contradiction in your testimony. Oh, finally. I'm getting all anxious. I'm just waiting. So hurry up, will you? You testified that nothing else was missing from the crime scene. However, the prescription bag you mentioned was empty. Did the officers recover the medicine from the scene of the crime later? No, they didn't. The victim was given a prescription right before going to Tribulations. Where, then, did the medicine disappear for? I mean, where, then, did the medicine disappear to? You are too cool, pal. Indeed. Due consideration wasn't given to the victim's prescription in the previous trial. Witness, why do you always overlook such vital pieces of evidence? I guess that's the most careless thing I've done so far, huh? The victim was killed by poison! And the victim's medicine mysteriously disappeared? The victim's own prescription could have been the lethal poison itself. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Godot, what do you have to say to that? Ha. That's all. What? Read for the court the name of the clinic on the prescription bag, if you will. What's the clinic's name got to do with anything? New Ear Otolori Neurological Clinic. Otolori Logic. That's a mouthful. Otolori Logical. Just what kind of illness was the victim suffering from, Mr. Godot? Hardly an illness, Your Honor. More like a bitter war wound, you could say. A war wound? The day before the incident, Mr. Elg found himself in a fight. He took a blow to the side of the head and ruptured his eardrum. He ruptured his eardrum? Then what on earth was the prescription he was given? It was a cream that was to be applied topically inside his ear canal, not to be ingested. What? It's mentioned in the autopsy report, if you've read the fine print. They found traces of the medication in the victim's left ear. Yes, here it is, in very, very fine print. It seems Mr. Elg correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Tribulations. Therefore, it would be absurd to believe that he would have eaten his medication. It seems that this medication is irrelevant to the case after all. No! Nick! If you don't think of something quick, it'll all be over. She's right. But I can't get away with any old weak objection. What should I do? We need to push the medication issue. Only moments ago, Mr. Godot made the following statement. It seems Mr. Elg correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Tribulations. If that's the case, then why was the medication not found at the scene of the crime?
Ellipsis.
But the medication in question was for topical use inside the ear canal.
Objection!
That doesn't change the fact that it could not be found at the crime scene. However insignificant it may seem, it's a lawyer's duty to pursue the truth.
Objection!
You know as well as I do that the medication is irrelevant. It hardly seems likely that a prescription drug would contain potassium cyanide.
Objection!
It hardly seems likely that the coffee the waitress served would contain it either. But it did! The possibility is undeniable. Ah, that's enough. Mr. Godot, is the detective the only witness the prosecution wishes to call?
Ellipsis.
Mr. Godot? I've got my own witness I'd like to call, sir. It's the old man who was there in the restaurant on the day of the murder. Victor Kudo? The pigeon hater? Very well. The matter of the disappearing medication seems little more than trivial at best. However, it wasn't explored at all in the previous trial, and that is something that bothers me. Yay, good job, Nick. The court will adjourn for a 10-minute recess, after which we will hear the prosecution's next witness. Ha! I suppose this means I'll just have to finish you off in my last 6 cups. Court is adjourned for recess. I'm going to go down the Apple slide at Vitamin Square. January 7th, 11:03 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Phew! That was close. Tell me about it. I nearly died in there. That's my line, sir. No, it's my line. I think I really did die a little bit. Looks like we all nearly died in there. I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. How could he betray us like that? Huh? He said he'd help me. But he totally set me up. I don't think he meant to do that, Maggie. He was backed into a corner. I mean, the guy's gotta do his job, right? It's okay, I know all about lies and betrayal. I've had them my whole life. But it really hurt this time. It felt like someone punched me hard in the stomach. I hate that guy. I don't ever want to see him again. Oh no. Poor Gumshoe. So the next witness is going to be that old guy from the park, right? Yeah, Mr. Kudo. Lover of waitress outfits and projectile seeds. I bet he's going to be really stubborn. I mean, he's pretty set in his ways, you know. Yeah, he's a big old grouch. Are you going to be able to handle him, Nick? Yeah, I can take whatever he throws at me. Even those never-ending bird seeds. Oh boy. January 7th, 11:15 a.m. District Courts, Courtroom Number 4. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Maggie Bird. Mr. Godot, your next witness, please. The prosecution calls the lucky old-timer who caught the show over a cup of coffee. Will the witness please take the stand? Name and occupation, if you don't mind. The name is Victor Kudo, born and bred in the land of the rising sun. Honor and duty are what make me. Mind you, I can be quite emotional at times too. We don't need to hear about that, Mr. Kudo. Just tell the court your occupation. My occupation? Ha! Listen, youngin. How much Call do you think there is for kimono embroidery here?
Kimono embroidery?
That's what I do, or did back in Japan. I embroidered family crests on kimonos. My ancestors were embroidering kimonos before this country even existed.
Wow, a real craftsman. They're a dying breed. Hey, maybe he could embroider my costume sometime.
Anyway, like I said, there's not much demand for that kind of thing here. So I had to take a job working the cash register at a burger joint, pretending to smile.
That burger joint would have been better off putting him in the kitchen.
Now then, witness, were you in the restaurant at the time of the incident? Oh yes, I was eating some seeds over a cup of javachino. Seeds? What do you think these are,
I see. So you saw everything that happened, Gramps?
Did I? Oh yes. Oh yes, I did. I saw it all.
Then please, tell the court we're all ears.
Sure. I'll tell you. I'll tell you every last detail.
He's really getting into this. What I witnessed. One moment, everybody. I'm just going to try this again. Gonna go live again on Blue Sky. All right. What I witnessed.
The young man was reading the sports paper. The serving girl brought him a javachino, but she put something in it. The man took one sip of it, looked like he was in terrible pain, and then collapsed. That's the serving girl. There, the defendant's chair. I remember her well.
Just getting comfy. Really?
Mr. Kudo, she is not a serving girl. Please refer to her as a waitress. Ka! You're as bad as the rest of them. All these newfangled words. What's wrong with old-fashioned ones, huh? Newfangled? All this talk of radios and glasses. It's wireless, spectacles. I tell you. Excuse me. Listen to me, everyone. Don't forget the old values. Don't let the good old days slip away. Well, I think it's time to begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. What I witnessed.
The young man was reading the sports paper.
So you saw the victim then? You saw Mr. Glenn Elg?
I wanted to know if Guts and Braun retained his championship or not.
So he was looking at the sports paper the victim was reading, huh? And at the location in question, there are partitions between tables on the same side of the restaurant, right?
So what if there are?
If you say that you could see the victim, that means you were sitting at a table on the other side of the restaurant, correct?
Ah! I go to that place to drink javachino. I don't go to sit. I don't remember which table I was sitting at.
You mean you go there to eye the waitress?
The serving girl brought him a javachino, but she put something in it.
Mr. Kudo, that is a very grave accusation. Are you sure about what you saw?
Victor Kudo never makes mistakes. I dot every one and cross every I. Oh, wait. I dot every T and cross every I. I see. My eyesight's fine. The doctor said I only need spectacles for reading and driving. I bet his eyes are only really fine when he's scoping out a waitress. And I saw what the serving girl put into the Javachino as well. I bet I know what's coming up, and something tells me I'm not going to like it. Yeah, we're gonna leave that. It'd be dangerous to press this much. I better ignore it for now. So what happened next? The man took one sip of it, looked like he was in terrible pain, and then collapsed. He took just one sip? You youngins, you waste everything. Those Javachinos cost $8. In the good old days, we would have drank every last drop, eaten the cup, and then died. Congratulations. You have earned the title of battiest man to grace a courtroom. So it was an immediate death? Well, potassium cyanide, I suppose that is possible. Oh yes, he slumped over without so much as a twitch. I felt the Javachino I just drank turned sour in my stomach. Oh yes, I know that feeling. And the waitress, I presume she is? That's the serving girl, right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. You said, I remember her well, in reference to the waitress. Did she have any particular features that you can identify her by? Particular features? It's a disgrace, that's what it is. Sorry? You can see all the way up to her, you know. She's practically naked in that uniform.
Objection!
So the particular feature you recognize about the waitress is her outfit? But anyone could wear just such a uniform, even me. Phoenix Wright in a waitress outfit. Mr. Wright, please spare the court of any further mental anguish from that image. Boosh, come on. Quit knocking things down. Boosh, do not disrupt my court. Okay, we're good. Mr. Wright, please spare the court of any further mental anguish from that image. Boosh, what are you doing, man? What's up? Don't get all excited, Nick. You gotta keep yourself together. I guess I got a bit carried away. There are other things I recognize about her, too. He seems pretty sure of himself. What should I do? We're gonna press harder. Sure, you saw a waitress take the coffee over to the victim. But what matters is whether that waitress was Maggie Bird or not. Quite right. Mr. Kudo, these are the features that you recognize about the defendant. I would ask you to add them to your testimony. Sure. There was a ribbon in her hair, and her apron straps were loose. Do you think old CD really saw Maggie do it? Well, he probably had his eye on the waitress the whole time. That's why he was there. But he was there for the cute outfits, right? Not the waitress. I guess. She makes a good point, though. Hey, did I just say something clever? I wonder if the waitress Mr. Kudo saw really was Maggie. That's what we have to figure out, Nick. We're gonna press him on the new statement here. There was a ribbon in her hair, and her apron straps were loose.
You do seem to remember several details about her appearance. But what about the most crucial detail of all? Her face. Ah, as if I would have remembered that.
Objection.
The witness noticed the straps on the accused's apron. He's unlikely to make a mistake about her face. That's right. I can even tell you the color of the ribbon in her hair. It was red. So you see, there's something wrong with the witness's eyesight. There's no doubt he remembers the waitress pretty well. What should I do? I get the feeling there's something more to this somehow. We are going to ask about the waitress's back. Stop it, Boosh. The identifying features you described are all things you would see from the back. So what? Is it possible that you never saw the waitress from the front at all? MJ, come on, stop. I got cats moving around here. You never saw the waitress from the front at all?
Objection.
Ah, he's got you there, Gramps. People normally talk about facial features when they're asked to describe someone. But this witness's testimony is nothing but straps and ribbons. This is harassment. I tell you, I'm not obsessed with straps and ribbons. I'm just telling you what I saw. Mr. Kudo, the court requests that you add details about any identifying features. Features you observed from the front, that is, to your testimony. Sure. This old man's testimony is getting longer and longer. And if I can't find a hole in it soon, it'll get even longer, I bet. There wasn't anything that caught my interest about her when I saw her from the front. Oh, really?
Hold it.
You didn't find anything to be distinct, but you did clearly saw the witness's face, yes? No question about it. I didn't come this far to back down now. Victor Kudo never backs down. That's not the answer I was looking for, but okay. So, that new statement right there, huh? There wasn't anything that caught my interest about her when I saw her from the front. Oh, really? Oh, really, Mr. Victor Kudo? Explain. The apron.
Objection.
Mr. Kudo, I would like you to please take a look at this. Gah! That filthy thing would suit filth like you just perfectly. Actually, it reminds me of what my grandson looks like, just after he's done eating. Have you ever seen this before? Of course I haven't. Do you think I'd forget something as dirty as that? Well, you half-witted clot! Ellipsis. 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 What? What is it? Ever since it said you half-witted clot, there's been an eerie silence in here. Mr. Kudo, this apron is the apron worn by the defendant on the day of the poisoning. And as you just said yourself, you wouldn't forget something like this, which means if he had really seen this apron before. Yes, you know what I'm getting at? You couldn't have possibly seen the waitress from the front. Oop. Witness! You can't just oops your way out of this. Ha. Well. Looks like we finally have a genuine trial in our hands.
Ellipsis. Listen, Trite. Here are the facts. On the day of the incident, there was only one waitress in the restaurant.
That being the defendant, Miss Maggie Bird?
Exactly. And when that one waitress put the poison into the coffee cup, this old guy was watching.
Hmm. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation, Mr. Kudo. The fate of the defendant may rest on what you say you remember seeing.
Just tell the court exactly what you saw, Gramps.
You can rely on me, Captain. My noggin's in perfect working order. I can't remember a single occasion when I forgot what burger a customer wanted.
He can't remember? Probably more like he messed up so many times he's blocking it out.
Very well. Let's test just how good. Let's test just how good your memory and attention to detail is, Mr. Kudo. Tell us what you remember about the victim.
Witness testimony about the victim.
He was another of those pesky young types, wearing a broken pair of spectacles. He had a newspaper in his right hand, and the nosy brat kept rustling its pages. The young man was listening to the wireless. I remember that well. Then the serving girl in question brought over the Javachino. The little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. The testimony we have just heard was to test how credible the witness's memory is. It seems to me that he remembers the victim in a great deal of detail. Oh yes, I hate those you-know-what types who are so vague about everything.
How are we going to handle this, Nick? We only need to do one thing. We just need to prove that the old man's memory is shot. Just trip him up, you mean? Isn't that kind of cruel? I suppose, but it's what I do best. About the victim.
He was another of those pesky young types.
Spectacles?
Dark glasses to you. One of the lenses was green, but the other was broken. Newfangled rubbish. That's why I remember him so well.
He did have some kind of lens over his left eye. But I wouldn't have called it a pair of glasses. It's like a scouter. Dragon Ball.
He seems to have been wearing some rather modern-looking shades. Perhaps I should take to wearing some and rival Mr. Godot's sharp appearance.
We better come up with something sharp and quick. Guess I'll wait and see if I should challenge him about the spectacles.
He had a newspaper in his right hand, and the noisy brat kept rustling its pages.
The newspaper was a sports paper, was it?
That young hooligan, I nearly asked him, can't you even read without fidgeting him? Can't you read without fidgeting? How was I supposed to be able to read the back page of all that rustling going on? I needed to find out if Guts and Brawl retained his championship title.
It was his paper, not yours. If you wanted to know so bad, why didn't you buy your own?
What are you looking at me like that for, How dare you judge me?
Guts and Braun got beaten yesterday, by the way. Anyway.
The young man was listening to the wireless. I remember that well.
The wireless?
The decadent young rascal. In my day, it was one or the other. Read the paper or listen to the wireless. Oh boy. And using an earpiece. It's selfish. That's what it is. I was straining my ears, but I couldn't catch any of it. Was he that desperate to listen to the radio? What are you looking at me like that for, hmm? How dare you feel sorry for me? How? Then the serving girl in question brought over the Javachino. You mean the waitress? Who you only saw from behind, right? You're one of those, are you? You never let anything go, isn't that right? Maybe. What does it matter if I saw her from the front or from behind? My eyes don't lie. Ow. I better not push it until I've got some hard evidence. That the little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. His free hand. Yes. Which hand was that? Weren't you listening before? Cloth ears? I said he was rustling the newspaper with his right hand, didn't I? If his free hand was in his right hand, then which hand was it, you moron? Ah. Ha. Perhaps the great Mr. Trite has 3 hands. Yeesh, I was only asking. No need to gang up on me and treat me like a freak. The whole point of this cross-examination is to establish just one thing. That this old guy's memory has more holes than a slice of Swiss. I guess we just need to find a contradiction in his testimony somewhere, huh? Anything will do, even the smallest detail. We just need one mistake and he's ours. Alright, let's see. It's right here, the statement. The little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. The coffee contained... Yeah, it was the coffee cup right here. The coffee contained potassium cyanide, covered in the victim and Maggie's fingerprints.
Objection!
Mr. Kudo, do you remember what you were told at the start of this testimony? That this was a way of testing the credibility of your memory? I know. There's nothing wrong with my memory. I tell you, nothing. If I got anything wrong, I'll eat these seeds and sing the pigeon song. Care to tell us where this is going, Trite? According to Mr. Kudo, the victim was holding the paper in his right hand, while drinking coffee with his free hand, which would make that his left. God, what is this? Kindergarten? But I would like the court to please take a look at this. That's the cup the victim used, correct? Yes, and on the rim, you'll notice the mark left by the victim's lips. Yes, there is a stain left by the coffee. If you consider where that stain is, you'll clearly see that the victim was holding the cup in his right hand. But how? Well, Mr. Kudo, the court is waiting for your epic performance. You said you eat those seeds and sing the pigeon song. Arr! Mr. Kudo, I'm afraid this is simply not acceptable. I think the witness had better go back to the park where he came from. Wait! Uh-oh. If you think I'm gonna stand here and listen to you tell me I'm mad. You're wrong. I don't care about that dirty coffee cup. I know what I saw. You still insist on your testimony? That young brat was holding the cup in his left hand. Oh yes, no question. I'm a good law-abiding citizen, I am. It's that dead young hotbot and you spiky-haired yahoo, who are at fault.
Who, me?
Thank you, old man. We've heard quite enough from you already. Don't call me old man, old man. Been around for 68 years, I have. You can't ignore me. Listen to what I've got to say. I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but... Sure. Why not hear a little more? Mr. Godot! But this is my 16th cup of coffee. So this is your final stand. Thank you, Captain. You can rely on Victor. Left hand or right hand? Oh boy. The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup. His left hand. Oh, really? We know that the victim was wearing an unusual monocle over his left eye. It wasn't a monocle, Your Honor. It was a small computer monitor, often used by programmers. A monitor? You mean like a television screen? The inside of the lens is a screen that displays a computer data. It's called an HMD. It's a common tool in the victim's line of work. HDTV, DVD, CD, all these newfangled letters drive me mad. But they don't matter. Oh, man. Should we tell Victor Kudo about digital stuff? Nah. I know what I saw, and I'm telling the truth. It's true. He doesn't seem to be lying. And those are the facts. In good old black and white. Oh, man. Left hand or right hand? One moment, everybody. I gotta clean one of my screens here on my phone. All right. Cat drool from MJ. Anyway, left hand or right hand? The boy was wearing the earpiece the same size as the green lens of his space. The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. So the victim was wearing an HMD. HD, TV, CD, DVD, what does it matter? It was none of them, actually, but anyway. And you're sure that he was wearing the earpiece on the same side? No question. I can only see that side of his head from where I was sitting. Yeah, that's pretty obvious if you look at the floor plans. From the opposite table, he'd only have a view of the side of the victim's head. He kept fiddling with it all the time. It seems he kept an eye on Mr. Glenn Elg. He was getting on my nerves. Rustling that newspaper and fiddling with his earpiece all the time. And then he went and made all that fuss dying from one sip of Java Cheeto. Oh, I wanted to say to him, calm down, you young brat. Just looking at him made me suddenly speed up my speed eating. I could have choked. So I take it the victim was a walking ball of nervous energy. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too. The earpiece he mentioned. Which hand did the victim touch it with? You're one of those people, aren't you? You're the type that uses your left hand to get things out of your right pocket, or fastens your left cuff with your right hand. And when the tour guide says, on your right side, you'll see the famous blah blah, you're the only one who deliberately looks left. Well, aren't you?
No, I didn't mean.
Obviously, he used the hand on the same side of his body that the earpiece was in.
Ow, ow, ow.
So if he had the HMD on his left side,
Then it was his left hand, I guess.
and then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand.
You seem very sure of yourself, Mr. Kudo.
That's because I know what I saw, no matter what tricks he tried to play on me.
It looks like he really did see the guy picking the cup up with his left hand. This is a dead end. Well, Nick, what do you think? I think the guy's telling the truth. But even so, something's not quite right. Then chuck evidence at him until he breaks. But if he's not lying, there won't be any contradictions in his testimony, right? So, on this testimony, you could present two pieces of evidence on any of these statements. The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. So, you could present either the victim's prescription bag, or you could present Glenn Elg's profile itself. Present Glenn Elg.
Objection!
I'm not sure what the relevance of this is, but Mr. Kudo, there is something very strange about your observations of the victim.
What?
You say he was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the HMD.
No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. I could only see that side of his head from where I was sitting.
I don't think so.
What did you say?
You're no doubt unaware of this fact, Mr. Kudo. But the victim couldn't hear with his left ear. His eardrum was ruptured. Yep. Huh? Traces of medication for his condition were found in his ear canal. That's right. It's impossible that the victim was wearing his earpiece in his left ear, because he couldn't even hear in that ear.
Is that true, Captain?
It is.
Pigeon! Pretty pigeon!
Order, order, order! This witness's testimony is completely unreliable. He only saw the waitress from behind. And he claims the victim was wearing an earpiece where we know his eardrum was ruptured. Well, Mr. Godot?
A single drop of milk is all it takes to destroy the pure black magic in the cup. This old man is my drop of milk. Captain, are you calling me a drip? This is the victim's coffee cup in which the potassium cyanide was found. The mark on the rim clearly shows that the victim picked it up with his right hand. I'll never back down, I know I'm right. The lad drank his Javachino with his left hand. Let me put you out of your misery. Clearly, the victim used both hands. He took a sip with the cup held in his right hand and then switched to his left. That's what the old man saw.
Objection!
Impossible. The witness has already testified on numerous occasions that the victim died immediately after taking just one sip of the coffee.
Objection!
Which hand the victim used to pick up his cup is irrelevant, Your Honor. The facts still stand. With one hand or the other, Mr. Elg drank the poisoned coffee. Like this.
Objection!
Sadly, Mr. Godot, that doesn't wash. The point of this testimony was to establish whether the witness's memory is credible. And the results are clear. The testimony given by this witness is useless. I believe it is time to conclude today's proceedings. I am satisfied that the witness is not deceiving the court. But to be frank, his testimony is a farce. Did you have to be so frank? Take that, you pompous old fogey. I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo. You can't reach me from there. The judge basically just said, you have no power here. You cannot reach me here. I'm ordering the defense and the prosecution to investigate this case further. That is all for now. This court is adjourned.
Hold it.
Wait! If we stop now, where does that leave me? Leave you, Mr. Kudo? Thanks to that blue-suited young upstart over there. I'm just a bubbling old man who can't even dot his T's or cross his I's now.
How is your bad memory my fault?
I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but there's nothing I can do. I've kept my mouth shut until now. But there's something else the court should know.
Uh-oh.
What?
There's more?
To be perfectly honest, it might not be anything. But I want another chance. I want another crack at you, you young shark.
Me? He's looking at me like I'm some sort of evil shogun.
Well, everyone, what do you say to one final showdown? The final chapter in this eccentric old man's scrapbook.
Sorry, Gramps. I've already had my 17th cup of coffee.
What have you got to lose, Captain? I'll give you all the Javachino you want if you come to my house after the trial. I may be 68 years old, but Victor Kudo is still a man. That's enough, witness. I believe it'll be quicker for the court to just hear your testimony. You bet. Much, much quicker.
I can't believe this is happening.
Ha ha ha, you better get ready, youngster.
I get the picture. Just quit throwing those seeds at me, would you? He's gotta be using some sort of infinite ammo code with that box of seeds. So, this line right here, infinite ammo. Infinite ammo. Phoenix is quoting
This is a quote from like it's a reference to Metal Gear Solid. So in the Metal Gear Solid series, um, Solid Snake he can earn a bandana that grabs him infinite ammo. The final showdown. First of all, I want to stress that this might be nothing. I'm not too sure of myself. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javachino. Well, the clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. Damn. It broke, and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Well, how about that? Turn things upside down, hmm? Ellipsis. Um, is that all? Yes, that's all. I remember it perfectly. Eh? You're doubting me again? You're doubting a poor defenseless old man? No, we are not doubting you, Mr. Kudo. Don't you get the feeling there's a question hanging on everyone's lips, Nick? Yeah, so what? Probably. That's all I can think of. And I have to cross-examine this guy. You're a bird brain. That's why that's all you can think of. Very well. Mr. Wright, your final cross-examination, please. All right. This is it, everybody. Well, oh, okay. First of all, I want to stress that this might be nothing. I'm not too sure of myself. The court generally prefers if witnesses are sure of themselves, Mr. Kudo. Nosy brat! I'm warning you, I'm more savage than a macho man right now. Everybody, this is another reference to, late professional wrestler, Macho Man Randy Savage. You won't beat me with this testimony. This is the final battle. Ow! He's chucking those seeds harder than ever. I better be careful. Come on, Nick, nail him. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javachino. The court has already heard that testimony, Mr. Kudo. I know that. I was just setting the mood. How else am I supposed to build up the suspense, The suspense? Yes, now, what do you think? Should I work the audience a bit more? No. Please continue, Mr. Kudo. As quickly as possible. All right. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. The young boy slumped over the table and... Oh, hello there, Rowdy. I'm on the final testimony of this one dude. But it's not the end of the case, that's for sure. Well, the clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. You're the second person to have said that. Um, but nah, that's just like a style. I think there's a trope behind that. That's what it is. I forget like what that trope is. Well, the clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. Oh, hey, Grotto. Please, Mr. Testicle Nose, stop flicking it. One moment. I need to...
I don't need no bot. I am the master and the ruler of my own stream. And I'm actually okay with doing manual shoutouts. Wow. Strike that from the record. My copy and paste my copy and paste betrayed me. I'm looking like a real. Anyway, Grotto, I meant to do a shout out for you. Shoosh. Leave me alone. You were last doing that seventh guest. Loved watching you doing that, by the way. A vase, you say? Yes. There are vases on all the tables in that place. There are accidents waiting to happen. They're practically begging to be knocked over. Well, he's right about there being vases. I do remember seeing them too. There was a vase on the table when I ate lunch there. And you saw the moment when the victim actually knocked over the vase? Well, it's hard to say. It's a bit unclear. How do you really define? Okay, I get it. I heard it break, and the sight of it burned into my memory as clear as day. It broke, and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Let's see. You don't know where you checked out, but there was a puzzle you was on for like 40 minutes and then just said, what if I reset the puzzle and get it in like 5 moves? And that's what happened. That's how that works sometimes. Soaked in water? You mean... Yes, it splashed me on the knee as well. You said you were sitting at a table across the room from the victim, correct? And yet, the water still managed to splash onto you. You remember doing that with Big the Cat in Sonic Adventure DX? You no longer play DX. You got soft locked? And it was BS? Interesting. I never came across that soft lock, but in my... Well, I only played through DX once. I managed to get all the emblems. But I know that most people say that, you know, best way to experience Sonic Adventure is on OG Dreamcast. You can accidentally raise the water too much to catch Froggy, and you can't undo it? Wow, that sounds bad. It was cold. I clearly remember it splashing me. Could the water really make it all the way across to the other side of the room? Well, how about that? Turn things upside down, He's really giving you the evil eye, Maya. It's you he's looking at, Nick, not me. It's like he's saying, I triple dog dare you to find a contradiction, youngin. I guess I'll just have to rise to the challenge then. Rise to the challenge. Rise to the occasion. You mean the vase on the victim's table falling upside down and breaking? The vase turned upside down, and my testimony's turning this case upside down. It's a joke. I just wanted everyone to hear it. What do you think, Captain? I'm impressed by your ability to waste time. Godot hasn't raised any objections for a while now. So you young show-off, with that scrap of information, I'm throwing down the gauntlet. If I lose this one, I'll take it like a man and admit defeat. He's really giving you... Okay, here goes. So, on the third and fourth statements here, well, the clumsy idiot
upset the vase. He knocked it right over. It broke, and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked.
Really, Mr. Kudo? Explain the crime photo then. Because look, as you can clearly see, the vase was not knocked over. It was still there. Game, set, and match.
Objection!
Mr. Kudo, this is a photograph of the crime scene.
Humph. So what?
Look carefully at the table. The vase is there, intact.
Huh?
Lost your tongue, Granddad?
I'm no granddad of yours, hopscotch.
Ah! Ah!
Enough! If you throw any more seeds in this courtroom, the cleaners will be here all night. Ah! What is it now? I just remembered something.
Yes, go on.
The broken vase. It was on my table.
What?
Ah, well, you see, it startled me when that young lad collapsed. So I stood up. That must have been when it fell over. The vase on my table, I mean. The vase on your table? Yes, it was on my table. And that's how my groin came to be completely soaked.
TMI, TMI. Ellipsis.
Ah, thank you, Mr. Kudo. You certainly earned your kudos for today. I'd like to ask a question now. Have I, have I been any use at all? Perhaps that's something you should reflect on yourself, Mr. Kudo. Wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more. I've got more to say. Oh, yes, I remember something else. Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom. Wait, listen to me!
Nope, nope, nope. Ban him out. Ban him out. Hello, Mindscan. Well, we seem to have been considerably sidetracked, and I am still not in a position to deliver a verdict. Ellipsis. The defendant has not been positively identified as the waitress in question. Additionally, there are two disparities in the testimony we have heard thus far. The mark on the coffee cup that the victim supposedly drank from with his left hand, and the earpiece, which was inserted into his left ear, out of which he couldn't hear. Wow, Nick, you did it! I therefore require both the defense and the prosecution to further investigate the facts. Yes, Your Honor. Ellipsis. There is one more thing before I call today's session to an end. One more thing, Your Honor? The witness we just heard from. He is most insistent that his testimony should be of use. So he summarized it accordingly into the statement. Okay. You may each have a copy of it, if you wish. Whatever. The prosecution doesn't need props like that. Godot's really mad, huh? Yeah, I would be too.
Very well. Here you are then, Mr. Wright. There are 3 copies. My own, yours, and Mr. Godot's.
Yes, Your Honor. Victor's testimony.
When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry.
Hey, Sir Boom. I'm sorry? This isn't a piece of testimony. More like a 5-year-old's apology. What the heck are we supposed to do with 3 copies?
That is all. This court is adjourned.
To be continued. All right. We're going to go back to investigating. All right. Awesome. And before I continue, I'm going to give a shout out to Mindskin. All right. Shout outs have been distributed. All right. And names. I got names. All right. Let us continue, everybody. One more safety save. All right. January 7th, 12:52 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. All right. Here we go. We're going to whip through this. So, so how do you think the trial went this morning? How do you think it went? It got a bit crazy in there. I just wonder if that killed our chances. Yeah, I guess it did get out of hand. Mr. Kudo's testimony did nothing to help us. Plus, now we don't even know the identity of the waitress who laced the coffee. All we know is that old Mr. Kudo saw the apron straps and the ribbon, and that the victim was wearing an earpiece when his eardrum was ruptured. Talk about a terrifying case of contradictinitis. Time to play doctor and find ourselves a cure then, huh? Yeah, we gotta find one for Maggie, or she's going to have a terminal case of guilty. What to do? Well, I'm officially at a loss as to where to start. Yeah, me too. Let's try some brainstorming. You go first. I guess we should try to put Mr. Kudo's testimony to some sort of use. Yeah, that's true. And we need to figure out the identity of the waitress and who the victim really was. Somehow, I think the key to this case has got to be at Tribulations. Well then, let's go back there and check it out again. Oh, we should drop in on Maggie and see how she's doing too. Any ideas? So, anything on your mind? Actually, there is something. I was wondering about Zen Eof. You know, like what he's like and stuff.
Oh God, Zid Eof.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that guy.
I oughta beat you so hard, it'll feel like you were smooching the express train. Phoenix Wright? You saying you Phoenix Wright? Cause I'm Phoenix Wright, the one and only.
Actually, I've learned a little something about my doppelganger. Huh? You did? What did you find out? Oh yeah, Maya was working at the restaurant when I ran into Don Phony. Let's just say he was such a terrible version of me that I wanted to sue for defamation. What's that guy's story, anyway? What does he have to gain by impersonating me? Good question. Charlie, a quite decorative plant. Sure, the office is a mess, but I never forgot to water this little fella.
Alright. Same dialogue. Alright. Same dialogue. Um. It's the seedy old man. What's his name again? Vermin Kudo, is it? I can't remember either. I never seen a witness mess up so badly in court before. Better stay away from him for a while, huh? Yeah, it might be more than seeds that he chucks at me next time. The chef's a witness too, right? I suppose so. He was in the kitchen at the time of the incident. Well, since old Seedy's testimony is pretty much useless to us, I guess we should speak to Mr. Armstrong again, huh? Oh no. Have you noticed the victims in our cases tend to be people we know nothing about, Nick? Take Glenn Elg, for example. Now that you mention it, we don't know what kind of guy he was, or why he was killed. I say it's time to get out there and find some answers. Nadeau got it good today, huh? He was even smoking at the end there. He'll have a new witness ready for tomorrow, though. You can count on it. We need to figure out the facts before then, or we're doomed. A lot of strange conflicting things kept popping up today in the trial, huh? Yeah, they seem to come out of nowhere. That's why we gotta go talk with Maggie and get this whole thing straightened out. Maggie said that when she brought the victim his coffee, there was one more person sitting at the table. This single contradiction is probably the most important one we have to resolve. I always felt sorry for Gumshoe today. He really wanted to help Maggie out, but he kept getting backed into a corner. Maggie took it pretty bad, didn't she? Do you think she feels betrayed? Maybe we gotta cheer her up somehow. She's a friend after all. A friend? Never really thought of it that way, but I guess she is. Mina really bailed me out again yesterday. That seedy old man was so rude to me. He didn't realize just how awesome I am. If he had, I bet he would have treated me better. Since when did you become so awesome? I mean, come on, Phoenix. Maya's awesome. So, how's your spirit medium training going? Well, I'm kind of taking a break. I'm having a bit of trouble right now, you know? Last year's incident must still be on her mind. I haven't seen Maya train at all since then. I think Mia said it's because Maya's kind of torn these days. Alright. Let's, Do you know anything about this, Maya? Okay. Alright. Same text. New ear otolary neurological clinic. I guess if your eardrum was ruptured, you couldn't listen to the radio, huh? Yeah, it'd be pretty pointless to wear an earpiece of any kind. The medication in the bag is missing too, right? The mysterious vanishing medication, much like our mysterious other person. I can't believe they found this in Maggie's pocket. Yeah, but she was passed out, right? So the killer could have easily planted it on her. Where do we even get a hold of something like this? It's not like you can go down to your local Costco and buy it in bulk for $5 a pound. She has got a point. How the killer got a hold of this poison is pretty important. It's almost surreal that this artsy apron is what got us this far. Well, as art goes, this piece definitely leaves an impression. I guess that means the old guy never saw the front of it, huh? Which means he didn't see the waitress's face either. Maybe I should try the lottery sometime too. Sure, why not? If you hit the jackpot, you could win $500,000. So what are you waiting for, Nick? Buy one. No way. Don't you know the lottery is a tax on people who are bad at math? Blah. Fine then. At least I can add it to the newly renamed Paths to Wealth. I'll have to call Pearly later and have her add, buy lottery tickets whenever possible. Coffee cup. That's the cup the poison was in, isn't it? Yeah, and the stain on the rim shows that the victim used his right hand to pick it up. But the old man swore he saw the victim pick it up with his left hand. If Mr. Kudo wasn't mistaken, then what could count for this contradiction? Okay. Boots, move. Stop. A letter of apology from the old man? Aw, how sweet. Okay, let's see. Testing. Okay, we're good. Actually, it's his testimony, if you can call it that. So, what's it say? I broke the vase in my seat. I'm sorry? I used to break things all the time when I was little, you know. And I used to have to write apologies all the time, too. Well, Pearls and Adrian seem to have picked up where you left off. Yeah. A loan of $500,000. I wonder what Mr. Armstrong did to get into that much debt. I'm gonna guess he spent money needlessly. You better watch your spending, too. Hey, I've got a great idea. What if Mr. Armstrong charged $20,000 for the Twin T set? If you hit people with that kind of bill, Maya, they will hit you back. That thing must have been in an accident. It's a total wreck. That's what the guy I met in the park was writing, and I'm betting he's the fake me. Cause I'm Phoenix Wright, the one and only. His voice is still ringing in my ears. Introduce me next time, Nick. I want to meet Zin Eof too. Zin Eof. Gosh, I love that name. It's so dumb. I love it. It's Phoenix backwards. Alright. I'm just getting extra text, everybody. I can't believe there's a fake Nick running around. Yeah, I know. What's the deal with that? Why is he impersonating me? Cool. Maybe he's got something against you. People do tend to have a distinct distaste of you, Nick. True enough. The only thing prosecutors seem to like about me is pushing me around. Or maybe he's got something against Maggie. So he pretended to be me to get Maggie convicted? Alright. This doodle here, it was drawn by the victim, right? This is a newspaper from the day of the incident, so yeah, we've got to assume so. There must be a clue in there somewhere. I guess we should show it around and see if anyone can tell us more about it. And the same thing. Oh god. That badge is totally useless, Nick. Huh? I mean, no one suspected that Zen Eof wasn't a real lawyer. I bet he didn't even have an attorney's badge. I guess you're right. Or maybe he did have one, and maybe he switched to your real one for a Fugazi. My badge? A fake? That's a good one, Maya. Why the nervous laughter? And I knew it. Aha, I knew it. Your badge really is fake, isn't it, Nick? Alright. Lots and lots of text. All right, everybody, let's head to Tribulations. Jerry, so I guess Maggie's still in questioning. But we've got questions to ask her, too. Maggie! Maggie! Keep it down, Maya. This isn't a playground, you know. Smile, you're on candid camera. This guard monitors the visitor's room. There's nothing for him to do right now, so he's catching some vertical Z's. Looks like Gumshoe's not here. Never mind that. What's going on? It feels different in here somehow. You think? Yeah, everyone seems to be on edge. What are you doing? Call in the officers for the briefing, quick! Can't you shut down the station server? Chief, quit playing on the internet. But my email pen pal, Leet Asian Princess. 1337 Asian Princess. What a name. Save it for later. I'm turning it off now. No. Leet Asian Princess. Oh, God. Everyone's keeping busy in here, huh? Keeping busy. More like panicking, if you ask me. Something's going on. Something big. All right. Back to Tribulations. Well, we're gonna go there, I mean. Empty as usual. Yeah, and it's lunchtime, too. That's it. Come on, come on, come on. Hey, it sounds like... Now, just call an 8, pal. Come on. I know you can. I know you can. He's getting really worked up about something. No, that's the wrong number. Arg. Looks like an 8 would have only netted me $5 anyway. What a ripoff. What's the problem, Detective Gumshoe? Huh? Oh, it's you. I was, I was just, I was just listening to the radio, pal. To the radio? Hey, Detective Gumshoe's having lunch here. He is, and he's having the twin tea set. Uh-oh. What can I say? Gonna talk to Gumshoe. Today's trial. This is a nightmare. How am I supposed to look Maggie in the eye now, pal? You really drove her into a corner, you know. You always blow apart my testimony. Why, of all days, didn't you do it today? Sorry. There just weren't any holes in it for once. Yeah, what happened? Usually your testimonies are like Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese? Well, do you prefer crumbly, like aged Parmesan? Anyway, this case has already been ruled on. There shouldn't be any holes left to find. So did Maggie say anything to you about me, I mean? Well, how did she put it again? I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. I hate him, sir. I mean it. I don't ever want to see him again. Something like that. Wah. Wah. Please, Detective Gumshoe, I didn't mean... Why? Why is this happening? He's banging his head against the wall, Nick. Oh man, poor Gumshoe. Lunch special. So, did you like the twin tea set? I've never paid that much money for lunch before.
I was so nervous, my hands were shaking. So, how did it taste? Well, for 20 bucks, I guess I don't know how to describe it. Really, it was delicate. Delicate? You mean you liked it? It didn't taste bad to you? Ellipsis. What's the matter with him? Looks like he's thinking. That's it. I've been trying to think of the right word to describe the taste. And I just realized it's bad. That's it. It tasted bad. Uh, it's just kind of hard to admit it to yourself when you pay 20 bucks for it, you know? Maybe he should have found out about the price after he had finished eating. Hey, Nick, maybe that's why Glenn L. came here. Maybe he heard about the super fierce twin tea set. If by fierce you mean fearsome. Speaking of Glenn Elg, that reminds me. We still hardly know anything about the guy. Why don't we ask Detective Gumshoe what he knows, seeing as he's here? The radio. So, what were you all excited about earlier? Huh? That's right, you said you were listening to the radio or something. Oh, that was nothing. I wasn't excited. Come on, Detective Gumshoe. You can tell little old me. What were you listening to? Nothing really. It was just, daily exercise show. Oh, Gumshoe, you silly, silly man. What the? A psych walk? This lunch special's lobster sure is great. Then why are there tears in your eyes? A one-way ticket to happiness, huh? Glenn Elk died because of this ticket. Yeah, but it's still a one-way ticket to happiness, pal. And Maggie was found guilty of murder because of it, too. Ellipsis. Looks like anything about Maggie's an instant conversation stopper. Yeah, he's got a real soft spot for her. And it obviously hurts when you hit it. That's the apron Maggie was wearing. Yeah, it still smells like her, too. Does this mean Maggie smells like ketchup? Alright. Sorry, pal. I can't discuss anything connected to the case. Hey, I thought you said you were going to help us out. I can't help you out if I don't have any info. Yeah, I suppose the retrial has only just begun. What do you think about this, Detective Gumshoe? Alright. We never did find the contents of that bag. It was medicine for Mr. Elg's ruptured eardrum, right? Yeah, we found traces of it in his left ear canal. He must have used it while he was at Tribulations. We're sure of that much. Alright. Maggie's probably crying all alone right now, huh? Yeah, thanks to you. Arg, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Maya, don't torch poor Gumshoe's feelings like they're cups of cheap creme brulee. You're really crazy about Maggie, aren't you? No, no, no. I'm not. It's not that I. You don't have to hide it, Gumshoe. It's pretty obvious. Yeah, you're way too plain looking for Maggie, right? I'd arrest you right now if you weren't so right. Damn. You know, in all my years, I've never seen a witness who was that confused before. Yeah, you looked pretty confused by his testimony. Nothing against old guys, I like them and all. But he sounded like he was pretty sure about what he saw. Yeah, that's the impression I got too. Me three. But then, why doesn't even a single part of his testimony corroborate any of the facts? You know about that chef said, you know what that chef said to me? Ooh la la, your body is full of toxins. And then he gave me this bottle. What's in it? I don't know. The label says juniper. But I'll tell you what, this stuff works like a charm. I slept like a rock last night. Oh, really? It's nice. I know I look a little rough around the edges. But the truth is, I'm a lot more detective-like than I used to be. Really? Like what part? Like the color of my coat. Ah, you're right. Yeah, but what about what's inside the coat? This guy was a real programming genius. They called him the walking computer at the place where he worked. What happens when he crashes, though? Does he just stop moving all of a sudden? He wasn't literally a computer, Maya. Ugh. Anyway, there's nothing between Maggie and the victim. Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday, too. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, don't you have any information that's a bit more fun? Fun? Oh, I know. So have you paid a visit to where Mr. Elg worked yet? You might as well. His workplace? Where's that? A computer firm called Blue Screens Inc. Something like that. Sounds like a real stable company. This could be fun, Nick. Let's go. Computers aren't really my thing, Maya. We'll be fine. I know all about that high-tech stuff. I wonder about that. I wonder about that. It's just around the corner from this joint. You should take a look. A computer firm called Blue Screens Inc., huh? Okay. Mr. Godot agreed to take this case just so he could face you, pal. He was working on a bunch of more important cases, but he canceled them all. Huh? But then, why didn't Mr. Godot take this case? When Maggie's first trial came up. Yeah, that is kinda odd. I mean, everyone thought the defense was Phoenix Wright. So why didn't he try to fight me then? Well, according to Mr. Godot, he knew the guy was a phony right away, so he didn't want to bother with the trial. He couldn't be bothered to tell the judge? Wow. Alright, we read that before. You're looking upbeat as usual. And you're looking tired as usual, Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, that's life, huh? One guy's got it all, and one guy's got squat. Is it just me? Or did the room get darker all of a sudden? You know, Detective, this is the year of the, gum. It is? Yeah, I think. Gum, huh? This is gonna be a great year for this old gumshoe then, right? Look at that, he perked up in no time. Maya, don't mess with him like that. Hang on. Oh, okay. Alright. Is that thing real, pal? Why does everyone keep asking me that? I wonder what this phony of yours is like.
He had Maggie found guilty of murder. Doesn't that tell you? It tells me the guy is cruising for a bruising. You're really caring, aren't you, Detective Gumshoe? About Maggie, I mean. Alright, let's break Gumshoe's psych lock. Let's see. Here goes. Alright, Gumshoe. It's time. The radio. Alright, Detective Gumshoe. Tell me the truth. What were you listening to? No way, pal. Now that you've made a big ding out of it, I'm not gonna tell you. We'll see about that, pal. Consider all the noise you were making while you were listening. It's pretty clear what kind of radio program it was. I'd say it was related to the lottery ticket. I'm right, aren't I? You were listening to the lottery results, weren't you? You thought you'd try to win big, just like Glenn Elg did. It's like you can see right through me. Yep. Huh? I've cracked him already? See, pal? That's why I said it was nothing. Unlock successful. The radio. I'm usually pretty lucky, so I figured I'd give it a try. What's with everyone in the lottery? So, how did it go? I won 50 cents. It'd be better to win nothing at all than half a lousy buck. I was so mad. Yeah, I know the feeling. I brought the same kind of ticket as Mr. Elg, see? And they've got this special radio show where they announce the winning numbers. They even do the drawings live on the air. It's intense, pal. I bet that's what Mr. Elk was listening to on the day he was killed. Yeah, what time is it now? It's just after 1:30. And are the lottery results always broadcast at the same time? Yeah, look, I got this flyer when I brought the ticket. Millionaire Radio Flyer. Experience the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life every Monday at 1:30 p.m. Millionaire Radio? That sounds cool. I want to try it, Nick. Then buy a ticket, Maya, with your own money. Alright. Let's present. Apparently everyone's listening to this show now. That's because everyone wants money. They said that the victim, Glenn Elg, was really into gambling. Uh-oh. Yep, you can't beat gambling. I love it too. I won $500 last night playing cards with Nick. Huh? We were playing for money? Of course. So you better pay up. You're a smart one. Waiting for a cop to be present before asking for the cash. Alright. Now then. Okay, everybody. It's time to go to Blue Screens Inc. January 7th, Blue Screens Inc. Wow, this place is so high-tech. You can almost smell the electricity in the air. Is it a computer firm? It is a computer firm, Maya. They can't work without electricity, you know. Who are you? Oh, hello. I'm sorry. Access is restricted to authorized personnel only. This is a computer programming laboratory. There are far too many trade secrets that could be leaked. Wow, what secrets? Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building. Understood. Who is this woman? She's like a robot from some kind of whacked educational show. My name is Lisa Basil. So her name, Lisa Basil, it's a palindrome, just like Glenn Elg. That's all. That's it. I'm the company director. The director? She's human? She seems more like a ghost in the shell. Ah, yes. I'm sure some of you out there know what Ghost in the Shell is. So, it's a reference to the anime series Ghost in the Shell, and specifically Basil's superficial resemblance to Major Motoko Kusanagi, the cyborg protagonist of said series. I hope you enjoyed that little trivia, which I'm probably going to bring up again at the end of the stream. And that thing over her eye, isn't that the same device as Glenn Elk's? That's in DMH, right? Nice try, but it's the other way around, Maya. It's an HMD. All my programmers here at Blue Screens Inc. are supplied with HMDs. Then do you write programs too? No, I just enjoy wearing this. They are pretty cool. I wouldn't mind one. Oh boy. Hey, look, Nick. It's a supercomputer. It looks like it's really smart and wise, doesn't it? Computers are only as smart as the humans who use them, Maya. That explains why we don't use the computer in our office. You work there too, Maya. Yeah, but at least, please, don't argue about something that's so trivial. Otherwise, the computer will laugh at you. She said she'd laugh at us, Nick. She's a human, Maya, not a computer. He's really pounding that keyboard, isn't he? Wow, I bet that's where the pro and programmer comes from, huh? I guess I shouldn't be resting my laurels. Gotta expand my skill set and all that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I could become old CD's repentance. And what about your spirit medium training? Whoa, look at this desk, Nick. What a mess. Looks pretty average to me. But you can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this. You think? Real whiz kids can work under any condition, you know. Ellipsis. She's trying to hint that I should tidy my desk more. I'll clean up my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions. No hurry then. Hey, this calendar! What about it? If this is another hint about tidying, you can forget it. Someone's marked December 3rd in red pen. December 3rd? That's the day Mr. Elg was murdered. Is there anything else? Yeah, it says, meet with the tiger. The tiger? Glenn's calendar. On December 3rd, the day of the incident, there is a note saying, meet with the tiger. Oh. Alright. Let's talk to Lisa Basil. Blue Screens Inc. So what exactly is this firm's business? I will try to simplify it so that you can understand. We analyze the data management systems required by certain branches of industry, and then deliver optimum operating systems and source-level components to them. Huh? You lost me in the corner of analyze and management. It doesn't matter. They analyze stuff. You got that much, right? The software we produce is distributed on CDs. CDs? Yes, compact disc. Digital optical storage media. Of course, CDs are used for software as well as music. It is a small firm, but all my employees are first-class programmers. Let's ask one of them what they are doing. Excuse me, what are you working on right now? I'm researching the impact of time slice. Oh, no, no, no. I'm not reading that. Uh, awesome. I collected another, everyone's favorite trope from one of these games. Except it's nobody's favorite trope. The auto scroll. But it's okay, like, once again, what they were saying is nothing important. Again, I said this yesterday. I bet back in the day when people were working on, like, text script FAQs, they had to, like, be a speed reader or play that part several times over to copy the script down. Alright. Well, you get the idea. This is the sort of thing we are involved in. Did you good people follow all that? Yeah. Your blank smile just said otherwise, Maya. Yeah, I was clipping that part. What happened? You know about what happened, right, Miss Basil? You mean about Glenn being poisoned? Yes, I know. It's terrible. Can you tell us anything that might be helpful? I don't think so. A police officer was here earlier too. But I couldn't tell him anything either because the waitress who committed the crime has nothing to do with Blue Screen's ink. Oh. Oh. How about Mr. Elg's desk? Have you cleared it out already? No, not yet. It's this one, right in front of you. If there's anything that might be useful to you, you are welcome to take it. I guess there might be a clue here somewhere. Yeah. Would you mind taking a look at this? I'm sorry, that data is super admin restricted desktop access password protected. Super admin restricted desktop access password protected? What? This is madness. No, Maya. That is Sparta. She won't tell us unless we say the right code word. So, everybody. So that was a reference to the movie 300. It was the exchange between a messenger and King Leonidas. The messenger goes, "This is blasphemy! This is madness!" And then Leonidas, "Madness? This is Sparta!" And additionally, when you spell it as Sparda, it's a reference to Capcom's Devil May Cry series as well. That's the name of the demon father of Dante and Virgil. So it's actually a 2-for-2 reference. It's referencing both, 300 and Devil May Cry Sparta. But really, they were actually just, yeah. A code word? Sesame. If it's not Sesame, then it must be her mother's maiden name. That's how it always is. There's no point in having a password if it's always the same thing, Maya. I guess she just doesn't want to talk about this. Maybe we should focus on asking about Glenn Elg. What do you say? Yeah. One moment. I just want to see if there was something else. All right. What happens if we showed her own profile against her? Let me see. Probably the same thing. Lisa Basil, the CEO of Blue Screens Inc. and Glenn Elg's boss. Absolutely not a robot. No age. All right. Let's ask her about Glenn Elg. I guess we show her the Glenn Elg profile. About Mr. Elg. He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. But he did suffer from one or two bugs in his personality. Oh, like what? He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. That's what got him into trouble. Jeez. Ellipsis. What's the matter? He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. So he was really no trouble at all. A model employee. Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. We gotta find out what this trouble was exactly. Alright. One moment, everybody. I need to let one of my cats out. MJ. Be right back, everybody. What is it, Bush? What happened to your meow? Bush is trying to meow at me. But his meow came out like quiet. That happens sometimes. Okay, I'm back, everybody. I had to eject MJ, my other cat. Okay. And I'm okay, everybody. I'm still hydrated. I'll eat my dinner late again. Alright, sorry for the delay. Let's talk about Glenn's troubles. Glenn's troubles. About Mr. Elg. Was he in some kind of trouble? I'm sorry, why would you think that? I thought you said something about it just now. You said he got himself into trouble because he was a bit of a loser. Uh-oh. Lisa Basil, you are hiding something. 3 Cyclops? I guess Mr. Elg is like every other man with his own pile of secrets. Alright. Unfortunately, we cannot break those Cyclops. We're gonna go back to the kitchen. Oh no. Alright. To the kitchen. And I gotta make sure I do the thing. January 7, today bien kitchen. Huh? Mr. Armstrong's talking to someone. Oh, it's her again. I'll be back next month. Oui, naturellement. I will be waiting for you.
If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here. No, I will have everything ready. I promise. I love fire, you know. I love the way it crackles. I like her. Oh, no, no. Stop it. I beg you. Then don't let me down. I'll be watching you. Yes, no. This is not necessary. You can trust me, mademoiselle. Talk to anyone, and I'll drive a knife right through your heart. Oh no, you do not have to worry. You know, you worry far too much. Maybe this will help you relax. It is the oil of sandalwood. I do love raw meat from time to time. I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye. For now. I have the shivers. I must rub some of my oil all over my body before I become this nervous wreck. There, ooh wee wee. That feels good. Ooh la la. Excusez-moi, monsieur. My eyes! My eyes! Your eyes? If you have trouble with your eyes, you need this, la oil of sandalwood. Isn't this just the leftovers of what you were just using? Yes. Oh boy. Lovely. Alright. Gotta make sure I get all the French words, everybody. Okay. Alright, I already searched there before. Alright, time to talk to Jean. Très bien. You don't exactly have any customers, do you, Mr. Armstrong? Okay, hang on. Alright. You don't exactly have any customers, do you, Mr. Armstrong? No, you are right, monsieur. But perhaps that is the perfect time for you to visit me, no? That way, I can give you my undivided attention and cook for you la dish supreme. Putting on a brave face, huh? That's what girls do, Nick. But you are right, business is very difficult these days. Perhaps the name is the problem. People do not understand it. They think it is tray. I just wanted people to think that my restaurant was exclusive. But they think you just serve fast food on cheap plastic trays? Nick, that's the kind of thing that can make a girl cry.
Have you forgotten that Mr. Armstrong is a man, Maya? But this restaurant is my life. It is everything to me. I will defend it to la finale. No one will take it from me. The woman you, the woman just now. So who was that woman you were just talking to? Oh la la, you saw that. Ah well, yes, sorry. So who was she? She looked so polite and graceful. The polite? The graceful? And she likes raw meat and fires, right? I'll be back next month. Oui, naturalmente. I'll be waiting for you. If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here. No, I will have everything ready, I promise. Now that I think about it, hey Maya, I think it's pretty clear what kind of conversation they were having. You think so? Well, then let's show him that piece of evidence and see what happens. All right. Uh, let me go to my options real quick. We will present the evidence, which is the contract. Where is that contract? I have so many evidence. Here it is. So long as that paper exists, I am but a delightful angel with broken wings. An angel, huh? Doesn't bode well when you think about it. Oui, they kept harassing me month after month. In the end, I had to give in. I agreed to help them. Help them? With what? Must be sir. If I did not owe them the money, I would have reversed. I would have refused. But my hands were tied. Please, what did you agree to help them with? No, I cannot say. If I tell you that woman, she will slice me up and eat me with a salad garnish. I hope he doesn't mean that he'll literally be sliced up and served with garnish. I'm going to guess that woman has something to do with your loan contract. Am I right? Ah! Please, Mr. Armstrong, tell us about that woman. Oh boy. Hawk, the woman just now. The woman who was here earlier. I take it that she's, Why has it come to this? What a tragedy. Suddenly I find myself so deep in la debt. It is a sign of la bad, bad world we live in. Huh? No, I'd say it's more of a sign of la bad, bad culinary skills. The woman who was here, the scary woman, she is from la loan office. Loan office? Is that where you borrowed $500,000 from? Oui, tender lender, it is called. Catchy name. Just hearing it makes me want to borrow some money. Please, you must not borrow from them. If you must, no more than $10. $10? Sounds like your whole monthly stipend, Maya. Hey, I got a bit more than that, thank you very much. So tender lender is the loan office you borrowed $500,000 from, huh? I wonder if they've got anything to do with this case. Alright. Let me save this once again. Tender lender. I am a weak woman. When I am upset, I have to buy something nice to cheer me up. Oh boy. Thanks to him loaning me the money, I have to pay back $500,000 now. I am like a slave. I have to do everything that he tells me. Who's this he? The tiger.
The tiger? Oui, he is the manager of the tender lender, a terrifying man, la big city mobster. When he shouts at me, my knees are trembling, and his voice is ringing in my ears for 3 days. As soon as I hear the noise of that battered old scooter he rides, I start to cry. A big city mobster who rides a battered old scooter? Does this guy resemble me by any chance? Oh, no, no, no. This man has a presence. A most formidable personality. Although, we does have la spiky air, just like you. We, there is a resemblance there, I suppose. Hmm. Sounds like this lone office is worth checking out after all. If you want to visit the Tender Lender, it is just beyond Vitamin Square. Hey, Nick. If you need money, I can loan you some, as long as it's less than $3. Thanks for the offer. Just beyond Vitamin Square, huh? Alright. Okay, let me save real quick. Alright. Now I need to do one more thing. I gotta present all the evidence to Jean here. Alright. So at this point... Oh, wait. Oh, what a beautiful pendant. It would look stunning on me with la earrings. Please don't steal it again, okay? It's one of a kind. I could just have a sliver of it. No, it's not a block of cheese, you know. This is the paper the victim brought with him. MC Bummer, oui. Does that mean something to you? Non, I only speak French, mademoiselle. Well, we found it behind your magazine rack. Oh, how naughty I am. I haven't cleaned for such a long time. Alright. Right. Uh-oh. Ellipses. What is it? Is this your scooter? No, no, I saw it before in Vitamin Square, you see. Mon Dieu! No, no, no. Take it away. Do not show that to me. Talk about an allergic reaction. Yep. Ah, it is true. My vases are broken all the time. I brought a new one the next day after the incident, but they wouldn't let me put it on the table because of the investigation. Okay, that was new. I'm doing this to make sure that, I'm locked in with the achievement. If only I had taken Wright's lottery ticket, I would not have any debts right now. I would be free. Look at the bright side, Mr. Armstrong. You won $1, right? A lack of remorse for having stolen something priceless. Yeah, it's messed up. About this. Okay. You know nothing about the cyanide?
Okay. Now I gotta show him all the profiles. Oh, what's this? Hold up. New dialogue. Oh, it hurts me to see that poor girl's face. Maggie's. I heard she was superhumanly unhappy. Superhumanly? And if she hadn't come to work for me, she wouldn't have got into this mess. Huh? I'm missing something here, aren't I? Jesu desol, Maggie, forgive me. Okay. Okay. Alright. Good. We're done here with this guy forever. Well, we're not gonna be done with him eventually. Like, we're just done with the presenting of everything and talking to everything. Alright. Okay. Well, I'm gonna head back to the precinct now. We got a big meeting starting in a bit. About Maggie's case, you mean? No, that's pretty much wrapped up now. There's another big case going down at the moment, so she's been pushed aside. Okay, well, I'll see you later then. Bye. Ellipsis, ellipsis, ellipsis. You better get going, detective, or you'll be late. Actually, I've kind of got a favor to ask. It's a big one. A favor? Yeah, it's for, Maggie, actually. I was kind of hoping you'd give this to her for me. What is it? It's a lunchbox. I got up early so I could make it. I've been real worried about her. She looked like she lost a lot of weight. Detective Gumshoe. Oops. How many weenies are in here? There's not a person on earth who could down this much meat. You think? I love weenies. I can't get enough of their tender juiciness. So, will you give it to her? It took me ages to make. So please say you will, pal. I can't exactly say no, can I? Gumshoe's lunchbox, given to Maya to carry. Gumshoe's lunchbox, a tenderly handmade lunchbox, fills the stomach with love and plenty of weenies. Oh, maybe I'll eat it myself if I get hungry. Don't forget, okay? I'm counting on you to give that to Maggie. All right. He's finally gone. Let me see something. I'm just gonna humor myself. All right. Okay. Let's see. Okay, everybody. It's time to go to Boosh. Hey. We gotta go to Tender Lender now. I don't see any sign of Mr. Kudo. Do you? Maybe he went to buy another ton of bird seeds. I was kind of hoping he wouldn't be here anyway, at least not for now. Besides, any more seeds today and I'm liable to turn into a real phoenix. We're off to Tender Lender. Da, 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 da. All right. Hang on. Hey, check this out. I wouldn't get too close to that if I were you, otherwise you might be in for a shock. My phony must be lurking someplace nearby. Just imagine a tiger loose in the city. Meanwhile, the real phoenix is like an abandoned chick, lost in a vast urban jungle. Huh? Don't worry, someday you'll grow up and become a ferocious tiger too. Don't lose hope. Why is she trying to pep talk me into becoming my phony? Alright. Tender Lender. Oh boy. January 7th. Tender Lender. This place gives off a really strange vibe, doesn't it? Looks like the tiger isn't in his lair. Okay. And that is, as they say, a very good thing. Welcome. Talk about a creepy voice. It makes your soul want to shrivel up and die. You're here to discuss alone? No, not exactly. The manager is away at the moment. Wait quietly, please. He's gone, just like that. I guess we'll just have to come back another time. But this is the perfect opportunity, Nick. This place reeks of suspicion. Come on, Nick. Let's take a look around, okay? Do you think it'd be okay? Of course. No one will ever know. Coffee. Ah! I'll leave it here for you to enjoy. Quietly. Yes, thank you. Do not touch the desk, please. Nick, let's get out of here. Now she wants to get out of here. Nah, we're investigating. What's this? It's a punching bag. What? No way. You wouldn't catch me walking around with a bag like that. What do you mean, walking around? The design's gross to start with, and it's way too heavy to be practical. And why is it called a punching bag? Don't people know messenger bags are in? I knew it. I was right before. Back at Tribulations. Paris fashion is more my thing. I really, really hope she's pulling my chain on this one. Win through compromise. Win through compromise? I wonder what's that supposed to mean. It must mean something if they took the trouble to frame it like that. Yeah, well, it still doesn't make any sense to me. That. Ah! That's Tender Lender's guiding principle. Oh? Compromise the customer to win. Oh, I see. How about you, Nick? Yeah, well, as long as we don't have to compromise my hair, I'd say we're okay. That's one slogan no business owner should ever explain to their customers. All right. There's a CD player on the desk, but the desk is so loud. It's a wonder you can hear it. The lid's open. I wonder what kind of music the tiger's into. Have you finished the coffee? Ah! Yes, thanks. It was lovely. So, you drank it all? Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Go. If you touch anything else that doesn't belong to you, there's always another cup. That coffee! It was laced with something. I'm almost sure of it. Nick, my stomach, it's killing me! Oh, wait. Maybe it was just the burger I ate for breakfast. I sure hope so. We better take a look at that CD while we're still alive and have the chance. What the? What? It's not the Rocco soundtrack, is it? Claw the Tiger? Rocky. Eye of the Tiger. There's your Rocky reference, everybody. It's a demo CD. The artist's name has been handwritten on the disc and pen. MC Bomber. What? This must be the CD Maggie told us about. Let's listen to it. I bet it's heavy metal. No way. That will make us drink more coffee if we do. MC Bomber found that tender lender. A sample disc with the name written in marker. Okay. Let's see. This round doll thing is called a Daruma, I think. I figured I'd read a book or two and be more cultured, in case you're wondering. You mean you aren't making stuff up for a change? I bet you also didn't know that no matter what, he'll always write himself. Go on, Nick. Give him a good shove. Only if I feel like dying. Now, this yellow thing. This is a Japanese chess piece. I think it's a king. Not that I'm an expert or anything. I'm more of a reversey person, you know. Assuming she knows what she's talking about. These aren't exactly your typical mobster wannabe items. They're not trophies, are they? Hey, there's a piece of paper sticking out from under here. What is it? A repair bill? Looks like he did some repair work on his car. Does he even have one? $15,000 to replace a bumper and a light? That's insane. The car's registered to the Cadaverinis. Huh? So it's not even the Tiger's car? Why would someone else's repair bill be in the Tiger's office? Repair bill. A car repair bill for $15,000. Paid by Tigre to the Cadaverini family. Cadaverini? Yeah. And that's a shogi piece. Japanese chess is shogi. Hey, look at this Parisian style coat. It's so chic. Looks more like a pimp coat to me. Guess I haven't got an eye for fashion. Hey, look at this. This suit is the same color as the one you wear, Nick. Oh god, it is. The same color as my suit. Ah! Keep your voice down, Maya. Nick, you gotta take a look at this. Some cake. Ah! I'll just leave it here for you. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Just wait here quietly. Otherwise. Sure. Did you hear that, Nick? Wait quietly, she said. Yeah, sure. I have my eye on you. Only so I can take care of you. Understand? I'm scared, Nick. So, what were you getting so excited about before? Look on the label of this suit. That's that's an attorney's badge. Is the tiger a lawyer? No way, look at this thing. It's made of paper. Paper badge. Found at Tender Lender. Made of cardboard and painted to look authentic. For some reason, your badge suddenly looks really cheap to me, Nick. Why doesn't anyone recognize an obviously fake badge when they see one? Oh no, someone's dropped the ashtray on the floor. That's going to be a nightmare to clean up. Yeah, it's all over the rug and everything. I accidentally knocked over a really big space heater once. Cleaning up was such a pain. It was one of those super antiques where you have to burn a ton of charcoal. How did she manage to knock one of those over? Aren't they supposed to be super heavy? Oh hey, there's a book of matches here too. Matches, huh? Places don't give those out much nowadays. Hey, wait a second. What is it? Look what's printed on its cover. It says, Très bien. Très bien matches. Matches used for advertising. Found lying in Tender Lender. These matches could come in handy. We might be able to use them. Yeah, the pilot light for the office boiler keeps going out. Swing and a miss, Maya. Swing and a miss. Rah! That's a long roar. Ah! Come out from under the desk, Maya. What are yous two snooping around my office for? Nothing. We were just. Rawr! My precious carpet. He's got ash on my rug. You gonna wish your ugly feet never came through my door. It wasn't us. It was already like. You's gonna argue with me? Is that what you doing? You think yous can take me on? Oh boy. I'm gonna flatten yous two into pancakes and turn yous into my new rugs. Ah! Oh, Don Tigre, you're back. Back, that voice. It's like evil seeping into your head through your ears. I'm sorry, Don Tigre. I knocked over that ashtray earlier and. Eek! Has she got a death wish or what? Oh, right. Huh? Forget about it, Violetta. It's nothing. What? I ain't gonna get mad at you. You too cute. You hear? That's so unfair. Here, have some cookies. I just baked them. And you'll need some strong espresso while you're discussing your loan. Rah! Phoenix Wright! Roar! Phoenix Wright. Yes? You was either crazy or just plain stupid to chase after me. I worked so hard, but now he's gotta come mess up my plan. So it was him. He's my phony. Well, I don't care. No one gets in my way. What? I mean, excuse me? You should have left that little girl at home, right? I have a few things I want to ask. Rah! No questions. This is the last time we meet.
back. Wait, please. That was pretty weak, Nick. You waited until he was out of earshot before you shouted after him. Like you're one to talk. I didn't hear you scream, hold it either. The espresso. Ah! And cookies. This woman is definitely not good for my heart. Now, what was it the tiger called her? Violetta? Oh boy. Oh boy, everybody. Okay. Let's talk to Violetta. Tender lender. So, I'm kind of curious about your company, Tender Lender. With the warm and friendly atmosphere you'd expect from a family-sized business. A consciousness rate of interest, and an attractive repayment policy. Why do I get the feeling this sentence is not going to end well? We will tenderly lend you that little bit extra here at Tender Lender. Hey, Nick. Things are a bit tight for Wright & Co. at the moment, aren't they? I mean, there's that $500 you owe me from our wild card. There's that $500. There's that. There's that $500 you owe me from our card game for starters. Why don't you take out a loan? Would I like to take out a loan from a place like this? Not so much. Tender Lender is on your side. So, let's say I'm late with my repayment. What happens then? We give you more coffee. Strong coffee. Right. I think I'd rather skip town. Hey, just remember I can make strong coffee too, Nick. Strong tea as well. What happened? So, do you know about the incident we're investigating? What incident? Well, a man was poisoned in a restaurant just near here. That incident. Let me see. I was here that day with the manager. The manager being the tiger? Furio Tigre. Furio? Tigre? So that's where the tiger thing comes from. Zin Eof's got a real name. Nick, hurry up and find out more about him. Alright. What happens if we present the badge here? About this. More coffee? You must have more. No, thanks. I've had enough, really. I'm so thirsty. I don't leave the office. I can't tell you about anything. Except Don Tigre. Okay. Violetta. Possibly part of the staff at Tender Lender? A thoroughly bitter person. Furio Tigre. The head of the Tender Lender Loan Company, also known as the Tiger. Alright. Let's talk to her about the tiger. Can I ask you more about the tiger? I mean, Mr. Tigre? Cookie? Sure. How do you like my cookies? I baked them myself. Go ahead, Nick. The honor is all yours. No. Ladies first, Maya. No matter how I look at this, I just don't get it. What are the tiger and this scary girl working together. We are lovers. That's not exactly coming across in your tone of voice. And I owe Don Tigre my life. He's the one who saved me. The tiger saved you? Please address him properly as Don Tigre. Otherwise, I'll have to. Okay, Don Tigre. Of course, I'm sorry. He saved her life? I'd sure like to know how that happened. Okay. Now let's talk to her about saved your life. I'm very frail, you see. Just recently, I died. Once. Died? About 4 months ago, the doctor said to abandon all hope. I guess they were expecting her to take a boat ride across the River Styx. But Don Tigre, he saved me. He gave up everything. Everything? When I found out what he had done for me, I was happy. No offense, but I'm finding that a little hard to believe. I decided I'd pay him back with my life by serving him coffee and espresso. I still wonder about what's in her coffee. So is that why you've got that bandage around your head? This? The head bandage. So what's the story with the bandage? Ellipsis. They put it on after the operation. Operation? It's just a little injury. A little fatal injury. A fatal injury? Maya just suffered one herself by the sound of it. So, that's the injury you were talking about before when you said you died. So that's the injury you were talking about before when you said you had died once? Ellipsis. Oh, she's hiding something. Oops. She really creeps me out, Nick. Same here, but we've got to find out the truth. Okay, so I'm going to do something silly. It's achievement related. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to present the Magatama to her. And then I'm going to present her a wrong piece of evidence. And she's going to offer me a donut. The head bandage. Hold on, everybody. Let me back off real quick. Because I don't remember if I saved, you know? I always make sure to safety save again. So I'm just gonna get the achievement and reload. Hang on. I'll present the evidence. And I'm going to get it wrong. Well, donuts. Huh? I baked them myself. Homemade donuts. Have one. What's inside? Jam and I'm sorry, but I didn't quite catch that. Thanks, but no thanks. I think I'll pass. I guess that was a flop. What happened to this woman for her to have such a huge bandage around her head? There must be some piece of evidence that'll prompt her to tell me what happened. Now, by fatal injury, yeah. We got it, everybody. Violetta's homemade donuts. So silly. Alright. Okay, we're gonna load up our file so we can have a full bar. Alright. We unfortunately do not have enough evidence to crack that lock, to crack those locks. And now I'm gonna okay, I'm gonna go back to Vitamin Square. There he is. Old CD's back feeding the pigeons again.
There, take this, and get out of my park!
Like I thought, he's really mad. Come on, Maya. Just keep your head down and let's sneak away while we still can. What? Why? Hello, old man. What are you doing, Maya? Huh? Huh? Hey, he just turned his back on us. I'm not surprised. I bet I really hurt his pride in the court this morning. Hey, Mr. Kudo. Pigeon. Caw. Look, we really need to talk to you, all right?
Out with the demons! In with good fortune!
Ow, ow, ow! Seeds, shell splinters. Painful. I always knew you were a demon, Maya. Alright. Today's trial. I'm sorry about what happened in court earlier today.
Ah, everyone will be talking about me behind my back now. A dirty old man who was so busy looking at the serving girl's backside that he can't remember her face. A filthy, depraved animal.
Not at all.
Are you listening to me, boy? I don't care what you say. I saw that waitress put it in. She put some white powder into the young lad's Javachino.
We hear you.
And another thing, the young layabout was wearing an earpiece on the same size as the lens of his broken spectacles.
We're really sorry.
So I made a little mistake about the vase. So what? I know what I saw. I tell you.
Okay, take it easy. Please, Mr. Kudo.
Don't tell me to take it easy, you spiky-haired brat. Take this.
Embroiderer. You said you were a craftsman, right?
Ha! The modern world casts honest craftsmen with me aside in droves.
Surely it's not that.
I come from a long line of craftsmen, right back to the time of the shoguns. Do you hear me? I have become an embroiderer. I was born one.
Actually, I'm kind of in the same situation myself.
I wanted to stick my fingers up that dribbling old judge's nose and scream right down his ear hole. Objection.
Oh, so did you want to become a lawyer when you were young? I don't think that's quite it, Maya. I think he's just in a bad mood. That's all.
I've got a tsunami of frustration inside, and it's ready to burst out.
If we let him start rambling now, we might never shut him up. What should I do? Suck it up. Guess I better let him talk. So there's that. So there's not much call for craftsmen these days, then?
Of course not, you idiot. All I'm good for nowadays is running errands.
Errands?
Everyone takes advantage of the elderly. Buy some bread, Gramps. Take the dog for a walk, Granddad. Feed the pigeons, old man. What am I, some sort of 2-bit community handyman?
Well,
Buy some bread, now that I can understand. But what's the point of feeding some seedy pigeons? Why don't people say what they mean? Get lost, that's what they're trying to say. Oh yes, I'm just an inconvenience, you see. At home, at that restaurant, I just get in the way, don't I?
I'm sure you don't. Wait a minute. What did he just say? At home and at that restaurant? Hold up, my restaurant. Are you talking about Tribulations? Did you get asked to run an errand there too?
Yes, I did, the very day that young brat was poisoned.
What? The errand. So on the day of the incident, what were you asked to do?
Glad you asked, boy, because I'll tell you what I was asked to do. All of a sudden, that young lad slumped over the table. The serving girl collapsed. And I broke that vase. It all happened so fast, I was in a bit of a daze, you see. Then the owner shouted over to me.
Excusez-moi, you, call the police.
Call them yourself. I should have said back, but I didn't think of it at the time.
So did you end up calling the police?
Like I said, I was in a bit of a daze.
Did you call them on your cell phone?
God, do I look like I had one of those newfangled thingamajigs? I went out looking for a payphone, of course.
You went looking for one?
I couldn't find one right away, you know. Wandered around for 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes? So for 5 minutes after the incident happened.
Yes, sirree. The owner was at Tribulations on his own.
Why didn't you mention this in court this morning?
Well, I would have if you had given me the chance. But you all bullied me out of the courtroom.
Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You certainly earned your kudos for today.
Wait a minute, if that's the case, there's more. I've got more to say. Oh, yes, I remember something else. Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom. It's not my fault you're the ones to blame.
You could have at least told us before we got to court. Is it really that important that Mr. Kudo was the one who called the police? What's important is the unaccounted time before the police arrived. The victim was dead, and Maggie was unconscious. Which leaves that that man, alone in the restaurant. Mr. Kudo might have been chased out of the place on purpose. What do you mean? Maybe a certain someone didn't want him in the restaurant. Ah,
Oh, sure, you go ahead and say I was in the way as usual. I suppose I should have been getting myself covered in pigeon poop instead, huh?
we need to get more details about what exactly happened. From Maggie and from Mr. Armstrong. Alright. Arabian matches?
Excuse me. You let me get 1,000,000 of my grumbles off my chest and I'll take one quick look. I've got an earthquake of frustration signs ready to rumble.
On second thought, forget it. 1,000,000 grumbles for one quick look doesn't sound like a good deal for me. No, what are you doing? Don't let him back in. Whatever. Alright. We're gonna get out of here. Let's see. We're gonna go back to the kitchen.
whoops. Looks like Mr. Armstrong's out again, but the place is open for business. You can't leave an open restaurant without a chef. Hey, it's not my fault, Nick. Don't take it out on me. Only a couple of minutes after the incident happened, Mr. Kudo left the scene, leaving Mr. Armstrong here alone. Missing when we need to talk to him the most. Maybe he's trying to avoid us on purpose? Yep. How inconvenient, huh? Okay. We're gonna go to the detention center now. Oh, Mr. Wright. Hello, Maggie. So they finished questioning you? Wasn't it just unbelievable in court today, sir? I'm gonna stay up all night and blog about everything that happened. Weren't you scared? It was pretty touch. Hold up. Sorry, everybody. Weren't you scared? It was pretty touch and go in there. Yeah, but he totally nailed that old man. Well, he was all over the place with his testimony. He's not the only one. Huh? What do you mean? Everyone else's testimonies doesn't match up either. Not with what I remembered of the incident anyway. Is it possible she is the one misremembering things? Oh boy. Let's see. This guard monitors the visitors' room. I bet they don't get too many waitresses in here. He looks like he's getting a bit restless. Alright. We're gonna talk to Maggie. Contradictions. Maggie, do you know how you said that everyone else provided testimony that doesn't catch up? Provide testimony that doesn't match up with what you remember? Yup. There are just so many things that doesn't seem to add up. The biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table. He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee. I'm sure it was him. But didn't Mr. Kudo testify earlier today that it was the waitress who put some white powder into the coffee cup? So I really think it was this disappearing man that did it? Well, he's not the only thing that disappeared. The CD vanished as well. You know, the CD with the writing on it. Oh yeah, the MC Screwdriver album, right? It was MC Bomber Maya. That name was scrawled on the sports paper as well. They never did find that CD at the crime scene, sir. Or the victim's medication. That's gone missing too. Ouch, my head. This is getting way too complicated for me. After the incident. You said that you passed out when the victim, Glenn L., collapsed, right? Yes, it's so embarrassing. I mean, I used to be a cop. When I came to, the restaurant was buzzing with police. And before I knew what was going on, they arrested me, sir. So between the time the victim collapsed and the time the police arrived on the scene, you have no idea what went on at Tribulations. No, no idea at all. Why? Is it important, Mr. Wright? The other witness, the old man from the park, was pretty much chased out of the picture. Chased out of the picture? What do you mean? Old CD wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to go call the police. Exactly. You, Maggie, were unconscious. That means Mr. Armstrong was alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time.
No, you don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you? When you consider the facts, it's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong isn't involved in this at all. Grr, it's like the master biting the paw, the dog that it feeds. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright? Well, the old man said as much when we spoke with him earlier. I don't know, the things that man says don't add up for some reason, sir. Maggie looks like she's trying to figure something out. Maybe we should ask Maggie exactly what she knows about old CD. Okay, I'm curious. I know I used to be in the police force, but I'm incarcerated now. I don't pick up much information here. All I can help you out with now is the menu at Tribulations. Hey, come on, Maggie, don't let your spirits fall. Okay. We're going to ask Maggie about Victor Kudo. You can also show her the Victor's testimony as well. I feel much better after the trial this morning. I've been a bit of a courtroom proceedings addict for years now. It feels like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man. He's not really that bad of an old man, though. Still, I feel a bit uneasy. Huh? I thought you just said you felt much better. Maggie, if there's something on your mind, you gotta tell us. Especially if it has anything to do with Mr. Kudo or his testimony. Roger, I'll spill it all and see what you make of it. Alright, now we can talk to her about Victor's testimony. Is there anything about Mr. Kudo's testimony that stood out as odd to you? Actually, yes. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with doesn't quite what? Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. Yeah, we know that already. It was Victor Kudo. But I can't really say it was an old man. Okay, then how about calling him a really old middle-aged man? No, age isn't the issue. The other customer was a woman. A woman? Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. So, what did this woman look like? She was sort of creepy. And she had kind of a cackling laugh. Creepy? Cackling? Why do I get the feeling I've come across a woman like that recently? Uh-huh. All right. Let's see. And now we shall present the lunchbox. Wait, where is it? Oh, there it is. Gumshoe's lunchbox. Oh, yeah. I've got something you're going to love. Really? What is it? A lunchbox just for you. Here. Wow, a lunchbox. Weenies, too. I can't believe it. Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me, Mr. Wright? Nah, it was Detective Gumshoe. Who else would make such a nice lunchbox for you? Detective Gumshoe? He's really worried about you. Looks like he put a lot of effort to making this, too. I can't accept it. Detention center rules. No gifts allowed, sir. Hey, come on, Maggie. Don't be like that.
The rules are the rules. They'll lock you up if you break them. Somehow, when an ex-cop turned waitress says that, it seems a whole lot scarier. And anyway, I hate weenies. Oh, really? It's all yours, Maya. You can enjoy it with Mr. Wright. But, ellipses. She's right. It's better than letting it go to waste. But, I guess so. Gumshoe's lunchbox eaten with Maya. Well, how was it? That hit the spot. I love weenies. Oh, good. I'm glad I gave it to you then, sir. Alright. We can go to the Criminal Affairs Department. Oh, before I do that. Present. Alright, she doesn't know. I thought she would know something. Nah, she wouldn't. I was trying to see if I could get more, like, you know, extra dialogue of silliness. The main server just went up in smoke. Why the heck isn't the press conference set up yet? The superintendent's here already. Yeah, there's a problem with the internet, too. I already told you to stop using your computer, Chief. But I'm watching videos online. I'm catching up on my Asian soap operas. It's gonna have to wait, Chief. I'm throwing the switch. No, just when some young guy was about to confess to his son's hot-to-trot girlfriend. Some and a young and guy. SUMYUNGGAI. Wow, this place is really buzzing. Something must be going down, something really big. Huh? What are you doing here, pal? Detective Gumshoe. You can't be here right now. You'll be roped into the briefing if you stay. Huh? We've got big problems here today. Why? What's going on? It's a virus. A virus. A virus? There's a virus ripping through the precinct's computer system. But I really need to ask you some questions. Tender lender. Okay, I'm only gonna say this once, so listen up. Yes? No matter how poor you get, never borrow money from a place like this, you hear? Okay. If you got money trouble, just go on a diet of instant noodles and hang in there. Ah, we're not thinking about borrowing money, detective. We want information. Oh, is that all? Well, let's see. Tender lender is considered to be even fishier than the average illegal loan shark. And it seems it ran into trouble just recently. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed, calling in all their debts. Really? Don't go poking your nose around their business, pal. You'll really regret it if you upset that lady. Alright, I get the picture. Hey, wait a minute. What did he just say? That lady. Who's this lady he's talking about, Nick? We better find out what the story is with this lady. Computer viruses. So what exactly is a computer virus, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know. What? Look, I just go with the flow, alright, pal? And here I thought detectives were supposed to be somewhat knowledgeable. What's with that face, pal? You think you know what a virus is? Well, Nick, do you? A computer virus? Sure. I mean, only in simple terms, of course. Really? Wow. You know everything, Professor Nick. Yeah. I'm gonna call you Dr. Wright from now on. Dr. Wright.
Hey, that sounds pretty cool. Don't you agree, Dr. Wright? Dr. Wright. Oh, man. Why do I get the feeling they're making fun of me? Okay, fine. I'm no expert, but I can at least explain the basics to the two of you. What's a virus? A virus is a program that gets inside a computer and causes damage. Damage, you mean it makes the machine go boom and explode? No, the damage is, well, it's all internal. So the inside goes boom, right? Imagine all the case data you've got stored on your PCs here at the station. A virus could wipe out all that. That's the kind of damage I'm talking about. Whoa, that's scary. Yeah, and what's even more scary is that viruses are infectious. Infectious? Most computers are connected together in a network, right? A virus can move from one machine to another over the network. So the virus just keeps spreading faster and faster. Just like a real virus, huh? But Nick, why would anyone want to make a program like that? Yeah, it takes ages to type in all that data. Why would you want to destroy it, pal? No, people don't affect their own machines. They send the virus to someone else's. What? That's horrible. Oh, I get it. It's like you sneezing on Mr. Godot so he catches a cold. Right, then he wouldn't be able to turn up in court because he'd be too sick. You really shouldn't do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong. Who, what, where? When and why did the conversation jump talking about me? Anyway, that's what a computer virus is. A bad program that causes damage. And all the different viruses have names, right? I kind of feel like I've heard the name of the virus we caught somewhere before. The name of the virus, huh? I feel like I've heard of it before too. Yeah. So, for this part, you could present either the sports paper or MC Bomber itself. Detective Gumshoe, about this. What? I'm trying to concentrate on Maggie and this virus right now. Ah! This is it. This stupid name. I remember now. I thought so. Here it comes. Don't just nod to yourself and keep me in the dark, Nick. What's going on? It's okay, Maya. You don't have to cry about it. The name scribbled on that sports paper and written on that CD. That's the name of the virus. MC Bomber. What? Yeah, the virus that just infected every computer in the station, pal. It's MC Bomber. Can you give us any more details, please? Alright. This must be the chief detective here. He looks lost now that the power to his computer has been cut. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to read the paper now. Alternatively, you could read some reports, just a suggestion. What the heck is this? This paper's more than a month old. And so it's written all over it. Who's the clown that put this on my desk? Well, speak up. He just wadded it up and chucked it in the trash. But that's an important piece of evidence. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Your batteries won't last forever. Remember that when you're having fun. In bed. We have a winner. A little joke to make people think about their smoke alarms. Ellipsis. He must be coming up with slogans for a fire safety campaign. I guess? Does he even know what he's trying to get across anymore? The Chief's dex looks a little downgraded from Game 1, Episode 5. I guess. A tiny bit.
And then they have the addition of the pink badger here. Oh yeah, Chief. Yeah, I know. Hey, that's the police mascot, isn't it? It's so cute. That's the blue badger. It was my idea. I made it, and now it's the national symbol of the police. So what's with the pink one? It's new, right? She's not a it, Nick. She's a she, right, Chief? Yup. Meet the pink badger. So one's called blue, and the other's called pink, but they're both called badger. You got it. They're married. Mr. and Mrs. Badger seem to be cuffed together, Chief. You got it. That's marriage for you. Whoa, a mascot that's deeper than the deepest of deep oceans. The little, that's funny. The poster of a female police officer. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. My bad. Let's see. Right. Let's talk about MC Bomber. Yeah. We already knew about the MC Bomber virus from a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to the head honchos of law enforcement. They threatened to release the virus if the demands weren't met. Who are they? I don't know. Some hotshots in the criminal underworld would be my guess. And now the virus has been released, huh? Yeah, it's in every computer, in every public office, in the city. Everyone's going nuts. They're hopping around like they're dancing at a carnival. All this stuff with criminals and viruses. It almost feels like we're in a sci-fi movie. Apparently, the programmer who made the virus was a real genius or something. The focus right now is on tracing the root of this virus on the black market. The route of this virus, route, pronounced the same way. You mean someone put this virus up for sale? Yeah, because this one's so powerful. They're estimating its price tag was in the millions of dollars, pal. In the millions? A virus could be worth that much? Yes. MC Bomber updated. Found that Tender Lender contains a computer virus program. Damn. It doesn't have any hot jams on it, everybody. It's just a computer virus. Oh well. Alright. So. Oh yeah. That's right. We need to present something else to her. To Gumshoe. Nice. Hot jams, coffee. Violetta. That's the girl who works over at Tender Lender. You want to stay away from her, okay? I mean it. She does look kind of unforgiving, doesn't she? That should be the least of your worries, pal. What's that supposed to mean? What could be worse? Her name's Viola Cadaverini. She's the only granddaughter of Bruto Cadaverini. Bruto Cadaverini? Do you know who that is, Nick? Never heard of him. Bruto Cadaverini's the boss of the Cadaverini family. The Cadaverinis? That's one scary sounding name. Because if I recall correctly, it's Italian for little corpses. We can't touch them. They're way too powerful for the police. But you're thinking of taking them on. Cadaver. Yeah, cadaver. Cadaver. And then Ini at the end. Cadaverini. But you're thinking of taking them on, aren't you? No. I don't remember ever saying I was going to. I better get some more info out of Gumshoe about this family. Oh boy. All right. Let's go talk to Gumshoe about the Cadaverinis. Yep. I'm not sure if I really want to get involved in this, but who are the Cadaverinis? Who are they? A scary bunch of people, that's who. You're a cop and you're scared? What's that about? Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or a cop. These guys are scary. They got some serious clout in the criminal underworld. We can't touch them. They got too much moolah. Moolah? As in, they pretty much control all the cash in the city's black market. The black market, huh? And that includes tender lender, I take it. Sure, no one stands up to brutal Cadaverini. And I mean, no one. Interesting. So Viola's the granddaughter of some mafia boss then? Yeah, and everyone knows how much Bruto loves his little girl. She means everything to him. So, how did she end up at Tender Lender? I don't know, pal. But I heard she and the boss of Tender Lender are pretty tight. Tight? That's what it's. That's what it said. It, excuse me. Dying. Okay, not dying no more. Hang on. I'm going to transmute this water into Kool-Aid. Oh. I'm a magician. I'm an alchemist. You see? Okay. That's sweet stuff. All right. That's what it said in the file I read related to Maggie's case. El Tigre. Sounds like a pretty important clue. Ah, I can't believe it. I almost forgot the most important thing. And that is? You know, the lunchbox. How'd everything go? Lunchbox? You remember the weenies? I hate weenies. Oh yeah, those weenies. So how did my weenies taste when they went down the hatch? Well, it was delicious. Yeah, that's what she said, really? Well, not exactly. Don't worry about it, pal. I figured something would happen, so I came prepared. Prepared? What do you mean? I made a jumbo lunchbox. Oh. Do me a favor again, huh, pal? And deliver this? This sure is a heavy burden, in more ways than one. I can just imagine Maggie's little eyes sparkling with joy when you bring her that. Weenies again, Nick? Tell me we don't have to eat all these too. Gumshoe's lunchbox given to Maya. Again. Gumshoe's lunchbox, tenderly handmade lunchbox, fills the stomach with love and plenty of weenies. I really can't eat anymore. Oh. Give them to me instead. Don't forget to give that to Maggie, okay? But they don't allow presents for the prisoners in the detention center, right? Hey, you're right. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm counting on you to get it to her somehow. I'm a lawyer, not a delivery boy, Gumshoe. Okay. Okay, everybody. We must make it back to Blue Screens Inc. Da-da-da. Let's see. I think I can reach it from here. And then we go, there it is. Blue Screens Inc. Oh boy. Okay. I believe we have more than enough, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a sec. Let me examine something. I forgot to come down here. Wow, look at this mess. Looks like they're all betting tickets. What kind of betting tickets? For betting on which horse will win a given race. They're horse racing tickets. Oh, wow. His drawers are stuffed full of these. Looks like they're all losing tickets, though. Glenn Elk's losing horse racing tickets gathered up. Horse racing betting tickets found in Glenn Elk's desk. There's over 500 of them. This many tickets would get you, what, $1 down at the recycling center? But I didn't know you were so hard up that you try to profit from the dead, Nick. I'm just taking them as evidence, Maya. Yeah. Oh, man. I feel silly that I forgot about the racing tickets. Okay. All right. It's time, everybody. Let me do another safety save. And we're gonna break some psych locks. Let's break the psych locks involving Glenn's troubles. Glenn's troubles. So, how about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. Elg was in? I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal with troubleshooting here. Perhaps you'd like to speak to someone in customer service? What's she talking about? I guess I better just take a shot and see where it gets me. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. Did Mr. Elk's troubles have something to do with this? The losing horse racing tickets. What is that? A bunch of horse racing tickets, all losing ones. With that many tickets, you can get $1 at the recycling center. You good people are very, very bad. Cashing in on others' misfortunes is immoral. Is that a whiff of hypocrisy? I smell hypocrisy. But what is the relevance of these tickets? The victim, Mr. Glenn Elg. He had a gambling habit, didn't he? I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone likes to go to the races from time to time. Yeah, but not everyone buys this many tickets. Anyway, I don't believe that proves anything on its own. You're right, but I'm not through yet. Mr. Elg's gambling wasn't restricted to horse races, was it? No, I'm looking for the ticket. There it is. The victim's lottery ticket. The lottery. Horse racing. He brought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. That's gotta have hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? Yeah, you're sweating, aren't you? Maybe bad enough to be the cause of some pretty serious trouble, perhaps. No! Yes. You are right. Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow his example. Do you understand? Trust me, even if I wanted to, I don't exactly have the money to buy any. But if you win, there's no problem, is there? And Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he? For $500,000. Yeah, but it's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it? It's true that Mr. Elg won $500,000 in the end, but that was his first stroke of good luck. He was in deep trouble before that. Deep trouble? What do you mean? Mr. Elg's real trouble was of someone or something more terrifying and ferocious. And that will be none other than this man right here. Furio Tigre. Oh, one moment. Whoa, 78. Bruto Cadaverini, the head of the Cadaverini family crime syndicate, seems to live for his granddaughter. Oh. Furio Tigre, the head of the Tender Lender Loan Company, also known as the Tiger. Furio Tigre, the boss of a loan office called Tender Lender. Tender Lender? People with businesses should think harder before naming their offices. Like you're one to talk. Well, what do you think? Our firm is doing very well at the moment. I don't think we need to borrow money. I don't think we need to borrow money. No, no, no. I mean about Mr. Elg. You think Glenn had something to do with this Furio Tigre? Yes. I'm sorry. I don't know of any connection between the two of them. Really? Because I got proof that Mr. Elg and the Tiger knew each other. Why, it's right here. Glenn's calendar. Because it says to meet with the Tiger. Furio Tigre, aka the Tiger, is the boss of a loan office called Tender Lender. This is who Mr. Elg met with on the day of his murder. And the only thing a loan shark would talk with him about would be his debt. No! Yes. It's true that Glenn had racked up quite a bit of debt from his gambling habit. About $100,000, I think. $100,000? Ouch. But I heard he won the lottery, so he should have been in the clear. Jane Maggie couldn't get a bit of that good luck. Okay. So the guy got lucky and won the lottery. But what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then? Well, this isn't easy to say, but he said he would use his talents to repay the money. His talents? I suspect he was talking about programming. What computer group well, what computer program is worth $100,000? Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my work. I'm so close to cracking her. The program in question. Was it by any chance this? Yup. MC Bomber. Well, this is it, isn't it? This is the virus that's infecting computers worldwide as we speak. MC Bomber! No! Yes. Alright. Start talking. Glenn's head had more processing power than any computer, but it had been infected with a gambling virus. One moment, everybody. I'm just opening a spare tab. Okay. Continuing now. But had been infected with a gambling virus. Glenn was in too deep. You mean he was in debt? Yes, $100,000 in debt. Not an easy amount to repay. So, he said he was taking on some extra work, something a bit risky. Risky? How? Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Tribulations? Where do you come up with these ideas? Risky extra work. So it's safe to say Mr. Elg was the creator of this virus, huh? The MC Bomber virus? Yes. It was a work of genius. In a bad sort of way, of course. But still genius. Something like that would probably fetch several $1,000,000 on the black market. Inconceivable. Gumshoe was right for a change. This date, December 3rd, that is marked on his calendar. That was his deadline for repaying his debts. MC Bomber updated. A computer virus made by Glenn Elg. Potentially worth millions of dollars. I guess we won't be needing these horse racing tickets anymore. Glenn Elg's losing horse racing tickets thrown back on the floor. Use a trash can, Nick. Yay, it's this music again that they like to play a lot, over and over. It's a good track, but I think it was better in Justice for All. Better used is what I meant to say. I'm not gonna dock a point for it or anything. Alright, everybody. It's time. It is time to go to Tenderlender. Très bien. One moment, everybody. I'm just making... Just gonna get a few more tabs open. One moment. My mouse is... One moment, everyone. I seem to be frozen. Okay. I think I'm okay now. Okay. My apologies. I don't mean to delay things anymore. It's just... Oh no. Okay, we're good. Hang on, I'm clicking on too many things. Okay. Okay, we're good. And I did not mean to, you know, stay here for as long as we are here. We're gonna go to Tenderlender now. Okay. Oh man, it's time to get ready. It's time to break these psych locks. We gotta find out what Viola is hiding about the head bandage. Oh man. Here it goes. 4. The head bandage. You said that bandage around your head was from an operation. Ellipsis. You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes. The operation was very difficult, apparently. Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? Did the injury in question have something to do with this? The repair bill paid by Tigre to the Cadaverini family. I have here a car repair bill. From this, it seems pretty obvious that this car was involved in an accident. Let me see that. Ellipsis. This bill is made out to the Cadaverinis. Yes, it is. I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me, what did the Cadaverinis have to do with me? Something tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. Alright then. Your relationship with the Cadaverinis is very strong. And this is why. You can actually present 2 profiles here. You can actually present her own or her grandfather. We're gonna present, like I said, it don't matter. I know exactly who you are. I know exactly who you are, Viola Cadaverini. You sustained that injury in a traffic accident, didn't you? It happened about 4 months ago. I was driving in one of our family's cars when someone pulled out in front of me. It was a motorbike, or something like that. I don't remember it much. Anyway, I swerved to try to avoid it, but I took a blow to the head. A bad one. Yeah, I can imagine. So what happened to the person on the bike? I'm guessing they didn't get away with injuring the
Viola Cadaverini, right? The Viola Cadaverini. I don't know what happened to them. They ran away, or so I heard. Ran away? If they'd stay, if they'd stay, I'd have. Hmm, is it possible? Could the person who committed the hit and run have been? Why, none other than this dude right here. Furio Tigre. It was this man, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident. Ellipsis. It wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe it. Uh, we collided. The motorbike and my car. But Don Tigre isn't injured at all, is he? It was the tiger who caused Viola to crash. I can feel it. Plus, one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him too. I'm sorry, Mr. Cadaverini, but I have. I'm sorry, Miss Cadaverini, but I have proof that the tiger was involved in a traffic accident on his bike. Why, that will be none other than the scooter. It's not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tigre rides around on a scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Ellipsis. Miss Cadaverini, you know the truth, don't you? This repair bill was paid by Furio Tigre. The Cadaverinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they? Have they? Ellipsis. It's possible. Perhaps. Somewhere inside me, I know that may be true. I knew it. But Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very, very expensive. How much are we talking? Very, very, very expensive. She seems kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure. I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the tiger who paid for it, right? After I after I recovered, Don Tigre told me he said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believe him. Really? But do you honestly believe that to be true? Ellipsis. Do you want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but someone else. And this is gonna hurt. Bruto Cadaverini, the head of the family crime syndicate, and seems to live for his granddaughter. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Bruto Cadaverini, Bruto Cadaverini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? And you're his beloved pride and joy. Ellipsis. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation cost, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadaverini, do you think Mr. Tigre would have paid the money? Ellipsis. $1 million. $1 million.
$1 million. Sorry about that. I know this part's pretty heavy. A head bandage. 4 months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious. A simple procedure. Oh, really? Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big. They said the operation cost $1 million. A million bucks? My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay $1 million in compensation. Compensation, huh? It's underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically, pay or get into some serious trouble. But $1 million? This has to be related to our poisoning case somehow. Compensation. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He said it had nothing to do with my grandfather being brutal cadaverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me, not about my grandfather. But I knew that wasn't really true. Wow, I'm so sorry. What he did to get the money it was evil. Oops. He said it was all for me, so I helped him. You helped him? In what way? Here, take these. What are these? Medical papers? I'm Brutal Cadaverini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer he simply couldn't refuse. Excuse me, but here's a little trivia for you all. It's a reference to the famous I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse. Line spoken in Marlon Brando's character, Vito Corleone, in the 1972 American crime film, The Godfather. Viola's medical papers, a $1 million bill for cranial surgery. Payment was due last year. Wow, it feels so bad for Viola. It's inexcusable. Huh? There are two things that I consider inexcusable: poisoning and betrayal. Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics. Is everything alright, Nick? We should get going. Right after we finish our espresso. Yeah, I won't need to convince Viola of anything else. So I guess I can get rid of these. Repair bill thrown into the trash. I hope it wasn't vital evidence. Oh, wait. She's still there. Well, it was nice to see her again. Let's see. That's one impressive desk on one impressive rug. It's solid gold, Nick. Gold. Just look at that shine. Only real gold shines like that. Would you really want such a shiny desk, though? I don't know. Let's see what it's like to sit at a solid gold desk. Wow, I'm completely dazzled. That's because it's completely dazzling. I can see up my nose in the reflection. That's gotta be really distracting. So the desk isn't practical. No surprise there. Yeah. That's one of my personal favorite psych lock breaks in the series. Alright. Back to Tribulations, everybody. Tribulations. Tribulations. Hi. January 7th, Tribulations. Hey, bonjour. I have been waiting for you to return. Mr. Armstrong? Ah, good timing. I was hoping to find you here. Good timing. I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few questions. Well, he hasn't got anything to say to use, fellas. Oh, no. It's ZEO! I will never get tired of that name. Who are you calling Zinny Come out from under the table already, Maya. Okay, hand it over. What? You want to play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers. Now. Uh-oh. I think he wants Viola Cadaverini's papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical papers? Ellipsis. Mr. Miss Cadaverini trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you. Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant. Oh, hell nah. You just want to know what's sad? I'll tell you what's sad. And it ain't only her face. She thinks she's got power because she's Bruto's little girl. Now that's sad. I can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get the $1 million you used to pay this off. Ellipsis. Are you crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's 2 of us here. You got that? 2. Oui. Mr. Armstrong? Forgive me. Désolé. I cannot argue with him. That really hurt. I actually forgot about that part. Is that all you's got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get that lighter. Wait! Don't take it too hard. Phoenix Wright. That was so stupid. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Those medical papers were vital evidence. Hold it, pal. Detective Gumshoe? Detective? You think you're gonna stop me, copper? Beat it! Whoa! Come on, Gumshoe. Keep it together. You guys, get out of here. Leave this guy to me. But, go, pal. Take this. If you get hurt, who's gonna look after Maggie, huh? Oops. All right. Thanks, Gumshoe. Wait, Nick. Don't leave me behind. Wow. I'll get even with that guy tomorrow. In court. Tender lender is going down. See you in court. Finally, we're back at the good stuff, everybody. The good stuff in question is court. All right. January 8th, 9:46 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. Oh, perfect. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So, what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended on a giant mystery. That's true. And we still haven't solved a single part of it yet. Are you okay, Nick? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I saw that. That little flash of doubt in your eyes. No, that wasn't doubt. That was, determination. Why don't I believe you? It's nearly time, Maggie. You better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you. Hey, pal. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that. How did you know she was stressed? I was watching through the doorway. Oh, you look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this'll help. Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too? Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me that you don't remember this thing. Come to think of it, that doesn't look like one of those aromatherapy bottles. This is the small bottle that turned up in Trespien's kitchen a couple of days ago. Wow, look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're aromatherapy oils. He's got so many. They're overflowing onto the floor. Hey, wait a minute. There's one bottle that's different from all the others. Well, what do you know? And it doesn't have a label either. And it doesn't smell. We finally got the analysis results back from the lab. So, what is it? Is it the poison? I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication. Medication? Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently. For ears? You mean... Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Elg was using for his ruptured eardrum. What was Glenn Elg's ear medicine doing in the kitchen? I mean... You forget, Mr. Wright, that Jean Armstrong's a kleptomaniac. The victim's ear medicine, found covered in unidentified fingerprints in the kitchen. Maybe. What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour, they might have gotten something on the prints, but... that's going to weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today. Got it? Today's trial. I'm going to expose that guy for what he's done. Or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. Or my name isn't Zen Eolf. January 8th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. Oh, court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor.
Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday, we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems.
The mark on the rim of the cup shows that the victim drank from it with his right hand. But according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand.
Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet, the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear.
It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick? Pa, allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it.
You've lost me already, Mr. Godot.
Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You gotta change the times. That's one of my rules.
Are you implying that you've resolved these contradictions?
You know the answers to these?
You know the answers to these riddles?
The old guy wasn't just throwing seed in here. He was throwing us off the scent. And today, I'll prove it.
Very well. Let the first witness take the stand.
And you are?
Sure, everyone. I am Jean Armstrong, the owner and its chef of La Lesbienne restaurant. Enchante.
Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a woman?
Ooh la la, monsieur. As you can see, I am the part. I am the pert and perky gentleman. No?
On the day of the incident, you were in Tribulations' kitchen. Isn't that right?
With you, monsieur. Everything feels right.
Ha! Wow, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy?
Very well. Your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened that day at Très Bien.
Oui, volunteers.
At Très Bien.
When it all happened, there were just two customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new art decor that day. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Oui, perhaps that is what la old man was looking at. La cup, the earpiece, and the glasses. He would have seen everything in reverse, no? Mirror? Oui, un grand mirror. La most enormous mirror.
And, and suddenly, the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it.
That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front.
What the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
At Très bien. Alright, let me save this real quick. Because I'm still on course on getting all the French words, I believe. Let's see. Let me check my notes. I have to press him on every one of his statements. Got it. It's kind of hard to believe everything's the fault of a mirror, but do you think old CD saw everything through a reflection? If he did, it would explain all the contradictions in his testimony. But that just makes the situation worse for Maggie. There's gotta be something in that old man's testimony. We just gotta dig deeper. When it all happened, there were just 2 customers in my restaurant. And who were the 2 customers exactly? Of course, the young man who died. And the other, not so young, man.
You're referring to yesterday's witness, I presume?
What about the other man Maggie says she saw at the table? Something tells me Mr. Armstrong isn't planning to disclose his existence. We need some hard evidence from first before we can bring him up, don't we? I guess we'll just have to try a different approach for the time being. I remember when I was experimenting with some new Art Deco that day. You were experimenting with Art Deco? How come I never heard about that before today? You are not familiar with the language of interior design, monsieur? Please stay on topic. Now, why didn't you tell the corp about this before? But I did, just a few moments ago.
Excuse me, Mr. Armstrong. This deco you mentioned, are you referring to some sort of decocher?
No, Art Deco. It is a style of design, Your Honor. He's talking about interior design, walls, ceilings, carpets, that kind of thing.
Ah, yes, of course. That deco.
I was trying to achieve a more la effeminate look for my restaurant. I was planning the most bold remodeling of la decor. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. How big of a mirror are we talking about here? Boop. Something about 4 meters wide and, about 2 meters high. Let's see, if 1 meter is about 1 yard. Holy glass in the frame, that's huge. I was intending to install it on the ceiling eventually. The ceiling? Was there a mirror on the ceiling? I don't remember. My none, but I decided not to go through with it in the end. What should I do? Should I ask him more about the mirror or not? Let's press him harder on that. If he really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone would have noticed it. But there's nothing about a mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie Bird's testimonies. But
Objection.
you didn't ask, Trite. You have only yourself to blame for such a sloppy work. What? A mirror was delivered to Très Bien the day before the incident. Really? As Mr. Armstrong testified, he was carrying out some design changes. And as it turned out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end. This just doesn't add up. Even if a mirror was delivered to Très Bien, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime. Ha! If you want to doubt someone, Trite, look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you will be dubious enough.
So the witness yesterday had seen the victim reflecting in a mirror. One moment. Let me press him here. Again. Leave it. He couldn't lie about such a huge object like that. It must have been there in the restaurant somewhere. Ellipsis. So the witness yesterday had seen the victim reflected in the mirror. Oui, perhaps that is what that old man was looking at. Normally, I'd expect people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object.
Objection.
Normally? How does normality come into this? That's lame, trite, even for you. Huh? Are you trying to say that if something isn't normal, it isn't possible? Is that it? Where's that leave the porky where's that leave the porky-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over there? And the ungodly cool guy with the mask over here? Well, trite. Not the hair. I do not have a top knot. Mr. Godot is correct. A lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument. Bien, logic as one a day. La cup, la earpiece, and la glasses. He would have seen everything in reverse, no? Everything? He would have seen everything in reverse? We. Hey, Nick, you should take a second think about what old CD was. Alright, yeah. Oh, hold on. Let's press that again. Everything? He would have seen everything in reverse? Hey, Nick, we should take a sec and think about what old CD said in his testimony. How did he phrase it again? The boy was wearing the earpiece of the same size as the green lens of his specs. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup. His left hand. If he saw everything he described reflected in the mirror, then everything he said he saw on the left was actually on the right, huh? And that clears up all the problems of his testimony, I guess, or does it? Ha. It's kind of hard to believe everything's the fault of a mirror, but yeah, do you think he saw through a reflection? It would explain all the contradictions in his testimony. That just makes the situation worse for Maggie. There's got to be something in that old man's testimony. He's got to dig deeper. So, right here, this statement right here, it is... Hang on. Hey, phone, cease. There we go. My phone's waking out a tiny bit. Anyway. Alright. Trial. So, right here, Armstrong. Le cup, la earpiece, and la glasses. He would have seen everything in reverse, no? No. So on this statement, you present Glenn Elg's profile. Because on a mirror, his little scouter thing would have been on his right eye, but it was on his left.
Objection!
The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think about over Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question. You could lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt.
So to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, Mr. Kudo saw all that as a reflection in a mirror. It means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Exactamente. You see, monsieur, now that you think about it, it is not so hard, no? Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head?
Order, order! Mr. Wright is correct.
If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in a mirror,
Then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye.
Objection!
how bitter. Trite, you should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks.
How he thinks?
You remember this, I presume? The I broke the vase, sorry, apology, left. The I broke the vase, sorry, apology, I mean Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony? Exactly. The old man has one very grievous habit, other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. And what's the most striking thing about Mr. Elg?
Clearly, it's the victim's eyepiece.
And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elg's HMD made a big impression on the old man.
I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he's wearing. Oh yes, they were both on his left ear. Did you hear? His left ear.
Ah, well, Trite. That's the worst but best impression of Kudo ever. Wow, I really thought he was old Seedy for a minute there. That was good.
Enough! I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony.
Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of a contradiction you found is just a rash. Ugh. A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears. Oui, I can explain. Please, if you will look at la plans of la restaurant. The mirror. Oh boy. Alors, is everyone sitting comfortably? La mirror. It was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. There is only one seat from which you could have seen an image of la victim. That was la seat at the table next to la victim's. That was where la old man was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved la mirror so it was not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else.
Naturally. I see no problems with the explanations we have just heard. From the table next to the victims, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror.
What a naughty little coquette I am. confusing all the men like this.
Don't worry about it.
We can keep up except for the guy breaking out in the cold sweat over there again. I hate that guy.
You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that?
Volunteers, of course.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you please.
Okay, the mirror. Right. Let's see. So for this part, okay, I gotta make sure I press him on every statement here. All right. So run this by me again. The mirror was here, correct? We. We? Really? Because I know if I were you, I wouldn't have put a mirror there. It would be in the way.
Objection.
Look who's talking, Trite. Huh? You're obstructing my view, among other things. But, this is my seat in the courtroom. Trebian's charm is that it gives you the impression that you're the only customer. Temporarily placing a mirror in that spot would hardly be in the way. Unlike you, Trite. I told you, monsieur, the mirror was there, in the middle of the restaurant. There's only one seat from which you could have seen an image of the victim. It was in the middle. Okay, hang on. That was last seat at the table next to the victims. That was where that old man was sitting. So why can you only see the victim from that particular seat? Mais also, mais monsieur, is obvious, mon, non? If you look at the plans, you will understand. La victim would have been reflected in la mirror, like so. If you were sitting at la table next to him, you would see everything, no? So that's the seat old Seedy was sitting in on that day. When this poisoning happened, the old man was sitting at the table next to the victim? Why does it seem kinda odd? After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way. Did you move the mirror while Mr. Kudo was off calling the police? Oui, exactement. I carried it out of the restaurant. Then, you moved a huge mirror like that all by yourself? What can I say? I know how to pick things up. And them. Ellipses. Godot actually laughed at something.
Well, given the witness's physique, I suppose it is possible. Did you move anything else from the crime scene, Mr. Armstrong?
I look like the obliging type, no? But naturally, I did not touch anything else. Are you sure about that? I touched nothing except the mirror. Ellipsis. Mr. Wright, is there something in the witnesses said that doesn't match the crime scene? Yeah, there is. I just can't put my finger on what exactly. Ha! Suffering from a case of heartburn, right? Oh, I have just seeding for that. An oil with golden myrrh and Frankenstein's. Add a few drops to your coffee and voila. Enjoy. Focus, Phoenix. Breathe. I need to ignore those two and just find some evidence. It is pretty strange, though, isn't it? I mean, nobody mentioned anything about a really large mirror. You think someone would have, but Maggie didn't, and neither did old Seedy. Then the only logical explanation is that there was no mirror inside Tribulations that day. Now you just gotta prove it somehow. Alright. There is only one seat from which you could have seen an image of la victim. And where would that be? Oh la la! Look how you lean towards me. I always attract the younger boys. Maybe I should keep you in suspense a little longer. Mr. Armstrong, tell the court what you know at once. I attract the older ones too, you know, handsome. Should I tease you too? Ugh. I'm already seeing a very hot someone, so I'm afraid you'll be waiting for a long time. I bet she has mocha cream skin and cappuccino perfume. Ian, I will tell you, there was only one seat from which you could have seen. Oh. Okay. And where would that be? Okay, hold on. Oh, okay. All right. Let's see. So, on the third statement here, that was la seat at the table next to la victims. That was there where la old man was sitting. Oh, really, Mr. Armstrong? Where's the crime photo? Eh. Present the crime photo here. This piece of evidence contradicts the testimony we have heard, Your Honor. The crime photo? Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist. What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? Could not exist? Ha! Sounds like you're describing yourself, trite. Now then, if the defense would please clarify its statement. What is the something that should not exist in this? Hang on. What is the something that should not exist in this photo? Why, that'll be this vase here, Your Honor. I think it's pretty obvious that this is what should not be in the picture.
The vase? What possible connection does that have with this witness's testimony?
Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table, because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. That will be Victor's testimony.
When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry.
And yeah. There is one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court could see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victim at all.
Objection.
Don't be an idiot, Wright. That's impossible. That seat's the only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from. Exactly. There is only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Tribulations that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. What, dude?
Objection.
Don't try to confuse the court, Wright. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene. Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary in his own words. I did not touch anything else except the mirror.
Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself?
I was right. There was no mirror in the restaurant that day.
In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem.
Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear in which he couldn't hear? Ha. You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Trite, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? If I can answer this, then I'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Are you going to be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? There's more than just this one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us. There was another man at the victim's table. And there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudos' testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up.
Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer.
Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradictions in Mr. Kudos' testimony is simple. The victim was a phony. This case is riddled with contradictions. Yet, there is one very simple answer that clears them all up.
And what is that?
The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events.
What?
Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elk at all. It was an imposter, a phony pretending to be Mr. Elk. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. Order. Order in the court. Settle down or I'll clear the courtroom. Quiet, Gramps. Why don't you clear out of here, huh? What did you say? Right. Are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn Elk and acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo.
Objection.
I always found this part a little confusing. Get real, Trite. Why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was the serving girl brought him a Javachino. Well, she put something in it. That's the serving girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. It's so hard to believe, but there was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee.
Objection.
Are you insinuating that the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true that there were no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but it's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening. That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was a scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct? Ooh la la, this is most difficult for me. No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath, after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Tribulations that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened. The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain, in detail, the events in the restaurant that day. Ooh, oui. Ooh, oui. In the restaurant. The victim, Monsieur Elk, he came to my restaurant alone. I remember that old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. When he got word, he won la victory. When he got word, he won la lottery. Monsieur Glenn. When he got word, he won la lottery. Monsieur Elk became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. No, there was no time for a phony to do the acting. Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant after all? Je vous demande pardon. Forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted these mess to be cleared up quickly. What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later. Oui. For now, we will hear your cross-examination, Mr. Wright, if you please. He took that perjury charge a bit too well. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. In the restaurant. Alright. Okay. In the restaurant, huh? Let's see.
Okay. How many minutes after? Okay.
La victim, Monsieur Elk, he came to my restaurant alone.
Was he alone at his table as well?
My, my oui, my oui. I saw him from la kitchen.
Yet the defendant, Miss Bird, remembers it differently. Oh my gosh, it's running wild Vigia. Thank you very much for the raid, man. Yes. Red, white, a blue corp. Hello, everybody. Name's Gog Zero. I like to play video games. Surprise, surprise. I play whatever is classified as retro. I play some modern stuff. I play whatever's on my Steam account and whatever's on my Nintendo Switch. Yeah. Man. It was red herring, I bet.
Beat it, Jones. What a weenie.
I love that skit. A Pup Named Scooby-Doo is one of my favorite spin-offs. And there was an episode where Red Herring actually did it too, which was hilarious. But it was for a good reason, though. All right. But thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate that. She swears there was another man at the victim's table.
Objection.
Oh. Ha! Unfortunately for you, Wright. Yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. Ellipsis. You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bite.
What kind of coffee has he been drinking?
It's not coffee, it's love. It's love that's bittersweet. Hearing Maya say that makes her seem wise all of a sudden. Alright. Let's see. Got it.
I remember that old man arrived not long after him.
By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct?
Oui, he comes from often for my special coffee.
I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special. I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience.
Oh, you make me so happy, monsieur. You're most welcome anytime.
I said it was worth one sip, and nothing more. So old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask about his arrival in more detail? Let's see... Alright. How many minutes after? So you're saying that not much time elapsed between when the victim and Mr. Kudo arrived?
Oui, that is correct.
But that still leaves the possibility that something happened in that gap of time. And by your recollection, how much time would you say elapsed?
Let me see. Approximately 2 minutes, I would say.
2 minutes? That's all? It seems unlikely that anything untoward could have happened in such a short time. Rats, I knew I shouldn't have pursued this line of questioning.
There are no other customers.
Okay, hang on. I gotta press here. So your only customers were Mr. Kudo and the victim? Oh, whoops.
Objection.
How many times do you need to ask the same thing, Wright? You never catch me drinking the same blend twice. Huh? You're trying to establish the presence of a phony victim in the restaurant, but you're wasting your time. You can't grind birdseed to make coffee, if you catch my drift. But there's a hole in this testimony somewhere. I'm sure of it. When he got word he won the lottery, Monsieur L became very excited. Did you see him? No, I was in the kitchen, but I heard him. I remember him shouting, "Yes, $500,000. $500,000. Presumably the defendant heard that too then, correct? Maggie? She looked like a poor little frightened dove. And what about Mr. Kudo? The old man choked on some bird seed that got stuck in his throat. It seems we now have yet another incident on our hands. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. And what were you doing at that point? Without any customers, you must have had time to kill. I am a multi-talented woman, monsieur. Sorry? What do you mean? There is the renowned chef, Jean Armstrong, and a tragic poet, Clarice Armstrong. Clarice? Oui, I was writing a poem, an angry tale of a chef, in out $1,000,000 of debt, cooking for a man who won $500,000 on the lottery. It is called Pourquoi. It means why. Perhaps I can recite it for la court. Please don't. Yeah, please don't. No, there was no time for a phony to do la acting. You mean you contacted the police as soon as the incident occurred? I asked that old man to call from la payphone. By your own argument, Trite. The purpose of this phony victim's performance was so the old man would see it. In other words, once the incident occurred, this opportunity would completely disappear. Indeed. Yet, it seems la shadow of doubt has been lifted. N'est-ce pas? Ellipsis. I guess Mr. Armstrong's connected to this case, huh? Absolutely. Someone was impersonating Mr. Elg, and I refuse to believe he was oblivious. He was there the whole time, after all. But if you're right, wouldn't Maggie have noticed too? She fell unconscious when the incident occurred, remember? Ah, you mean that's when the phony staged his act? We'll know for sure once I find a hole in this testimony. So now we gotta go back here. Let me do another safety save. And now we pick the correct thing. What time was it? Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived? Oh no, I cannot remember, monsieur. I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man, sir. Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness? The incident happened about 20 minutes after he arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 2:10 p.m., no? Just after 2, huh? Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful. Ha ha ha. I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? The time of day will be added to the witness's testimony. Oui, monsieur judge. Everything I do it for you. Merci bien. That's French, isn't it? Ha ha ha.
I'm glad at least one person is in a good mood. He's even humming a song to himself. Okay. I remember that old man arrived not long after him, just after 2 p.m. Okay. Let's press him on this statement. Are you absolutely sure about the time? When I think really odd, I am sure it was just after 2. Oui. It is that time I stopped serving la lunch menu. Quite right. I always break for lunch when the restaurants are serving their specials. I've been known to wind up a case clearly just to make it on time. Haha. I guess you should never get between a hungry judge and his lunch. Oh, would you look at that? It's almost lunchtime already. Witness, get on with your testimony, please. Okay. So, we got our information, everybody. So, on the second, fourth, fifth, or sixth statement, I remember that old man arrived not long after him, just after 2 p.m. When he got word he won a lottery, Monsieur L became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. There was no time for a phony to do the acting. So on the second, fourth, fifth, or sixth statement, you can present the Millionaire Radio Flyer. Experience the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life every Monday at 1:30 p.m. Yep. So you present this evidence right here. I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. Boy, what do you mean? At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show what he was listening to was The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket. Oui, that must be la show Monsieur L was listening to. I can't see any problem with this testimony, Mr. Wright. I wonder. Ellipsis. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Oui, oui. I am sure of it. I remembered it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I had just finished serving the lunch menu. Get to the point, Wright, if you have one. That show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m. and it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. It's on the air at 1:30? Now, supposedly, the victim made some noise when it was announced that he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. Because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time. No! This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum, catching a show that was already over. There is only one conclusion you could draw from these facts. This victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elgs in Tribulations that day. The real Glen Elg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer. And the phony Glen Elg acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness.
It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how can you explain the time discrepancy?
Objection.
Quite a performance, Trite. You were almost on a roll. But sadly, you lack the rock hard foundation of rhythm to build your song.
What is this? Music Theory 101?
Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. The phony Elg is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo.
How do you explain then where the real Glen Elg is?
I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court.
However, at that time, the real Glen Elg was already dead.
That's certainly the obvious conclusion.
Objection.
Objection.
Thank you, Trite. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. What?
Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours? Can you explain where the missing corpse went to?
The missing corpse?
According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. If that customer was the phony Glen Elg, then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim?
Yeah!
The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to examination by the courts, you must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body?
Yes, Your Honor.
No conjecture, Trite. Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden.
Evidence? What's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden?
I thought I had him with that contradiction, but he's turned it all around, backed me into a corner instead. Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Mr. Elk concealed?
Why, inside Tribulations, of course. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Tribulations.
Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court on these plans, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. The exact location where the body was concealed inside Tribulations is the kitchen. The body was hidden here.
I see.
Nice supposition.
But the real question is, can you back it up?
Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location? Why, Mr. Godot, the small body. Rephrasing. The small bottle that was found in the kitchen. The small bottle was found in the kitchen. And then when Gumshoe analyzed it, this was the victim's ear medicine. Because it was missing from the prescription bag as well. Bam. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle? No, 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 no. I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality, only for me.
Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright?
Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Très Bien. Eh? Quoi? I did it, everybody. I got Jean's foreign language course. And we never have to do that again. We got every French word. But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy bottles. I mean, but I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication. What kind of medication? I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. L visited an otol- otolary geological clinic and was given medication that day. You can't be serious. The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle match the prescription that was given to Mr. L. Glenn Elg's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen? Mama Mandu. Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird, however. You were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. No! Order, order! This is extraordinary development. Witness, did you? Did you murder Mr. Glenn Elk? Never! I could not do such an horrible thing. Huh? No! No! Mr. Godot? The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules. Do you have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? Then I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear, my H-deficient friend? Je vous demande pardon. Please, you must hear me out. It is a trap. Listen to me. Por favor. That's Spanish, dude. Por favor. That's not French. Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong. And por favor is Spanish. Even the freaking judge knows. What the heck? I'm only going to ask you once. Did you do it? No, no, no. Absolutely not. I. Let's hear it. You've got one shot, right, Gramps? Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you, as does my gavel. Oui, oui, it is clear. What do they always say in the movies? I've got a bad feeling about this. Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong. The confession. It is true. I ate the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear it. He must believe me. Oh boy. You were forced? By who? I cannot say, or I will be erased. Let's try a different question then. When Mr. L died, was he really the only person at his table? There was there was another man. I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth.
You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright.
There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer.
Oh, sorry to hear that, Chuck.
A confession. It is true. I hid the body in the kitchen.
Did you carry the body by yourself?
Oui, I carried him, and I carried Maggie too.
Maggie, too?
When she saw the victim collapse, she fainted. I could not leave her there.
But why did you hide the bodies?
A man forced me to do it. I had no choice.
What man? Who was he?
No, I cannot say. I fear for my life.
He's really scared.
You'll just have to put the words in his mouth, Nick.
Yeah, you're right. If he won't tell me, I'll tell him. But why would you go along with this man?
I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse.
And what reason would that be, Mr. Armstrong?
You know, monsieur,
Yes?
surely you could not expect a young maiden to talk about such an embarrassment.
A maiden?
You're a bit old to get away with that. And a bit too male.
I can't finish the cross-examination without establishing his reason.
So I'll just have to prove it with evidence. But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me.
So, you are claiming that all you did was hide the bodies? Is that correct?
Oui, that's right.
If we are to believe you, Mr. Armstrong, you must tell the court everything. You must make clear the identity of the man who ordered you to do this.
Ellipsis. He's already confessed this much. He might as well stop dancing around the real issue.
Yeah, but he really doesn't want to tell us who the killer is.
Then sock it to him, Nick.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
So, there's actually two contradictions here. The second and third one. Two different contradictions, but you also, you gotta use the correct piece of evidence. So right here, a man forced me to do it. I'd had no choice. So you can present, Furio Tigre's profile here, or on this statement here, I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. And that reason was his loan contract. It was this man right here. Zin Eof.
Zin Eof.
Let's end this dance of ring around the rosy, Mr. Armstrong. This is the man that you've been referring to.
Who is that? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before.
You have. Oh, I don't know. Maybe a month ago in this very courtroom? This man is Furio Tigre. He's the manager of a loan office called Tender Lender. Ellipsis. There's no point trying to hide the truth anymore, Mr. Armstrong. I know you couldn't go against Mr. Tigre, at least while he had this on you. There it is. The contract. Because he owes $500,000. A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything, this man told you. Oui, it is as you say. Uh, I'm glad they brought this track back again. I love this one. Mr. Armstrong, La Tiger, he told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting La victim to demand that he repair his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body and the inconscient Maggie out of the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I had seen. I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre. I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison in the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well? No, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it. I was not. It is despicable. Mr. Godot. Ellipsis. You will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. "30 minutes. What? The trial will go on. I'll see it to myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more. How the? Don't sit back and relax yet, trite. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way." Very well. Your request is granted, Mr. Godot. We will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess. Cool, that gives me enough time to go to Vitamin Square and go down the apple slide. That's what recess is for, right? Yeah, we go to the park. Finally. We're gonna finish this case. We're at the final stretch, everybody. Oopsie doodle, I did another 9-hour cast, just like I said I did yesterday. January 8th, 1:21 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. So we're finally going to see the tiger on the stand. I am. We've almost got this case won now, Nick. 12 out of 10 would destroy my voice again. I wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that, without proof, we don't know if that he testified is the truth. You mean, you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know, but if that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're going to need. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe. What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on end. Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, little Miss Top Knot. Damn. It's not a top knot. Never mind about the hair. Just calm down, all right? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I kind of get wound up. Arr. I'm resting tomorrow, Chuckman. I object to that. And by the way, tomorrow will be fun because it's just in the courtroom. Arg. No kidding. You gotta have some. You need me to do, pal. Anything. Well, hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I can get some prints analyzed for you. You got an hour. An hour? The trial will have reconvened by then. But Nick, we still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right? True. Without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour? You bet. In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me then? Why, the small bottle, because it has unidentified fingerprints. If you're going back to the station anyway, could you find out whose prints are on this? Gotta give Gumshoe credit. He may be an absolute dummy, but he always comes in clutch when it counts. And that's why he is easily a top 10 character in the series. Oh, hey, that's the small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right? Yeah, I think it's time we solve the last mystery of who the prints on it belong to. Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing at me too. Small bottle given to Detective Gumshoe. Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys. January 8th, 1:56 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. I am not resting tomorrow. Good one. I'm just laughing at that. I'll rest tomorrow after I stream, and it will not be a 9-hour case. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Godot, did you find this Furio Tigre? I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job. No problem. Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on. He's pretty lively. Be careful. He still bites. Very well. Please show Mr. Tigre to the stand. Oh boy. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the grah. Ah. Don't hide under the table, Maya, unless there is room for me down there too. What you say to me? What you say to me? Nothing. I didn't say nothing. Honest. Who could have guessed that fear would induce a bad Brooklyn accent in the judge? I got business to take care of. Y'all hear me? So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky? No, of course not. It was the judge. Hey, look. Your Honor? Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal. That's it, we're doomed. Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, who the hell was it that called me in here? There's no need to shout.
We can all hear you. What you say? There's no point struggling. You're caught in the snare. The relentless snare of the law. And I'm the one that holds you in. Grr. Too cool. Don't let him get the better of you, Nick. Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct? Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, mask boy. You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie who? I've got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas. Of course. Well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then. Please tell us about what you did on the day of this murder. Phoenix Wright. Ellipsis. You's the one who set this up, didn't you? You's gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I'm saying? Gulp? Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today. No. Get a grip, Nick. No, Nick, no. The tiger's alibi. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with the business in December last year. Spent all my time in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lender every single day. Yous want to check my alibi? Just ask Violetta. Ah, at last I found my pen. Yeah, sure, Judge. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Hang on. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, please. What is it? Please, witness. If you can refrain from shouting out like that. I know the kind of games that guy in the blue plays. Well, Chuck, I'd be afraid too of a dude that runs he was a loan shark. He's a real tough guy. I know the kind of games that guy in the blue plays. That low life ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details till he wins. Low life, me? Listen up, Smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000, and you's gonna borrow the cash from me. That's one loan contract I refuse to sign. And don't think it ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with a tiger. Dodo's unfazed, by the way. Ha! I love a good spectator sport. Just a minute. That's really not. This witness is, how could I put it? A hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bad side, and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours too. Very well. I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here. You's better be listening. I said I got business to take care of. Big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus. The court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick! Come out from under the hit there already, would you, Maya? The tiger's alibi. Okay. Alright. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all my time in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lender every single day. Yous wanna check my alibi? Just ask Violetta.
Just think, all you have to do is press him on something irrelevant, and bam, $50,000. Get real, Maya. How about you pay back the money then? Your allowance should cover it. Hey, I'm no idiot, you know? Well, I'm certainly not the one who thought that $50,000 was free money. Anyway, I need to work this guy without pressing his testimony too hard. But his testimony is pretty solid as it is. I admit, nothing jumps out at me as a contradiction. But I've got to find an opening somewhere, or I need to make one. Okay, everybody. Let me do a safety save. And I'm going to be pressing on the irrelevant statements for fun. For content. I don't know nothing about no murder. I don't buy that you haven't even heard of the incident that occurred at Tribulations. You've got a big mouth, right? You're trying to say I was in some mob hit? Is that what you're trying to say? Where's your proof then? Evidence, yes. Well, for an attorney to make an accusation in court, he must have evidence. That's from known shark to lawyer. A beginner's guide, yeah? Ah, I see you're the studious type, Mr. Tigre. Very good. Ha! Why don't you ask him to represent you sometime, trite? Oh, what should I do? Press it. Mr. Tigre, what yous want? If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail?
Objection.
This is a dead end, trite. And you know it. Remember the rules. Pressing the witness without evidence to back up your attack is prohibited. As I said earlier, the court will impose a penalty for such behavior. Ouch, the pain. Now then, Mr. Tigre, would you mind repeating your testimony from the beginning, please? My time ain't free, you hear? You's better remember that. If I miss that bus, someone's gonna pay. I got whales lined up to borrow cash and tend the lender every single day. So I take it you get a lot of customers at your black market loan office? It's tough for the little guys these days. Small businesses are feeling the pinch. Bosses of companies like that want to get in good with me. I'm their best friend. I see. That's very admirable of you, witness. Yeah, well, tender lender's motto is win through compromise, you know? Win through compromise? What is that supposed to mean? Compromise the customer to win. That's what it means. You's got it? With best friends like you, who needs enemies? Here, let me spell it out for yous all. You don't pay me back for 3 days, Spiky. I take what's due and your stupid hair. Yous follow what I'm saying? But I'm not one of your customers. This is just too funny. Mr. Tigre.
Objection.
Oh, okay, never mind. It does the same thing here. Or no, this is a dead end, trite, and you know it. Remember the rules. Okay, same text. All right. All right, we're just gonna one more. By Violetta, you're talking about the Cadaverini families? Yeah. You don't want to cross them, or you's gonna wind up sleeping with the fishes. Once the Godfather finds out you's been dragging Violetta through the mud, he'll do you in. Sorry, I couldn't quite put it all together towards the end there. He said that just like Viola, didn't he? I get the feeling this might not be the right time to probe him about her.
Objection.
Alright. Okay. So you're not really supposed to press on 1, 3, and 4 statements. Because as you see, they were not relevant. I only did that for comedy. Anyway, we need to press the second statement here. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all of my time in my office. Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know? You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is. Sharp? Is he talking about Viola Cadaverini? She writes everything in my scheduler. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was. That seems like a rather sketchy schedule. Gwar. There he goes again. What the tiger did all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing on the day of the murder, so now what? We are pressing this. Press harder. Mr. Tigre, what yous want? If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail.
Objection.
This is a dead end trite, you know it. Remember the rules. No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately. I agree. The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too? Maybe yous ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do a business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before. I do believe the witness's last statement was very important. Mr. Godot, if you could, please. Mr. Tigre, the court asked you to add that last statement to your testimony. Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself. Alright. Hey, you's talking about? I was in the office too. I never saw that kid before. You didn't know Mr. Glenn Elk, really? I don't mess with the guppies when there are bigger fish to fry. Yeah, what do you say, boss? Who, me? How's about I hit you with a fat $200,000? Well, I was thinking about purchasing a nice car from Europe. He's seriously considering this? Wow, the Tigers are really good salesmen, huh? Yeah, and if I want to sell this case, I need to copy him. How about you hit him with a fat piece of evidence, boss? I wish it was that easy. Well, it is easy because the testimony was amended with this piece of information. The day you was talking about, I was in the office too. I never saw that kid before. Yeah, no, you're lying. Glenn's calendar. On December 3rd, the day of the incident, there is a note saying, "Meet with the tiger." Mr. Tigre, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glenn Elg, but it appears that Mr. Elg knew you. What? Mr. Elg left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger, and the date, December 3rd. December 3rd? That's the day of the murder. So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glenn Elg. Because of the very day of the incident, you met with him. Ellipsis. Grah. Ha 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 ha. Not bad. You's actually not bad. Sorry? I was just messing with yous to see how good you were. Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. That's one compliment I could do without. Plus, he's lying through his teeth. Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated. You's calling me a liar? Is that what you doing? Ruh-roh, Scooby-Doo. So you're saying that you're claim to have never seen that kid before. Is the truth? I said I'm dead serious. You's better believe that's the truth. Ha! Then I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify for the court again, Mr. Tigray. Oh yes, would you mind indulging the court with this? He never actually met the victim? That's gotta be a lie right there. It's time I nail this guy. The victim, Glenn Elg. I ain't no liar. I never met Glenn Elg. There was some lame guy with that name, though, wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office, tender lender. I waited around for him, but he ain't ever showed. I ain't never been to that Tribulations joint. You's here? I see. That all seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up. I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I ain't gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's going straight to you, right? Grr. The victim, Glenn Elg. I think I'm safe to press him here. I ain't no liar. I never met Glenn Elg. And yet, your name was written on the victim's calendar. Get that horse calendar out of my face. I'm the tiger, not a lame horse, you porcupine. Tigers like me eat horses like that for breakfast. No, no, no. Witnesses aren't permitted to eat evidence. Not that they ever would. Well, there was a case once where a young lad ate. Anyway, if you had never met the victim before, how do explain this note he left? The judge was referencing the time in the first case of this game where Phoenix ate the bottle that had poison in it. He crunched it up into little bits. Thankfully, the poison lost its potency. There was some lame guy with that name, though, wanted to borrow cash from me. That's very strange. According to the manager of the firm where the victim worked, December 3rd was the date he had to repay his loan. He wasn't due to discuss borrowing money or repaying what he owed. Oh yeah, maybe he was right. Whatever it was going down at the beginning of December. So you did meet Mr. Elg then? Hey, right. Yous might want to cool your jets a sec. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office, tender lender. So your meeting wasn't supposed to be at Tribulations, then? Why would I want to go to a dump like that? If I want to talk with my clients, I got an office decked out for the job. I got the best punching bag you've ever saw in there. Not exactly a professional office you got there, you know. So you were in your office on the day in question? I waited around for him, but he ain't ever showed. He didn't show up? Ha! What do you think, Wright? Let's see, how does a dead man get from a French restaurant to a loan shark's office? And you yourself didn't go to Tribulations? What are you trying to pin on me here? Why don't yous come down to my office? We can chat about this thing my way, yeah?
I got the best punching bag you ever saw in there. No, no need. I'm good, thanks. Listen up. I ain't got nothing more to say except this. I ain't never even been to that Tribulations joint. You's here? Yeah, right. Never? Not even once? Not even once. I was in my office the day that went down. I didn't put no poison in no kid's coffee, capiche? Hmm. Do you think he really didn't meet Glenn Elg? Not likely. Because I'm convinced this guy's behind the whole thing. So you mean that whole testimony he just gave was a lie? Of course. So we can't afford to give him time to think of ways to plug the leaks in it. I gotta nail him while I still can. Yeah, by the way, he was there. Why? Because this is why. I ain't never been to that Tribulations joint. You was here? Oh yeah? Explain the matches, dude. They were found in his office. Matches used for advertising. Found lying in Tender Lender. Mr. Tigray, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What you's talking about? We found them in your office at Tender Lender. They're from that restaurant. What? If you've really never been to Tribulations before, what was a book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk? You've been snooping around my stuff now, too, wise guy? What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me. Broad. Order, order! Well, witness, I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you? Rawr. Sorry, I'm terribly sorry. Forgive me. I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. But okay, I was at the joint that day. What? But listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid. Well, well. Looks like an order just came in for another testimony. I'm this close to proving it was him. He did beat Glenn Elg that day, and he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. That Trey Bien. Alright. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. I heard the cops' sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office. I see. You didn't actually meet with him in the end, then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Hold it. If I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions. Ha, no problem. Anytime Trite presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty. Mr. Godot, that's my job. Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it. Yes, sir. The Special Express ain't cheap, right? Just so yous know, since you're paying. Oh man, doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? Yes, no. Yes. Yes. It does. It does, Phoenix. At bien. Alright. Let me save here real quick. Let's see. All right. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. So the meeting wasn't due to take place at Tenderlender at all then? The kid was making a fuss about coming into the office. It's always that way when I want to talk about repayments. Even though I got the best punching bag he's ever seen if there are any issues. Maybe it's because of the punching bag that people are scared to come. So that's why you decided to meet at Tribulations?
Objection.
Ha! You're going over old ground again, Trite. Sorry? You just earned yourself a penalty. Now suck it down.
You will suck down the penalty, Mr. Wright, and you will like it.
Thank you, sir. May I have another? When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. An ugly scene? What do you mean?
Objection.
The witness has already told us, Trite, which makes that question irrelevant. But I limit myself to 17 cups of coffee during a trial. That's the rule. You better limit the number of times you take a penalty, Trite. Or your guts will look like the inside of a chimney. Ashen.
Don't make me burn you again, Mr. Wright.
I guess I should have pressed him on that. Guess I'm gonna make that special express after all.
So to recap, this ugly scene you saw was...
I heard the cops' sirens on my way out and went straight back to the office. You went straight back? Did a bout of guilt suddenly hit you for what you did? What are you trying to say? You trying to tell me yous ain't never been guilty of nothing? We all have our crosses to bear. We all have to swallow the dark secrets we hide. Like this. The courtroom's not exactly the place to talk about dark secrets, is it?
It seems he's done it again, Mr. Wright. Another irrelevant line of questioning. I must impose a penalty accordingly.
How about a penalty for those two jokers in the garbage to keep coming up with? Well, Nick, what do you think? He's running out of ways to avoid the truth. I need to press him fast before he has to think things through. I've got to come right back at him with a contradiction. Be careful what you press him on, though, or you'll get penalized, okay? Alright. So, I only did that for fun. It's safe to press him on the third and fourth statements. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. You mean you saw Glenn Elg's dead body? I guess I did, but I only saw him from behind. He was wearing some raggy bit of cloth he called a hat. And what time was this? I don't know. Huh? You know what winds me up more than anything else in the world? Watches. Round watches. I ain't gonna pollute my paws with some ticking henpecker.
Out of interest, Mr. Tigre, what winds you up the second most?
Huh? What'd you think? Square watches. Is this guy for real? Look, all I needed to know was that something bad was going down that place. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. So you didn't actually set foot inside the restaurant then? The tiger is a busy cat. I don't hang around for no one. I ain't got time to be caught up in no murder investigation. So, when exactly did you pick up the matches? There are matches just inside the front door. Our detective friend wound up in trouble with the chef after taking 5 books home. Poor Gumshoe. It's almost enough to make a man cry. So, the guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. So... When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. Really? So on the second or third statement, you can present the Tribulations floor plans.
Objection!
You're something of a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigray? No one escapes the tiger's clutches. Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro, and no one escapes the phoenix's clutches. I think it's time we got something straight. What's this, Trite? A new line of irrelevant questioning? These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say we're standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigray? From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like this. Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat. Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head. Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition. Why, that's true. Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. Oh, he's sweating. Ellipsis. So, from the entrance of Tribulations, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day, because you met with him.
Objection!
Wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at his table.
Objection!
But the defense just proved that point to be mute. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glenn Elg, but a fake. What? In order to have Mr. Kudo false testify, the real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade. That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim? You say the killer murdered Glenn Elg and then impersonated his victim in a performance for Victor Kudo? In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of this criminal to the courts. Why, it was none other than Furio Tigre, Your Honor. Obviously, the killer is Furio Tigre. No one else could have done it. What? Well, witness. Now that's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe you don't understand. The tiger is king of the jungle. So I dare you to say it again. Come on, you got the guts? You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. It's a defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright! Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Mr. Wright! Do not leave me to handle this alone. Ha. Perhaps I can end this embarrassment. Mr. Godot! Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't see just the victim. Oh, no, no, no. The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. There's no question about it. She's very conspicuously put some white powder in there. Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains, he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee. Ellipsis? Yes, it was the waitress who poisoned the coffee. Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Ah, found your pen at last, Wright. It was in my pocket. Ahem. But anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenn Elg, and the waitress from behind. Yes, your point, Mr. Wright. I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenn Elg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show. What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well? The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her. Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed? Why, it was this lovely lady right here, Viola Cadaverini. Who is this woman? Her name is Viola Cadaverini. She's an employee of Tenderlender. You's making a big mistake. Do you know who Violetta's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight, if you know what I mean. Stop shaking, Nick. One moment, everybody. All right. I'll just opening a spare tab. Stop shaking, Nick. Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, has stated the following. Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy, and she had kind of a cackling laugh. Ellipsis. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table, who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when that eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There is only one logical explanation that clears up all these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice. Once for real, and once for show. And Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you! Witness, what have you got to say? That's cute. Sorry? You's alright. I could do with a guy like you around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now. But I'm gonna give yous one more thing to think about before I go. Something to think about? You's got it all wrapped up nice, huh, right? But you's missed out one real important thing. But that can't be. I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid too. Ellipsis. But I couldn't have poisoned him. You was here? What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre? I wish Tigre would stop giving the I gobble face. Oh God. Grotto. Yeah. Like, staring at the face too long does give a little unnerving feelings. Ha!
What a troublemaker. Troublemaker? Looks like we're going to need another one for the road. One more steaming cup of hot testimony. Indeed. Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Tribulations between yourself and the victim? Ties to the victim. Yeah, I loaned El cash, about $100,000. That day, we was due to have a little chat. The kid had hit his payback date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to fight the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won. $500,000. He got lucky, real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she done, everything would have been over. Now I see that the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Big Now I see that the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Elg was $50,000. Yeah, well, he's got the VIG to take into account. Interest builds up fast. That's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice his principal. And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question. Yeah, he was one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. So I ain't had no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. His motive? He has to have one. But what is it? Oh, Mr. Wright, have you forgotten? Of course you have. That's why I'm here. Yeah, I loaned Elg cash. About $100,000. Did he have any way of paying the loan back? The fool was a gambler. He said he couldn't give it up till he landed a big win. So I agreed to help him. Help him? You? I kept hitting him with ideas for ways he could get a big win. But the guy kept losing. So you were helping him for his sake or yours? Win through compromise. You help me, I help yous. What's the difference, huh? I don't believe this. Nick, will anyone really ever loan money to someone they thought was unreliable? Like, for example, if it were you, I'd only loan you $5 max. Thanks a lot, Maya. That day, we was due to have a little chat. The kid had hit his payback date, see? So how much were you expecting him to pay you back on that day? What do you think? The whole package, $100,000, including interest. That's a real heavy hit punch. Once a client misses a repayment, you call the whole loan in. You want to make it in my world? That's all you's gotta know. And how many times had Mr. Elk been late with his repayments? Once. And how much was he supposed to pay back every month? $50. Sounds like Mr. Elk was in a real sticky spot. Yeah, $50 a month? He never paid that huge loan off. So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. How much did he have left on his debt? You want it in round figures? About $100,000? That's the whole amount. We're talking about a guy who had 58 cents in his wallet. What? He's telling me he wasn't even gonna pay for the coffee? He certainly seems to have been a brave man, this Mr. Elg. That guy was smooth, I tell yous, real smooth. You'll have your money in less than 5 minutes. That's what he says to me. The guy then calls me the tender tiger. He was skating on thin ice with me.
I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Was that because the guy won the lottery? Was his last chance at a big win?
And you can confirm that this is the ticket in question.
That's it.
The Millionaire Radio Show starts at 1:30 p.m. and runs for 10 minutes. That fixes the time you two met with some accuracy.
And the whole scene was acted out again, 30 minutes again later. All so that Mr. Kudo would see it. I can still see the kid's face now. I ain't never gonna forget it. Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky, real lucky.
Oh, hold on.
Was there anyone else in the restaurant at the time? I don't remember. If there was no one there, I'll wear that ridiculous tiger shirt for a month. You can actually do that, by the way. In, I think it was in the 5th and 6th game, there's, DLC where you can, actually wear Furio Tigre's, outfit on Phoenix Wright. It used to be DLC on the 3DS, but it's no longer available. However, said DLC I'm talking about, it's already free with the full game of Ace Attorney, the Apollo Justice Collection. If there was no one there, I'll wear that ridiculous tiger shirt for a month. Mr. Armstrong, Maggie, and if I'm right, Viola Cadaverini were all there at that time.
So the victim had intended to repay you from his lottery winnings from the beginning.
Seems that way to me.
But you wouldn't normally expect to win the lottery, would you?
Ha! The undying belief that your next roll will end the worst losing streak you ever had. That's what defines a true gambler. He makes it sound so cool. Don't be tempted, Nick. You haven't got the willpower for it. All I know is the kid took a shot. He got lucky in the end. If that waitress hadn't done what she'd done, everything would have been over. The waitress? You mean the girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair? Who else could I mean? If she hadn't gotten away, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done with. Maybe I should push a little on this?
You mean my waifu?
Yes. We are going to ask how things would have been. What do you mean things would have been over and done with? Are yous all there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back, that's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before that waitress got in the way.
As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said.
The tiger's motive, huh? I was after the $100,000. I didn't have no other reason to kill the guy. So the tiger's meeting Glenn Elk to get his money back. If Mr. Elk had just given him the lottery ticket, that would have been the end of it. Yeah, so what's the tiger's motive? This is the big one. If I don't manage to undermine this testimony, it's all over for us. Why would he have to poison Mr. Elk? And why did he loan him the money in the first place, when he knew he couldn't repay him? So, on this statement right here, you could present 3 pieces of evidence. You could present him MC Bomber, Viola's medical papers, or the sports paper. Because look, as a reminder,
MC Bomber. Oh, ignore Mask to Mask here. And Viola's medical papers. $1 million bill for cranial surgery. Payment was due last year. And MC Bomber. This is a computer virus that is potentially worth millions of dollars on the black market.
Objection!
So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Elg owed you, correct? I loaned the guy the cash, so that's my right. Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, I don't believe the $100,000 is what you were really after.
Objection!
What are you getting at, Trite? What else would a moneylender be after other than money? Oh, the moneylender was after money, but money in a totally different league. The kind of money that a single disc like this would fetch. Eat-ups. What is that? A computer virus, Your Honor. A virus called MC Bomber. A computer virus? What does one of those do? A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer. A computer? What does one of those do? I guess the beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is the important point. A virus like MC Bomber will be worth several $1,000,000 on the black market. Several $1,000,000? Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glenn Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial. What? Glenn Elg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money.
Objection!
You're trying to suggest the witness's motive was to get hold of that program? Exactly. The witness may have poor fashion sense, but he is by no means an idiot, Trite. A man like him could get his hands on $1,000,000 without resorting to murder. Of course he could, provided that he had time. But what if he had needed the money right then? When the pressure's on, the luxury of choice tends to disappear. It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? Why did Mr. Tigray need money to the tune of $1,000,000? Why, Your Honor, it's what I pointed out before, but I was about to get around to it. Viola's medical papers. In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter, in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital, where she underwent surgery. How much of this do you know? These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1,000,000. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full. $1,000,000? A preposterous sum. Someone should sue these HMOs. Ha! No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue. But Mr. Tigray had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it. Rah! Order, order, order. You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright? Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini. Did you say Cadaverini? Brutal Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million brutal Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenn Elg's life to pay your debt. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on the CD. Glenn Elg had no way of paying back the $100,000, and Mr. Tigre knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigre would prefer to say never happened, but he can't, and neither can I. A play on the words, the miracle never happened, from the bad ending, Injustice for All? Well, guess what? The miracle did happen in the canon ending, and there's a miracle that is going to happen. The lottery win? Exactly! At the 11th hour, Mr. Elg won $500,000 in the lottery, which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means. That's crazy. He murdered Glenn Elg and then made his next move to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigre posed as Glenn Elg, while Viola Cadaverini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo.
Objection!
Like I said, Trite, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about it. But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plan. Order! Order! Silence or I will clear the courtroom. You've put on a good show, Spiky. If he's want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that kid, created a witness, and framed someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that. I agree. You do? Despite your appearance, you are very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out. What? Another one? Mr. Wright. Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Trite? What was this trick you say Mr. Tigre performed to frame the accused? Why, it was none other than... It was none other than MC Bomber. And what's the relevance of that trait? Um, it's just a little intro. An intro to what? It seems all this has been an elaborate trick on the part of the defense. Oops. My bad. No, wait! Mr. Tigray did play a trick, a huge trick. My bad. Interesting. Why don't you fill us in, Trite? It was it was the paper badge. Found at Tender Lender, made of cardboard and painted to look authentic. What on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation. Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigray, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago, in this very court, you posed as me. Hello, Mora. What? That's the truth. But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you, standing in here, this very court, a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I had ever seen. Grrr.
Objection.
Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accuser here a month ago was this man? Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him? Gulp. Hey, hey. Forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that. Me? You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh?
Objection.
Have you no pride, sir?
Objection.
This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, Trite, here in court, we deal with people's lives. Yeah. Mr. Godot is right. Your Honor, speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over the courts as a judge, with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it. No! If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigray are dubious, for sure, but not conclusive. But we've come so far. You say he impersonated Glenn Elg. You say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. No! Ah! Sucks to be you, right? Don't mess the tiger, or you're gonna get mauled. You's got that? All we managed to do here was chase him around a bit. But I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt. Ha. Looks like I won't be needing a refill. If I just had one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence, and maybe I could get Maggie off the hook. This witness's cross-examination is over. You are free to go, Mr. Tigray.
Hold it. Your Honor, sir. Your Honor, sir. Wait!
Detective? Detective Gumshoe!
Sorry it took so long, pal. I
Gumshoe for the win.
I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this too.
What is it, Detective?
Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final decisive piece of evidence.
What?
Oh boy. January 8th, 2:48 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab.
The results?
About the prints, pal, from this medicine bottle.
Oh, so do you know who the prints belong to now?
Do you think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know.
So, tell us. They're the tigers, right?
I knew it. You bet. Clear as crystal, all over the bottle. They're Furio Tigre's paw prints, all right.
That's great. You've got 'em now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick.
I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now. Huh? What? Why not? What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glenn Elk's coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, that really doesn't make any difference now. I knew it. Great. No matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use.
Hey, don't be so hard on yourself.
This was our last chance to help Maggie, and I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's all right. I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal.
Detective Gumshoe? Maggie? You've been working on something for me?
Sorry to let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it, and I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get out of your hair now.
Detective Gumshoe, wait! He's gone.
He's gone.
Is there anything we could do now, Nick?
I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. Small bottle. The victim's ear medicine, covered in Furio Tigre's fingerprints. Hang on, everybody. I need to let a cat out. Yes, she can go. Everybody out. Cats! Be gone. Go. You, go. Go, 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 go. Go. All right. I'll be delayed. Okay. Hang on. I gotta suit up again. Oh my god. I am aware of what time it is. I'm fine. January 8th, 3:04 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 4.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor?
I grant you a recess so you can prepare the decisive evidence you've discovered.
Bush was in my room all day. He had to go. And then somebody keeps letting MJ in, and MJ's annoying sometimes. I like him, but not when he is trapped in the room, meowing at the door. Meow, meow. I don't have opposable thumbs. Meow. Sorry. But no, he was in this room all day today.
He needs to go and, eat, use litter box. He'll come back in later. Yes. Don't keep us all in suspense, Trite. Show us. Naturally. We can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we? Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. How much more of my time he's gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before. But you lawyers should know how to blow things out of proportion. No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright. Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here, but maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Present this final, decisive piece of evidence to the court. Okay, Your Honor, we're going to present this small bottle. This is the defense's final piece of evidence. Isn't that the victim's? Your Honor, naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. My fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. T. Gray. What? But, Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information? Everyone in here knows what this bottle contains, except one man. One person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark. My prints are on that pansy-looking bottle? Is that what you saying? Well, what the hell's in it anyway? A phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. T. Gray, this is a decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains potassium cyanide. This bottle contains potassium cyanide. Potassium cyanide? The poison used to murder Mr. Elg, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. T. Gray, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? Ellipsis. You'd make a good clown. You know that? Clown? What? Yous ain't never gonna get this to stick. Yous just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger? A bluff? I can see straight through you, Phoenix Wright. That ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it. No. This is the bottle we found traces of the poison in. Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown, and it was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash don't look nothing like it. Ellipsis. Got him. At last. What? Why's everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle. Is this the bottle you're referring to? Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle the cyanide was in. I like to call for a mistrial. Yeah, he's a dumbass. But yous ain't gotta find any. But you ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle. Don't let that cozy looking suit fool you, people. That lawyer's just playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out? Don't you realize what you just said? What I said? What did I just say?
You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in.
Grr.
But just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison.
Yous don't know who yous messing with. I'm the Tiger. I control millions of dollars in the black market. Yous think I'm gonna let some jumped up suit get the better of me?
Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony. Well, that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer. It was all played out by you, the biggest phony of all. Punch you in the ass.
Cartoon eyes? What's going on?
It looks like a blackout.
Well done.
Right.
Badass. Right there. I saved my 17th cup of coffee. Just for you. Savor it. While you watch the police restrain your prey.
Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe. But if this one hollers, he won't be let go.
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Catch a tiger by the toe.
Something like that. Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigre, Mr. Godo? I'm going to allow this.
He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glenn Elg, Your Honor.
Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was.
And in the absence of genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake.
Indeed. He very clearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Ferio Tigre is a truly frightening criminal.
Ha! The truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Fidel.
Well, I am now in a position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, not guilty.
Oh my gosh.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Haha, I'm late for my dinner. 6 hours. Looks like it's gonna be a midnight snack.
January 8th, 4:10 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie.
Congratulations. 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 Congratulations.
I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago. But now I feel like I can forgive him. Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger. Look, Nick, in the doorway. Detective Gumshoe. Oh, guess I'll be heading out soon. Hold up. Auto scroll did that thing. Oh, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around, pal. Wait! Detective Gumshoe. Uh, oh yeah, congratulations, Maggie. Thanks. I knew you were innocent all along. Ellipsis. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Huh? Oh, yeah, well, I was. Well, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around. Wait up, detective. He just ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even of any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles. Poor guy. Looks like she still hasn't. It looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Can't you put it in a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Gumshoe deserves the best. Maggie? You know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all this. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on that first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. He doubted me. That's why. He thought I might have done it. I gotta prove to her that Gumshoe really cares about her. I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. Maggie, sit down, shut up, and wait, where is it? No, wait. No, where is it? Am I? There it is. My bad. Maggie, sit down, shut up, eat your weenies. Here you are, a present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe, made with a ton of love. He said you lost weight, and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe. I I actually really like weenies. You know, that's the sound of my stomach too. Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Um, is it okay if I eat this now? So, how is it, Maggie? It's it's really good. Damn right it is. Gumshoe made that for you. So the case of phony versus genuine comes to an end. The false allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. And who knows? Maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. Oh no. uh... Episode 3 Recipe for Turnabout. The end. I'm finally free. Hey, look.
How cute. He's dressed up like Satan. A brand new episode has been added. Yeah, dude. You're gonna see Miles later today. And trust me, I'm going to be okay, dude. I'm gonna be fine. You can and trust me. You know I always say this to you, man. You do not want to miss this case. This case is gonna be awesome later today. All right. Now normally this is the part where I would whatchamacallit, I would read some trivia, but I think it's in the best interest of, my health. Health. I'm sorry if I'm, joking about that. I'm fine. Chuck, I have a personal schedule. I have a personal schedule to keep up with, man. I'm going to be back later today. Same GOG Zero time, same GOG Zero place. And I'm going to be doing the entirety of Case 4 in one sitting. And don't worry, I assure you, this is me we're talking. Case 4 is not that long compared to case. Yeah, can you believe that? You gotta believe that. Case 4 is actually not that long from what I remember. I actually did not expect, you know, I didn't expect this to be long. I swear. I thought this was gonna be the same length as Case 2. Oopsie doodle. All right, everybody. Um, I'm gonna scope out who I'm gonna rate on out to, and oh, how cute. Oh, that's right. They're doing that. Okay, everybody. I'm gonna send you off to somebody nice. They're really nice, and I've been watching them do the post game content for Hang on. You know what? Hang on. I'm just gonna see like who's currently on right now. Like I know who is on. I know who I could go on out to. I mean, there is a reason why I have several tabs open. Um, and by several, I mean 5. I lied. I'm sorry, I didn't lie. I said several. Does 5 count as several? Yeah. Anywho, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna send you off to this guy. It isn't often that I touch bases with him because I'm normally not up at this hour. I'm fine. Really, I am. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh my, you look nice. Anyway, um, huh? Okay. Okay, everybody. No, in all seriousness, I do have somebody to go on out to. Everybody, we're gonna go on out to TK Wuff. TK Wuff, he's currently doing post-game content of Kingdom Hearts 2, Final Mix, and he's doing the data battles. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Yeah, he beat the main game not too long ago, and yeah, I know Duke is on, but I'm gonna go on out to this guy. He's nice, he's charming. Um, let's see, what are they doing? But yeah, I'm gonna go out now to peeps I don't really go on out to that much. But anyway, first I have people to thank. And I guess later today, I would say tomorrow, but we're already in later today. Later today, I'll share a bit of trivia from case 3 before I start case 4. But anywho, I got people to thank. I got many people to thank. All of you. I have a list. I would like to thank the following. I would like to thank Icrius, Suki Zero, Chuckman. My name is Celestial Ludenberg. Not really, it's Gog Zero. That's just the username. Maverick, Bradley Flowbro, The Grotto, Mindscan, Sir Boom, Running Wild Vigia. Thank you for the raid, by the way, man. I appreciate it, man. For real. And Mora. And to anybody out there that was lurking, thank you very much for lurking on my channel. I appreciate it. And I'm going to be back later today. And there's nobody that's going to stop me. The only one that can stop me is me, Gog Zero, and maybe Mr. Domino. Because let's face it, nobody can stop Mr. Domino. Anyway, that's Mr. Domino, and I'm Gog Zero, signing off. No, well, yeah, I'm going to be back with Case 4, everybody, and you're not going to want to miss it. And yes, I'm going to do it in one sitting. I'll be okay, everybody. Anywho, let me bust out thy music.
At Amazon, hourly and
Wait! Shoosh! Cursed ads. Anyway, let me skip that. Anywho, thank you all for watching, and remember to go in peace, and bring more coffee. Yeah. Bring all 17 cups of coffee.